Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. He came back to himself with ash in his mouth and the smell of burning so deep in his lungs that he could not distinguish it from his own breath. And for a long moment, he simply lay there, face pressed against earth that had been cool and dew-damp when he went underground and was now dry and hot and silent. Wei Liang was 17 years old and the most junior member of the Shattered Pine Sect. He was an initiate, not a full disciple. The distinction mattered, technically, in ways that had seemed important 6 hours ago. Initiates did not receive cultivation weapons or formal rank designations. They received maintenance duties and theoretical instruction and the particular kind of comprehensive silence that settled on a household when someone knew they were observing but had not yet been granted full membership. For 2 years he had walked the Sect's formation arrays each morning, pressing his palms against each anchor node in sequence, reading their resonance for small deviations from normal. It was maintenance work. It was not dramatic. It had seemed, at times, like an extended trial of patience with no clearly defined end condition. He understood, sitting up in the ash and the morning quiet, that the trial had been preparing him for exactly this. He pushed himself to his feet and stood in the ruins of the Shattered Pine Sect's main hall. The roof had come down inward. The 4 central columns were broken, 2 still standing to half their original height, trailing splintered timber like torn banners, 2 more on the ground in separate directions, which told him the roof had not simply fallen but had been driven down with force. The formation gate, the 2 stone pillars that carried the Sect's primary ward linkage between them, still stood. But the formation energy connecting them was gone. He could feel its absence the way you feel the absence of a sound you have heard every day for years, a specific silence where there should be a hum. The east gate, the Sect's main entrance, heavy ironbound wood set in stone, was not there. The mounting posts had been wrenched outward at the base, the doors thrown outward beyond the wall's edge. The direction of the force was unambiguous to someone who spent 2 years analyzing formation structures. The east gate had been opened from inside. He made himself walk. Elder Huang was at the formation gate, the Sect's formation master for 40 years, lying at the base of the left pillar with his hands still pressed flat against the stone, the fingers showing burned inscription lines where he had pushed his cultivation into the formation's substrate in his last seconds. This was completely characteristic. Elder Huang had been the most composed person Wei Liang had ever encountered, a man who had spent 4 decades giving unhurried attention to the things that mattered and letting everything else resolve itself. He had assigned Wei Liang the morning maintenance rounds 2 years ago with 6 words, "You have the touch for it," and had never offered further explanation, and Wei Liang had not asked because something in those 6 words had suggested that the explanation would come when it needed to. He stood over Elder Huang for a moment and could not form a thought that was not a question he could not ask, and then he made himself keep moving. Senior disciple Xia Rou was at the well. He had argued with Xia Rou 3 weeks prior about anchor replacement timelines. She had been right, and he had known it during the argument, and had argued past the point of being uncertain, because he was 17, and sometimes being wrong felt worse than being right would have felt good. She had walked away without scoring the point, which had somehow been worse. He looked at her and thought, I should have said so when I had the opportunity. Then he made himself count. 42 bodies in the first pass. He went through the ruins a second time, more carefully, checking every pile of rubble large enough to be relevant. 2 more in the rear storage area under a collapsed wall, their position suggesting they had been running toward the eastern anchor nodes when the wall came down. 1 in the medicinal stores, unidentifiable by appearance because the store's fire had fed on the volatile oils and plant alcohols and burned at a temperature that left only location. 45. The Sect's permanent roster was 45, including himself, 46, still standing. He sat on a fallen foundation pillar, one of the original placement stones from 2 centuries ago, set by the Sect's first master, now lying on its side at chair height, and pressed his palms flat against the ash-covered stone and thought about what he knew. His hands were not shaking. He noted this twice because the absence seemed significant. He had expected shaking, expected the body to register what had happened in the way bodies registered overwhelming events. But his body was doing something else, a cold, functional precision that cataloged information and drew conclusions and did not, at this precise moment, allow for anything outside that function. He recognized it as a tool. He decided to use it for as long as it lasted, because grief was waiting somewhere further down the road and would have its time, but this morning was not that time. He had been in the maintenance tunnel below the formation anchor chamber when the attack came. He had gone down at the 3rd watch to address a cracked anchor node. The hairline split in the lower face of the eastern perimeter node had widened over the preceding week to something that required replacement, and he had chosen the pre-dawn quiet for the work because the formation ran more cooperatively when the sect was asleep and the chi draw was low. He had been halfway through the replacement inscription when the shaking came. Not the rolling, deep earth shaking of a tremor, but the impact-driven shaking of something large and forceful happening directly above, driving debris down the shaft access and pinning the hatch. He had waited below in the complete dark for several hours, listening for voices that did not come, and had eventually levered the hatch open with his maintenance trowel and climbed out into dawn and ruin. He was alive because he had been underground, in the one place the attack had not accounted for. Elder Huang had assigned him specifically to the eastern perimeter node for the third watch inspection this week. The eastern node, not the central, not the western. The one furthest from the main hall and closest to the deep tunnel access shaft. The one that was cracked and therefore needed maintenance. The one that had been cracked for over a week, which Elder Huang had seen in his own morning checks and had chosen to leave to Wei Liang rather than addressing himself. He sat with that thought until it stopped moving and became something he could hold still. Then he walked the ruins a third time and found the 46th body in the ruined formation archive. A junior elder he had missed because the beam across the archive doorway required ducking and he had moved too quickly. One more than the Sect's roster. Someone had brought a person here who did not belong on the roster, and that person was dead, which suggested either an associate who had not survived the operation as planned, or a hired contractor who could be left without tracing the commission back to whoever had given it. He stood in the ruined archive and thought about the east gate opened from inside, the formation warning layer suppressed before the attack, and the archive specifically targeted with accelerant beyond what the rest of the destruction required. The archive held the formation's historical records, its construction documentation, the maintenance logs going back 2 centuries, everything that documented exactly how the 1,000-vein array had been built, extended, and maintained. Whoever ordered this had wanted the documentation gone, not just the formation, the knowledge of how the formation had been built. He understood, standing in the archive's ash, that this meant the formation itself was not gone. It could not be gone as long as the knowledge of it existed somewhere. He pressed his palms flat against the main hall's foundation stone and felt for the pulse he had tended every morning for 2 years, and the pulse came back, slow, labored, like a heartbeat heard through multiple walls, but real. The formation core stone was alive beneath him, and it was waiting. He began digging. Chapter 2 he dug with his hands for the first hour, and with the maintenance trowel for the next 2, and the stone he found when he found it could have fit in his coat pocket. The formation core tablet was a piece of obsidian slightly larger than his palm, flat and smooth at its edges, with inscription lines on both faces that were nearly invisible under direct sunlight. You had to hold it at an angle against shadow to see the pattern fully, and when you did, the lines seemed to exist at multiple depths simultaneously, some near the surface, some further in, creating the impression that the inscription went into the stone rather than across it. He had seen it once before, 2 years ago at the mid-year formation inspection. He had been at the back of the assembled sect and had watched Elder Huang carry it with the specific reverent care of someone transporting something irreplaceable. Not stiff, not theatrical, just careful in the way that comes naturally when you have been responsible for something important long enough to feel the responsibility in your body. He had not been allowed to touch it. He was an initiate. He touched it now, fingers closing around the obsidian's smooth edges, and the recognition that came up through the stone was not power or drama. It was warmth and certainty, and the particular quality of a door opening for someone who has been waiting in the right way without knowing they were waiting. The formation core had been in contact with his hands every morning for 2 years, not directly, but through the anchor network the core sustained, through 10,000 sessions of maintenance contact, through the specific way he held still when he was working carefully and let his breathing slow to match the formation's own rhythm. The formation had learned the pattern of his attention. It knew what kind of attention he brought. It opened for him. Layer 1. Concealment. He felt the field spread outward from the tablet in his hands, slow and pervasive, like warmth from a fire that has been burning for hours. 8 meters of radius in every direction from where he knelt. Within that radius, hidden, not invisible in the theatrical sense, not wrapped in light-bending illusion, but hidden in the formation sense, which was more precise. The concealment layer suppressed all chi signatures within its boundary and bent the way external chi sense read the space, so that to any observer outside the field, the covered area returned a null signature, an absence, dead ground, nothing of interest. 8 meters. He sat in the rubble depression and measured the radius against the ruins around him. The field extended 4 meters past the depression's edge on all sides. He could not stand and walk toward the gate without stepping outside the boundary. He held the tablet and learned what it could teach him. The teaching sequences were fragmentary. The elders' deaths had severed the cultivation channel connections that had maintained the tablet's information layer, the same way that cutting the roots of a tree does not kill it immediately, but interrupts the flow of everything it needs to stay fully alive. Some sections were intact. Some ended mid-instruction. Some were fragments that required inference to connect to anything useful. He read through everything he could access in order of completeness, taking notes on the blank side of the anchor schematic paper in his maintenance kit, working in formation shorthand to fit as much as possible. The architecture was consistent throughout. The thousand-vein sovereign array had been built on the array path cultivation system and designed for one specific function, to scale with a single inheritor over time. The first master had written in the preamble, which survived the damage. This array cannot be seized. It cannot be rushed. It opens only to the one who has tended it, at the pace that honest cultivation earns. 7 layers, each unlocking at the corresponding array path rank. Rank 1, Etchling, for Layer 1's concealment. Rank 2, Pattern Weaver, for Layer 2's detection. The sequence continued through all 7 layers and 7 ranks to the final function and the Sovereign Weaver rank. He read the preamble 3 times and thought about Elder Huang and the word honest and what it implied about the alternative approach. Then he put the thought down because it opened into grief, and grief was for later. He spent the next 2 days studying the tablet's teaching sequences with the same methodical attention he had given the morning maintenance rounds. He read every accessible sequence, built a map of what was legible and what was damaged, identified the critical gaps, and began the analytical work of deriving what the gaps had probably said from what surrounded them on either side. He took notes. He organized the notes into priority order. He built a clear picture of what he knew, what he could reasonably infer, and what he would have to discover through application. On the 3rd morning, the passive proximity sense built into the tablet's baseline function gave him its first alert. Significant chi presences approaching from the south road. 3 horses, moving at patrol pace, not urgency. He pressed both palms flat against the stone around the tablet and held the concealment field completely still, removing even the ambient fluctuation that an active field produced when the holder breathed. He tracked the approach through sound alone, because looking was unnecessary and unnecessary motion was risk. The horses stopped at the gate breach. Boots on stone. 2 voices separating as 3 men spread to cover the ruins from different angles. For 42 minutes, he sat motionless inside the concealment field while a systematic search happened around him. He counted the seconds by breathing. 4 count in, 4 count hold, 4 count out. The breathing exercise Elder Huang had taught him for anchor calibration work. When soldiers came within 3 meters of his position, the field returned exactly what it was designed to return. Nothing. The senior man, a patrol captain, judging by the way the others waited for his assessments before moving, gathered his unit at the breach when the sweep was complete and said, "Lord Protector wants confirmation that the formation stone is destroyed." The soldier who had been using the formation scanner said, "Can't give that. Whole area is chi dead. Could be the stone's gone. Could be it's buried. Could be it's been moved. The reader can't distinguish in this much residual ash burn. Note it as unconfirmed. 1 survivor, unaccounted, probable death." They left. Wei Liang sat in the silence and held 2 facts in careful balance. They did not know he had the tablet, and they knew he existed. The first fact gave him a window. The second fact meant the window would close as soon as the follow-up arrived. He needed rank 2 before the follow-up arrived. He needed rank 2 before he could move effectively, before the field could cover enough ground to make moving through patrol territory survivable. He needed to demonstrate a linked formation array, which was the one technical requirement he had been failing to meet for 18 months of study. He had 3 days of food. He had the ruins. He had the tablet. He started again at the beginning and worked toward the breakthrough with the same patience he had brought to anchor maintenance. Not hurrying, not forcing, but present and attentive and willing to try one more time. And again after that. The patience was not passive. It was a kind of aggressive attention that refused to look away from the problem and refused equally to force the problem's resolution. He had learned, over 2 years of maintenance work, that the formations responded to quality of attention rather than force of will, that the answer to resistance was not greater pressure, but more precise contact. He held that understanding like a tool he was learning to use correctly, and he kept working, and he did not sleep, and when dawn came on the 3rd day, he was still there, still working, and the breakthrough was close enough that he could feel its edges. Chapter 3, he spent 3 days learning how to stop trying. The first day, he failed at linked array construction in the same way he had been failing for 18 months. technically correct individual runes that dissolved within seconds of being joined, each attempt producing the same careful structure and the same immediate collapse. He analyzed each failure with the same method he used for maintenance anomalies, noting the specific point of failure, the specific preconditions, the specific output, and at the end of the first day, he had an accurate and useless catalog of everything that was not working. He ate a third of his remaining rations without tasting them, wrote 3 pages of failure analysis in the margins of his maintenance schematic paper, and lay down to sleep with the tablet pressing warm against his ribs and the problem still open in his mind like a wound that would not close. The second day, he identified the conceptual error. He had been treating the linked array as a sum of independently built parts, constructing each rune and then attempting to connect them, the way you might build a wall by laying one stone and then another and mortaring the joints after. A linked formation array was not built this way. The connections were not added to the structure after construction. The connections were intrinsic to the structure's conception, which meant the whole had to exist as an intention before any individual component was expressed. He spent the second day trying to make his hands execute what his mind now understood, and his hands would not do it. Understanding a thing intellectually and having the understanding live in your body were different conditions, and 18 months of incorrect practice had built patterns in his body that his mind's new understanding could not immediately override. He failed all of the second day. He was doing something wrong in the attempt itself, not in the theory. The theory was correct. The execution contained an error he could not identify by examining the execution more closely, because the error was not in any individual step, but in the relationship between his intention and his body's performance of that intention. On the second evening, the patrol scanner came again. Different soldiers this time, but the same search pattern, and they spent longer in the ruins than the first unit had. They were getting more systematic, which meant someone at the command level was not satisfied with the unconfirmed status and had assigned more resources to resolve it. He held the field motionless for over an hour while they worked through the rubble methodically. One of them came within arm's reach of where he knelt, close enough that he could see the man's belt insignia, and the scanner the soldier was using swung toward his position and returned nothing. When they left, he went back to the problem. The third morning, he stopped trying to construct anything at all. He sat in the maintenance tunnels quiet. He had gone back underground to think, the deep ground quiet being something he had always found clarifying, and thought about the maintenance rounds. Not about Elder Huang, not about what the rounds had meant in retrospect, just the physical experience. The specific sensation of pressing his palm to the first anchor node, the eastern perimeter node, which had a deeper resonance than the others because of the iron-rich substrate it was set in. He thought about that moment each morning when the formation network became present in his awareness all at once, not as separate nodes connected by lines, but as a whole, every element simultaneous, every connection already there. He had felt that wholeness 10,000 times in 2 years. He had never tried to build it. He had only felt it. He climbed back up to the ruins, sat with the tablet in his hands, and reached out with his formation stylus not to build a linked array, but to remember what a linked array felt like. He held in his awareness the specific quality of that morning wholeness, not the nodes, not the connections, but the formation itself as a unified presence. He let his hands find their way to the expression of that whole without directing them toward any particular component. He moved the stylus without deciding to move it, and the first rune appeared in the air in front of him. He moved the stylus again from the same body memory, the same quality of attention, and the second rune appeared, and the connection between them was already there, not added but inherent, present from the first moment, because he had not thought about the runes as separate things at all. He had held the whole in his awareness, and the parts expressed themselves from that holding, each one already knowing its relationship to all the others. 5 runes, linked, stable, holding without his attention. The rank 2 advancement was the settling of something that had been almost ready for a long time. The strain of 3 days released. Something larger and more stable filled its place. He was pattern weaver now, and the word carried weight in his chest. Not pride, but the specific feeling of arriving somewhere you have been traveling toward without being certain you would make it. The formation tablet pulsed once in acknowledgement. He extended the concealment field outward, 20 meters, then 40, then 60. He held it at 60 and felt it settle into self-maintaining stability, no longer requiring his active attention to sustain. The field was an arch now. He had placed the keystone. Then the second patrol arrived, and this time they brought fire. They came with torches and a clay jar of accelerant, sent to burn whatever formation substrate might be protecting the missing core stone. The logic was sound from their perspective. An unconfirmed formation stone in a burn site was a problem that fire could resolve decisively. Wei Liang had 20 minutes, perhaps, before the burning in the main hall's foundation area made his position untenable. He did not panic and he did not hurry. He moved to the foundation chamber's edge, to the large stone in the natural notch in the bedrock that he had identified 2 days ago as a potential anchor point, partially shielded by the angle of the collapsed column above it, accessible to inscription work, embedded in bedrock rather than fill soil. He uncapped the inscription paste from his maintenance kit and took out the best-preserved stylus tip and began inscribing the anchor rune into the stone's face. The work required precision under difficult conditions. The fire was spreading in his peripheral vision. He could feel the heat increasing on his exposed skin. He did not rush, because rushing made errors, and errors at anchor installation created failure modes that could not be corrected from inside the concealment field. He worked at the speed the work required and not faster. He breathed a 4-count pattern. He kept his hands steady not through effort, but through the discipline of attention that knew effort was the wrong tool here. He drove the anchor home through the tablet's interface and felt the fixed ground stone link to the concealment layer with a soundless click of established connection. The field expanded outward from the fixed anchor. A ground anchor drew on the surrounding geological substrate for its power rather than on the practitioner's personal cultivation output, which meant the field's radius was no longer constrained by his rank 2 ceiling. 60 meters from the anchor stone. Stable and self-maintaining, drawing power from the mountain's own chi substrate. He stood in the center of his field while soldiers moved around its edges with torches, burning things that were not the tablet in his chest pocket. At dawn, he walked out through a section of collapsed outer wall and into the forest without looking back. He had survived 3 days. He had the tablet, a rank 2 foundation, an anchor stone fixed in the ruins, and 60 meters of concealment. He had food for approximately 3 more days. He needed to move east. He needed to acquire provisions. He needed intelligence about what was coming, and he needed it from somewhere other than passive observation of patrol movements. He sat for a moment on the forest floor, his back against a pine tree, and took a careful inventory of what he had. 1 maintenance kit with inscription paste and 3 stylus tips, 2 of them worn. 7 pages of schematic paper with his notes from the tablet's teaching sequences, written small enough to cover both sides. The tablet itself. The anchor stone fixed in the ruins, drawing power from the geological substrate and holding the concealment field at 60 meters. 2 days and a half of food, if he was careful. The rank 2 advancement and the layer 1 field. The fact that Lian Fei was coming in 10 days with the specific expertise to find him if he stayed near the ruins. And the name Nairu Wei, which told him the Lord Protector had assigned a personal command authority to this problem. High value, high priority, high commitment. He weighed all of this against what he would need to do, and the weight resolved into a clear priority. Move east before Lian Fei arrived. Find people who could help. Build the network and ground that could support it. Everything else would follow from those 3 things, or not at all. He needed, in short, a plan more comprehensive than surviving today, and he was beginning to see the shape of one. Chapter 4. He took the garrison message pouch, because information was the one resource he could acquire without revealing himself, and he had already understood that everything he did not know about the people hunting him was a gap that could close around him later. The pouch was hanging from a road marker post at a junction 300 meters north of the ruins, the standard drop point format used by garrison patrols to pass information between shifts without requiring a meeting. He had noticed it during his first survey of the road after leaving the ruins, cataloged its location, and returned for it in the late afternoon when the road was quiet. He was inside the concealment field when he took it. Nobody saw him take it. He sat in the forest and decoded it. The cipher was a standard garrison code with a base pattern method that changed monthly, but whose underlying structure was consistent across changes. The same method Elder Huang had taught the junior disciples 6 years ago as what he framed as a historical exercise in practical cryptography. Wei Liang had decoded the practice set in 20 minutes. He decoded the garrison pouch in 35, taking slightly longer because these strips were current and the base pattern had advanced since the practice set. The method held. The first strip, ruins sweep complete, formation stone status unconfirmed but believed destroyed, 1 survivor unaccounted and believed dead, report sent upstream to Commander Nairu Wei, 2nd Enforcement Division, Lord Protector Gu Shun's direct authority. He noted the name, Commander Nairu Wei. He noted the structure, a command chain that went directly from the patrol captain to a divisional commander who reported to the Lord Protector personally. No middle layer. High priority. This was not a standard garrison operation following a regional enforcement action. This was a personally supervised operation by the highest authority in the region. Someone had been very concerned about the Shattered Pine Sect. The second strip was Nairu Wei's reply. Commendation for thoroughness. acknowledgement that the unconfirmed survivor was probably dead, instruction for continued monitoring of the ruins area for the next 2 days. The tone of the reply was the tone of a senior officer who wanted to believe the problem was resolved and was allowing the want to influence the interpretation. Wei Liang noted this. One was a vulnerability. The third strip, an order to report any evidence of active formation function within 3 kilometers of the ruins during the monitoring period. Wei Liang noted active formation function. They were specifically looking for the concealment field, or something like it. They knew what the formation stone could do, at least in general terms. The fourth strip was different in character from the others. It was a legal summary document, formatted with administrative headings and official seals, describing the formation control mandate's application to the Shattered Pine Sect. He read it with the care he gave to formation diagrams, slowly, precisely, following the logic of each clause to its conclusion before moving to the next. The massacre had not been a crime. It had been an enforcement action, conducted under the authority of Regional Inspector Chao Ding. Per Imperial Order Reference 7-441, c. Imperial Order Reference. With a number. Documented, filed, archived. He sat with this for a long time. He had constructed a model of his situation in which a powerful regional lord had made a decision. Dangerous, but the decision of one man with finite power and finite reach. What the document showed was something different in scale. Gu Shun had obtained official imperial sanction for the destruction of the sect. The empire had approved it. Not merely permitted it, approved it, with a reference number that would survive in official records indefinitely. The formation stone in his chest pocket was an illegal object under imperial law. Operating the formation would be a criminal act under the formation control mandate. Rebuilding the sect would be defiance not of one lord but of the institutional structure that governed the entire region. He filed this as a structural parameter of the situation. The parameter did not change what needed to be done. It described the legal landscape the doing would need to occur in. That landscape was harder than he had initially calculated, and harder was not impossible. Harder simply meant the approach required more care and more time and the kind of precision that did not give opponents a clean legal handle to grasp. He thought about Imperial Order Reference 7-441, c. with the specific mind of someone trained to read formation documentation, looking for the implicit assumptions, the leverage points, the places where the structure's own logic created contradictions. Imperial sanction required ongoing justification. The mandate had been issued on the premise that the sect and its formation were destroyed. If the sect and its formation were demonstrably not destroyed, the mandate's founding premise was false, and false premises tended to produce legal structures that were more fragile than they appeared. He filed this as a potential avenue. Not for now. For later, when he had the standing to use it. The fifth strip, Formation Assessor Lian Fei, Office of the Lord Protector, credentials from the Imperial Formation Registry, arriving in 10 days. Her specific mandate, confirm destruction of the formation stone, rule out active formation network. Credentials from the Imperial Formation Registry meant formal qualification in advanced formation detection, the kind of expertise that would not be satisfied by the null signature that had worked on the patrol scanner. 10 days. He folded the strips and put them away. He had thought, before reading the pouch, that his most pressing constraint was time, the 10 days before Lian Fei arrived. The pouch clarified that the constraint was more precise than that. 10 days before a formation specialist arrived who could distinguish a concealed formation stone from a destroyed one. Lian Fei was not a patrol captain. She would not be satisfied with a null signature reading. She would apply every assessment method in her registry training, and she would apply them systematically, with the patience of a professional working a defined mandate. Against a practitioner at rank 1 or 2, she would succeed. Against a practitioner still in the ruins, she would succeed. He needed to be nowhere near the ruins in 10 days. He needed to be established at a new location, with a new anchor, building ground that was not on any map her investigation would logically expand to cover. He needed food for 3 days' travel east. He had identified the nearest village during his forest reconnaissance, a farming settlement a half-day south, which the sect had maintained a provision relationship with. He circled to the settlement's grain storage outbuilding using the concealment field and took a careful selection of provisions: dried grain, pressed fruit, sealed cooking oil. He counted the value as he took each item. He left coins in exact change on the sill. He had taken food, but he had not stolen it. The distinction mattered, if only to him, because maintaining the distinction between survival and predation was the kind of discipline that held things together when everything else fell apart. He was stepping away from the outbuilding when he noticed the boy, standing in the barn doorway 30 meters away, arms folded across his chest, watching the general area where Wei Liang stood with the patience of someone who had already decided to wait rather than act. Not looking at anything in particular, not calling out, just waiting with the composed stillness of someone who had already made a decision and was letting the other party come to their own. Wei Liang had not been inside the concealment field when he crossed the outbuilding's threshold. A moment of inattention, when he had been thinking about provisions rather than about the field's boundary. The boy had seen him. Briefly, not clearly, but enough. He retreated into the field and watched the barn door for an hour. The boy did not emerge, did not call out, did not go to the farmhouse. At the end of the hour, he came out and walked to a tree at the field's edge and hung a bundle of dried meat and a full water skin from the lowest branch. The bundle was aimed at the area where Wei Liang had been standing. The boy then walked back to the barn without looking around for a response. That kind of calm, deliberate patience was either dangerous or valuable, depending on the person it lived in. Wei Liang stepped out of the field and waited for the boy to see him. Chapter 5. The boy's name was Shun Mao. His father had been the sect's cook. He was 16, with the lean build of someone accustomed to physical work and the particular steadiness of someone who had been processing a large event alone for several days and had arrived at a functional equilibrium. His reaction when Wei Liang stepped out of the concealment field was a controlled flinch followed immediately by stillness, which told Wei Liang several things. He had expected this. He was not without fear, and his fear did not govern his behavior. He had been hiding for 4 days and had told no one anything. He had tracked the patrol movements from road sounds and estimated the search pattern's direction. He knew there was a capture warrant. They'll come back, Shin Mao said. Someone who knows what to look for is coming. 10 days, Wei Liang said. Maybe sooner. Shin Mao looked at Wei Liang with the directness of someone making an assessment and not bothering to soften it. I can get you east without the garrison seeing you. I know every provision route in this part of the hill country. I traveled them 6 times in 2 years, with my father when he was sourcing for the sect kitchen. He paused, choosing his words with visible deliberateness. And if the soldiers come back and ask better questions, knowing you're alive will be enough to make me dangerous to leave here. It was an accurate description of the situation from both angles simultaneously. The value was real. The risk was real. Wei Liang measured them against each other and decided. The risk of taking Shin Mao was smaller than the risk of traveling blind through territory that would become less forgiving as Lin Fei's assessment expanded outward. We leave tonight, he said, after the village lights go out. I'll explain the field's rules while we walk. Shin Mao looked at the farmhouse lamp burning in the window, and something moved across his face that was too controlled to be grief, but too heavy not to be. Then he looked away. I'll be ready, he said. They moved east through the first night on paths that Shin Mao navigated by memory, choosing at each intersection with the quiet confidence of someone whose knowledge of the terrain was in his feet rather than in any map. He chose lower routes over ridge routes, stone crossings over clay-bottomed fords, the long way around settlements with young dogs. He did not explain these choices unless Wei Liang asked. When Wei Liang asked, the explanations were specific and correct, the kind of knowledge built through repetition rather than taught from a text. The field's rules were few and practical, and Shin Mao listened to each of them once and did not ask for repetition. Stay within 8 meters unless Wei Liang indicated otherwise. No sudden movements that spike the qi reading. Stop completely if Wei Liang signals with the left hand, because a complete stillness reads more clearly as empty space than a moving stillness does. Wei Liang used the walking hours for rank 3 advancement work. Array tender required 2 demonstrations, maintaining multiple formation arrays simultaneously without instability and embedding formation inscriptions in objects that moved. He had been maintaining the single concealment field for 4 days at this point. 1 array, held without effort at rank 2. Adding a second array required splitting his attention, and every time he split his attention between 2 active arrays, the concealment field developed micro-instabilities, small fluctuations in the null signature boundary that a skilled formation practitioner using a personal detection technique could potentially read. He worked on the split attention problem for 2 evenings of walking and 1 full rest period before he found the solution, which was, as it had been at rank 2, conceptual rather than technical. He had been managing the 2 arrays as separate objects requiring separate focus, the way someone juggles 2 objects by alternating their attention between them. The correct model was to hold the state of both simultaneously as a single composite awareness, the way you hold a room in your mind as a unified spatial understanding rather than as a list of objects. Both arrays at once, neither requiring specific focus because neither was competing for the attention the other needed. He made the conceptual shift on the 3rd evening. Both arrays held the concealment and a listening enhancement that sharpened his hearing in a forward arc, without instability. He added a 3rd, a trail marker behind them, without losing stability in the first two. The moving inscription problem was different. He tested it on the formation stylus, a basic location stabilizer rune inscribed onto the iron rod, required to hold stable through the stylus's own movement. The rune dissolved on direction changes every time. He analyzed the failure over 2 days and identified it as an architecture problem. The rune was built for stationary substrate and cracked at its joints when the substrate moved nonlinearly. He needed an architecture with flex built in, not a rigid pattern but a linked one with deliberate play at the joints, able to distribute movement stress rather than resist it. Shen Mao, during the same period, had been doing his own work. He kept a supply ledger consistently, updated it each evening during rest stops, tracking provisions, route distances, estimated patrol timings he worked out from observation. By the second day, he had added sections Wei Liang had not asked for. A route alternatives analysis, a personnel capability assessment of the patrols they had cited, and a section labeled Open Questions that contained 3 items, the third of which was, what does Lian Fei know about us already, and what can she learn? You wrote an intelligence gap analysis, Wei Liang said, reading the ledger. The question was obvious, Shen Mao said without looking up from the route notes he was updating. I wrote it down so we'd address it rather than forget to. He set the pen down. What does she know? Wei Liang thought about the message strip that had named Lian Fei. She knows there's an unconfirmed survivor with probable access to the formation stone. She knows the ruin site showed a null signature that could mean the stone was destroyed or concealed. She has 10 days to work with. What's her search method? Systematic grid expansion from the ruins, using a personal formation detection technique, more refined than a mechanical scanner. He thought about what he knew about formation assessor methods from the tablet's teaching sequences. She'll expand outward from the ruins at a pace that depends on terrain, faster on clear ground, slower in complex geology. We're heading east into Limestone Hill country, Shen Mao said. I know from the quarry suppliers my father dealt with that limestone confuses formation detection instruments. The natural chi content in the rock returns signatures similar to active formation energy. It forces resweeps and slows the expansion rate. How did you know that? Supply route planning involves knowing what slows things down. The quarry operators complained about their survey equipment every seasonal report. He shrugged with the particular economy of someone who stored facts systematically. I remembered it because complaints about equipment are usually actually complaints about terrain, and terrain knowledge is useful. Wei Liang looked at him for a moment. We go through the limestone, he said. I was planning to route us that way regardless, Shen Mao said, already writing it in the ledger. On the third night in the limestone terrain, the rank 3 advancement completed itself, not in a rush or a revelation, but in the quiet resolution of a problem that had been building towards solution through accumulated work. The moving inscription held through an hour of varied movement. The 3 simultaneous arrays ran without competing. The cultivation base expanded to accommodate the new rank's capacity, array tender. He lay on his back in the limestone scrub and felt the 3 arrays in his extended awareness. All stable, all clear, none requiring attention, and understood that the next rank change would bring the second layer online, and the second layer would change everything. One more day to the peak, Shen Mao said, without looking up from the ledger. One more day, Wei Liang confirmed. Chapter 6. Hollow Drum Peak was visible for the last full day of travel, a distinctive ridge on the eastern skyline. Its summit profile recognizable from the formation survey maps he had spent hundreds of hours with in the maintenance archive. The name came from the geological resonance phenomenon at the summit. Pockets in the metamorphic rock formations that caught specific wind conditions and produced a low drumming vibration, felt through boot soles before heard through ears. Elder Huang had explained this on the maintenance expedition 3 years prior, walking ahead of Wei Liang on the goat trail and pausing at each section of exposed cliff face to point out features. The horizontal strata bands, the iron-rich inclusions that darken certain layers, the slight diagonal tilt that caused the resonance rather than preventing it. 3 times denser than our current grounds, Elder Huang had said, pressing his palm flat against the cliff face and letting Wei Liang feel the chi conductivity for himself. The inclusions run all the way through to the mountain's core. An anchor network built here would draw on substrate we don't have access to at the Sect. Why don't we move the Sect here? Wei Liang had asked, because he was 14 and the question seemed obvious. Elder Huang had looked at him with the expression Wei Liang now recognized as a man choosing how much to say. The time for that would come when it needed to come, the old master had said, and walked on. Wei Liang climbed the goat trail in the afternoon, with Shen Mao moving ahead of him, their packs lighter than they had been 6 days ago, and felt the formation substrate's quality rising through his cultivation sense with every 100 meters of elevation. The chi-conductive inclusions were dense and well-distributed, more concentrated than anything in the old Sect's grounds. The kind of ground that would amplify formation work across the full anchor network in ways the original site had never been able to. Halfway up the trail, on the eastern shoulder switchback, Shen Mao stopped and pointed to marks in the pine bark at eye level. Blade-cut characters in a notation style Wei Liang recognized from a reference text in the Sect's library. Personal marks used by wandering cultivation practitioners to orient themselves in terrain they used regularly, designed to be read by the person who made them and meaningless to anyone else. Recent marks. The cutwood was still pale at the edges, not yet weathered to the surrounding bark color. Someone's been using this path regularly, Shen Mao said. Yes. Wei Liang studied the marks more closely. The notation was precise and consistent. Not casual scratching, but the deliberate shorthand of someone who had developed the system over time and maintained it carefully. And using the caves at the shoulder. Probably. Wei Liang looked at the marks and thought about who used personal trail notation rather than standard route markers. Someone who was there often enough to need it, independent enough not to rely on community waymarks, and experienced enough to have developed a personal system over an extended period. The marks had a quality of long-term habitation about them. Let's find out who. The cave system near the eastern shoulder was where the formation outpost had been. The pre-sect installation Elder Huang had identified as part of the Thousand Vein Array's original extended network, built by the same founder who had placed the core tablet in the ruins 200 years ago. The entrance was screened by brush maintained at exactly the right density, enough to conceal the opening from the path below, not enough to block easy passage through. The maintenance was recent and deliberate. Wei Liang stepped through the entrance and into the cave's interior. Inhabited. Medical kit against the left wall, arranged with the careful organization of a traveling healer's long-term camp. Provision stores sealed against moisture. A sleeping mat, rolled and stored with military precision. Medicine vials in color-sorted order on a flat stonework surface that someone had leveled with tools. Writing materials in a protective wrap. A section of wall near the entrance marked with what looked like patient records, dates, notes in a healer's shorthand, symptoms and treatments. Everything minimal and purposeful, nothing accumulated for its own sake. A camp set up by someone who knew how to live out of a pack indefinitely and had been doing so for some time. He stepped out of the concealment field. He did not want to be invisible when whoever lived here came back, and stood in the cave's center and waited. Footsteps on the upper path, coming down with the unhurried pace of someone who had done this descent 1,000 times. Bao Shulan came in through the entrance with gathered herbs in the crook of her arm, and the composed manner of someone who had expected visitors and had arranged to meet them forthrightly rather than cautiously. She was 50, with a healer nun's unadorned robe and the self-contained certainty of a person who had been making decisions alone for a long time and had learned to trust their own judgment. She looked at Wei Liang, noting his age, his ash-stained maintenance clothes, the formation stylus in his belt, then at Shen Mao with his supply ledger, then at the formation core tablet's outline in Wei Liang's chest pocket. She looked at all of this with the careful attention of an experienced diagnostician taking a first reading. She set the herbs down on the work's surface with the unhurried care of someone who respected her materials and had not been startled out of that care by unexpected visitors. She sat on the flat section of cave floor with the same quality of unhurriedness, not the studied calm of someone hiding fear, but the genuine ease of someone who had already decided that unexpected visitors to this specific cave were something she was prepared to meet. "You came from the West Trail," she said. "The concealment field dropped when you crossed the entrance threshold, irregular boundary, I assume." I felt the shift. I was avoiding a substrate gap in the stone at the threshold edge, Wei Liang said. "You have formation sensitivity? Enough to notice the boundary shift and identify it correctly." She looked at him with the same calm assessment she might give a patient before beginning treatment. Not judging, measuring. "You're at rank 3. You've advanced twice since the attack." She paused. "Or 3 times. 3 times, Wei Liang said. "Rank 3 last night." She absorbed this with a slight adjustment of her assessment, but no visible surprise. "I helped one of your Sect survive for 3 days before infection took her," she said. "A young woman, outer formation anchor post guard, who fell into a drainage channel in the darkness and was missed in the initial count. She walked 4 days before I found her on the valley road." She was quiet for a moment. "She told me what the formation stone means. Not the technical facts, the political ones. What Gu Shun was afraid of when he requested the imperial mandate. A domain-level formation creates sovereign territory," Wei Liang said. "Gu Shin cannot administer, tax, or conscript from inside a domain field. The empire authorized the destruction because the empire has the same concern about formations that operate outside imperial jurisdiction. Yes. She looked at the tablet outline again, and something in her expression had shifted from assessment to decision. And you're going to rebuild it. It was not a question, but he answered it anyway. Layer by layer, starting here. Bao Shulan was quiet for the 10 seconds she would have given any serious decision, not hesitation, but the specific pause of a person making a real commitment rather than a reactive one. Then she said, "Tell me what you need." "I have a notebook with contacts and observations across 4 provinces, assembled over the past 3 weeks. I have medical access to communities that Gushin's forces cannot approach without announcement. Tell me what you need, and we'll work out what I can provide." Wei Liang looked at this woman who had been waiting on a mountain for someone to ask exactly that question, and he began to list what he needed. Chapter 7 Bao Shulan's notebook had 53 pages, written in the small, clear hand of someone who had trained themselves to record accurately under any conditions. She had started it 2 weeks after the massacre, after the Shattered Pine disciple died in her care. She had been traveling since then through 4 provinces, treating the sick and listening to those who talked, and writing each evening what she had learned. She presented the notebook not as a complete intelligence picture, but as what it was, a systematic collection of observations and contacts that could be used by someone who knew what they were building and therefore knew what was relevant. She handed it to Wei Liang without preamble and watched him read. He read it the way he read formation documentation, starting at the front, reading each entry completely before moving to the next, making no assumptions about what was relevant until he had the full context. Shen Mao brought out the ledger and sat to one side, ready to note anything that required action or follow-up. Bao Shulan sat across from Wei Liang and answered his questions when he had them, which was not often. The notebook was clear. The first name she offered was Ganhua, a former soldier of Gushin's 2nd Enforcement Division, assigned as perimeter guard at the massacre, who had refused an order to fire on Sect members attempting to flee the grounds. He had been stripped of rank and told to disappear rather than formally charged, a deniable dismissal, the kind used when the soldier's transgression was embarrassing to the command structure rather than serious enough to require a trial. He had been living rough in the dry riverbeds north of Mulberry Ford for 3 weeks. No warrant, no pursuers, just a dismissed soldier with nowhere particular to go and a very specific reason not to travel far from where his choice had been made. He knows the current patrol deployment patterns, Bao Shulan said. He helped build them. He knows the officers personally, their habits, their predictable behavior, the places where the schedule on paper diverges from the schedule in practice. She turned a page. He hasn't left the region. A dismissed soldier with no warrant has no pressing reason to stay near the site of his dismissal. He's staying for a reason that isn't practical. What reason? Wei Liang said. A reason that his refusal was worth the cost, she said. That's my assessment, having observed his pattern from a distance. But I haven't spoken to him directly. I didn't know what to offer him. I'll go to him tomorrow, Wei Liang said. Alone? Bao Shulan looked at him, at the 17-year-old initiate with ash still ground into the creases of his maintenance clothes, and said, carefully, he may not respond well to someone your age giving him direction. People who are waiting for a reason respond to the reason itself, Wei Liang said, not to the person who brings it. She considered this for a moment, then accepted it with a small nod. She turned another page. The second name was Ruingji, a rune scholar, 24 years old, trained in array theory through a private family school whose library had accumulated 3 generations of formation research. Her family's archive had been confiscated under the formation control mandate. The archive contained techniques from before the standard institutional texts, some of them predating the formation schools entirely, and those techniques were specifically listed in the mandate's prohibited knowledge annex. Gushin's forces had taken the archive rather than destroying it. The archive was currently held in the administrative offices at Greystone, presumably because someone in the Lord Protector's structure thought it might be useful or saleable at the right moment. Ruingji had been seen in the Greystone market twice in the past month. She's trying to find a way to recover the archive, Bao Shulan said. Working alone, through market contacts, without attracting attention. She won't succeed that way, but she's there, which means she's accessible. What does she have that's useful to us? Shen Mao asked from his corner, where he had already opened the ledger and was taking notes. 3 generations of family formation research, Bao Shulan said. Some of it predates the standard texts by a century. Her great-grandfather developed alternative approaches to several array theory problems that the institutional schools never adopted because they considered the methods unorthodox. She paused. Given that your teaching sequences are damaged, Having access to alternative approaches to the same problems might fill the gaps that standard approaches cannot. Wei Liang thought about the tablet's broken sections, the mid-instruction endings, the inference chains he had been forcing from incomplete information. Can she be reached without exposing us? I have a market contact in Greystone. She can be reached through an introduction. Whether she comes is a separate question. Bao Shulan's tone stayed neutral. She spent 6 weeks pursuing the archive through every avenue available to her. She'll be motivated by anyone who offers her a realistic path to that end. The third name was Old Carver Deng, a formation craftsman who had supplied the Shattered Pine Sect with materials for 20 years, whose shop in the provincial market town was shuttered since the massacre. He had buried his formation-grade materials cache before soldiers came asking about his supply relationship with the sect, a contact had told Bao Shulan. He had been living quietly in town since then, visible enough not to attract attention, present enough to avoid questions about his absence, doing nothing that could be connected to formation work. What does Deng know that's useful? Wei Liang asked. 20 years of materials supply means he knows the physical architecture of the anchor network with a craftsman's specificity, Bao Shulan said. The exact stone types used in each tier. The placement geometry with depth measurements. The binding compound formulations developed for the specific geological conditions at the sect grounds. Things that were never in the formation's theoretical documentation because they lived in the craftsman's guild records, passed person to person. She closed the notebook. Things you cannot find in the tablet, because the tablet records theory and the craftsman recorded practice. Wei Liang looked at the cave walls, at the layered metamorphic stone, at the old inscription traces still faintly visible in the strata, at the specific geology that had brought him here in the first place. He thought about the anchor network the original sect had built on inadequate ground over 2 centuries of gradual expansion, and what a network built here from the start on this substrate could become. He thought about Elder Huang pressing his palm to the cliff face 3 years ago and saying the time for that would come when it needed to come. And he understood that the old master had been preparing this possibility long before Wei Liang had any capacity to understand what was being prepared. He thought about what it meant to build something from destruction rather than from establishment, the difference in what you had to work with, the difference in what you could not afford to get wrong. An established sect built from strength and had the margin to make recoverable errors. He was building from nothing in enemy territory with a formation stone that was legally prohibited and a command structure that would send increasing resources against him as soon as they understood what he was doing. There was no margin. Every decision had to be the right decision or close enough to it that the formation could absorb the cost. He looked at the 3 names in the notebook. Ganhua, Ru Yingji, Old Carver Deng. A soldier, a scholar, a craftsman. Not cultivators, not warriors. People who had been useful before the destruction and who had reasons to be useful again that were their own, not borrowed from his cause. That was the kind of person you could depend on when the situation became difficult. 5 people if all 3 come, Shin Mao said from the corner. He had been making calculations in the ledger margin, provisions, space requirements, security parameters. The formation needs 1 practitioner to operate, Wei Liang said. Everyone else is there to keep the practitioner functioning and advancing. Provisions, intelligence, materials, theoretical support. He looked at the notebook, then at Bao Shulan, then at Shin Mao's ledger. The question is whether 5 people is enough. It's enough to start, Bao Shulan said. The formation will protect itself once Layer 3 is active. Until then, we stay small and move carefully. She looked at Wei Liang. Let's talk about reaching Ganhua first and work forward from there. Shen Mao underlined something in the ledger and said, I've already mapped the route to Mulberry Ford. We can be there by tomorrow afternoon. Chapter 8. The dry riverbeds north of Mulberry Ford spread across a kilometer of terrain that flooded in the wet months and went completely bare in summer, flat beds of rounded stone and dried silt, bounded by clay banks that offered cover from road-level observation and multiple exit routes, depending on approach direction. A person who chose to live here was trading shelter from weather for security of position, which was a specific kind of trade that told you something clear about the person's priorities. Ganhua had maintained military movement discipline for 3 weeks in a riverbed. He moved in the systematic positional patterns that Wei Liang could track through the tablet's passive proximity sense, not the full detection layer, which was not yet online, but the baseline chi presence awareness that the tablet maintained as a constant function. One bright, disciplined signature in the 3rd dry channel section, moving in regular intervals that suggested deliberate position rotation rather than random movement. The signature was trained. The intervals were exactly what you would use if you were maintaining awareness of your perimeter and rotating your position to avoid establishing a predictable profile. Wei Liang crossed into the riverbed from the downstream end, inside the concealment field, and found a position with a clear view of the approach path Gan Ho's movement pattern would bring him through. He studied the terrain with a formation practitioner's eye. The clay banks provided natural concealment from road-level observation. The stone bed would support anchor inscription if he needed it. The multiple channel branches meant multiple exit routes. He marked his preferred exit direction, confirmed the concealment field's boundary against the approach angle, and thought about what he was about to do. He was going to step out of the field and make himself visible to a trained soldier who was living rough in enemy territory with a soldier's instincts and a soldier's reactions. The risk was real. Gan Ho might react with violence before Wei Liang could establish context. He did not think so. Nothing in Bao Shulan's assessment of the man suggested panic responses, but he thought about it, because not thinking about risk before accepting it was how you ended up surprised by the consequences. He decided the risk was acceptable, stepped out of the field, sat down in plain sight on a large flat stone in the channel bed, and waited. Gan Ho came around the upstream bend 6 minutes later and stopped. He was in his early 30s, with the lean, maintained build of a long-service soldier and the particular exhaustion around the eyes that came not from insufficient sleep, but from 3 weeks of sustained vigilance with no relief. He was thinner than he had been. The riverbeds were not comfortable living. He was carrying a military-issue sword he had not returned when he was dismissed, and his hand was near it but not on it, which was the specific posture of someone assessing rather than reacting. He looked at Wei Liang, the 17-year-old boy sitting cross-legged on a riverbed stone in maintenance clothes with a formation stylus in his hand, for a long moment that held genuine calculation. "You're the one they're looking for," he said. Not aggressive, stating a conclusion he had just reached. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Sit down. I want to talk to you about what you refused to do." There was a moment, 2 seconds, perhaps 3, where Gan Ho's calculation was visible in his face. Weighing the improbability of the situation against the specificity of it, the absurdity of the person against the reality of the formation tablet's outline pressing against Wei Liang's chest through the maintenance coat fabric. Then the calculation resolved, and he did what a disciplined person did with completed calculations, accepted the result, and moved forward. Gan Ho looked at the space around Wei Liang, checking systematically for other presences. The trained sweep of a soldier who never assumed a single person came without backup. Finding nothing, he chose a flat stone 3 meters away and sat with his hands visible on his knees. "You've been asking about me," he said. "Someone with good contacts and a specific information need has been asking. I have a good source." Wei Liang met the man's eyes. "You've been here for 3 weeks with no warrant and no practical reason not to leave for another province and start over." "What?" Gan Ho was quiet for a moment. He looked at his own hands. Then he said, "I had a clear sight line on 7 people running from those grounds. I had the capability to stop them. The order to stop them was explicit." He paused. "I didn't use the capability. I chose not to. And then I was stripped of rank and told to disappear before the command structure had to formally acknowledge what I'd done or not done." He looked at the riverbed around him. "And I walked north, and I've been here for 3 weeks asking myself whether the choice was worth what it cost. And I still don't know. Refusing didn't save anyone. The people I didn't shoot, they were wounded and running into open country with soldiers closing the perimeter on all sides. I don't know what happened to them. More likely than not, they didn't make it." He looked at Wei Liang directly. "The refusal cost me my rank and my livelihood and whatever I'd built in 8 years of service. So far I can't identify what it gained." "It gained you the ability to be sitting here having this conversation," Wei Liang said, "which is not nothing. The vast majority of people who were at those grounds that night cannot have this conversation. That's a minimal return on a significant cost." "Yes," Wei Liang agreed without softening it, "which is why I'm offering a better one." He reached into his chest pocket and brought out the formation core tablet. He held it at arm's length so Gan Ho could see it clearly in the midday light. The inscription lines catching the angled sun, the pattern that moved when the light was right, the specific quality of something very old and very much alive. "I am rebuilding the sect. I have the formation stone. I have advanced to rank 3 and I am moving toward 4. I need someone who knows the patrol schedules in detail, the officer profiles, and the full deployment patterns of the enforcement division." He held Gan Ho's gaze. "In exchange, I offer what you actually came here for, a reason that your refusal was not just a cost, a reason that it turns out to have been the beginning of the right thing, rather than simply a costly thing." Gan Ho looked at the tablet for a long, silent moment. He was doing a different kind of calculation now, not about the tactical viability of what was being proposed, but about whether a 17-year-old with a formation stone and 3 cultivator ranks was a realistic proposition or a desperate one. Wei Liang had seen adults do this calculation before, looking at his age and then looking again at his eyes, and finding that the two things did not quite resolve into anything they had a ready category for. You're going to take on the Lord Protector, Ganhua said. With a formation, the Lord Protector's people spent significant resources trying to destroy, Wei Liang said, and failed to destroy, with the considerable strategic advantage of him believing they succeeded. With detailed knowledge of his deployment patterns, he let that settle for a moment, and with the element of surprise that comes from operating in plain sight of a man who thinks he already solved the problem. The surprise lasts until he finds out he was wrong. Yes, which is why we use the time we have while he believes the formation is gone. Wei Liang put the tablet back in his pocket. I'm not asking you to fight him in the open today. I'm asking you to give me the intelligence that lets us build without being found while we build. When we are ready, you will know exactly what you helped create. The question is whether you want to be part of what creates it. Ganhua looked at the flat, gray stones of the riverbed, at the clay banks, at the sky above the channel cut. He looked like a man verifying an internal decision rather than still making it. When do we leave? He said. Chapter 9 The extraction of Ru Ingji from Greystone happened on the 36th day after the massacre, during the 12-minute window between garrison shift changeovers that Ganhua identified as the most reliable gap in the perimeter coverage. They had been building toward it for 2 weeks. The anchor network on Hollow Drum Peak now had 2 stones placed and stabilized. The first set at the summit's highest accessible point, drawing on the iron-rich substrate that Elder Huang had measured 3 years ago. The second at the eastern shoulder, lower but positioned to extend the network's coverage across the approach valley. Layer 2 had activated 3 days after the second anchor was secured, arriving as a flood of simultaneous awareness that took Wei Liang 4 days to learn to manage. Every living presence within a half-kilometer of the anchor network registered in his awareness at once. Individual presences with specific qualities, specific rhythms, identifiable by the character of their chi signatures the way you learn to identify voices. He could feel Shun Mao's heartbeat from 30 meters. He could read the patrol on the road below the mountain and distinguish the approximate cultivation levels of the riders and the number of horses by the distinct signatures of each. He had spent the intervening time advancing toward rank 4 while Shun Mao managed provisions and logistics from the cave complex. Ganhua produced the patrol intelligence that allowed them to move freely within the region, and Bao Shulan continued her external network work from a position just below the mountain, visible to the roads, but not accessible without climbing. On the 34th day, Bao Shulan came up the mountain with specific news. Ru Ingji had been flagged under the formation control mandate's prohibited practitioner provisions. An arrest order would be executed within 2 days. She was asking questions about the archive and the administrative offices, Bao Shulan said. She asked the wrong person the right question about the archive's current location, and that person made a note to someone in Gushin's office. She'll be in the garrison holding facility in Greystone, Ganhua said, before Wei Liang finished the thought aloud. He had the facility's layout in his head from 2 years of processing personnel transfers through it. Formation mandate arrests use the north wing. Second corridor, 3rd cell block. The cells there are administrative detention, not criminal holding. Unlocked unless the detainee is formally charged. We have 2 days, Wei Liang said. 36 hours, counting from now, Ganhua said. The order was drafted at the second bell today, based on the note that was filed. Standard execution timeline is 24 to 48 hours from drafting, but mandate arrests tend to run on the faster end. We should move at dawn tomorrow. Wei Liang's plan for the extraction was built from what he had. Shen Mao goes in as a traveling merchant's assistant, guided in real time by Wei Liang through the detection layer's full awareness. He could see every person in the facility's corridors, every guard position, every pattern of movement. Shen Mao moved through it guided by that information. Wei Liang was the eyes, Shen Mao was the hands. I need a way to receive your guidance in real time without looking unusual, Shen Mao said. He had his ledger open, already working the logistics with a methodical focus he brought to every operational problem. Garrison Town, busy market day, someone walking through the streets with a hand to his ear is going to be noticed. Chi-linked message stones, Wei Liang said. I inscribe a pair, one you carry, one I hold, and run a communication channel between them through the formation field substrate. I speak what I see through the detection layer, and you hear it through the stone, no visible behavior required. Carrying method? Traders from the southern districts carry message stones for their buyers during market days. A small stone on a cord around the neck, worn under the collar. Standard commercial practice. Unremarkable. Shen Mao wrote this in the ledger, and then studied the facility sketch Ganhua had drawn. The shift changeover is the critical window. 12 minutes on a standard day. I need to be inside and out within 10 to have margin for anything unexpected. You'll have live eyes on every corridor, Wei Liang said. 10 minutes is sufficient if you move directly and without hesitation. Shen Mao looked at the sketch for another 3 minutes without speaking, memorizing it the way he memorized supply routes. Not just the path but the decision points, the alternatives if a segment failed, the fallback if the primary approach was blocked. Then, I can do it in 8 if the information is clean. The extraction took 9 minutes and 40 seconds by Wei Liang's count, from the moment Shen Mao passed the gate checkpoint to the moment he emerged from the facility's north side entrance with Ru Yingji walking alongside him at a pace that was not hurried. Wei Liang watched through the detection layer from a position on the road above the town, feeling the facility's interior as a map of chi signatures, guards at their posts, administrators in their offices, a cluster of detained persons in the North Wing cell block. He could distinguish the guards from the detainees by the cultivation quality of their signatures. Trained practitioners had a different texture to their chi presence than untrained persons. He tracked Shen Mao's signature as it entered through the market entrance checkpoint, moved along the main corridor, descended the North Wing stairwell. Guard at the North Corridor intersection, facing south, 14 seconds until his patrol turn, Wei Liang said into the linked stone. The door to the secondary stairwell is unlatched. I can see the gap in the signature boundary. Third cell block, second cell on the left, she's there. Not restrained, sitting position. He watched Shen Mao's signature pause at each point he described, read the information, and continue moving. The operation had a quality that Wei Liang found clarifying. It was not that Shen Mao was doing something brave or reckless, but that he was executing a plan designed to require neither of those things. The plan was sound. The execution was competent. The risk was the residual uncertainty that no plan could eliminate. That was the right ratio. Ru Yingji came out of the cell block looking like someone who had been expecting a different kind of visitor and was revising her expectations in real time with the focused speed of a scholar encountering a problem that didn't match her model. She had been in the administrative detention cell for 4 days, not formally charged, held on a formation assessment hold pending review, which Gan Hua had identified as the specific legal mechanism. She was not restrained. The cell door was locked, but not barred. Shen Mao opened it and said, "There's a formation master at Hollow Drum Peak who needs a rune scholar and can tell you exactly where your archive is being kept. Come with me now or miss the window." She came. She arrived at the cave complex at sunset wearing only the clothes she had been held in, dehydrated from 4 days on garrison rations, and moving with the contained fury of someone who had worked out during 4 days of forced stillness exactly who had reported her and why. She set this aside when she saw the cave complex, the anchor installation marks on the strata wall, the formation equipment organized on the flat stonework surface, the people who were clearly not a random assembly. "I had a contact in the administrative offices," she said, to the assembled group. "Someone who was going to copy the archive index for me that night. The contact reported you at the second bell 2 days before yesterday," Bao Shulan said. The arrest order was drafted the same morning. Ru Yingji was quiet for a moment that held something sharp and decisive happening beneath its surface. Then she turned to look at Wei Liang. "You have the formation stone," she said. "Not a question. A verification." "Yes." "You're rebuilding the 1,000-vein array." "Yes." "And the teaching sequences are damaged, and you need my great-grandfather's alternative approaches to fill the gaps that standard texts cannot." "Parts of the sequences," Wei Liang said. "Layer 3 activation protocols specifically, and the substrate-specific coefficient adjustments your great-grandfather developed for non-standard geological conditions." She looked at the cave, at the anchor marks, at Shen Mao's ledger open and waiting for her capabilities assessment, and she made the calculation visible in her expression for exactly the 3 seconds it took to complete it. "I want the archive back when this is finished," she said. "The complete archive, intact. When this is finished, you can have whatever remains in Gushin's administrative buildings," Wei Liang said. She sat down cross-legged on the cave floor. "Show me the anchor network," she said. "I want to see what you've built and identify how much needs correction before we proceed." Chapter 10. The moment Ru Yingji identified the first error in the second anchor's installation, Wei Liang understood how close to a catastrophic failure he had been without knowing it. She found 3 errors on the first morning, found them without searching for them, the way a literate person notices a misspelled word without deciding to check the spelling. She was examining the anchor's connection sequence out of natural interest in the work, running her fingers along the inscription lines the way Wei Liang ran his along anchor node faces during maintenance, and she stopped at the 3rd connection point mid-sentence and said, "This joint is going to fail." "What's wrong with it?" Wei Liang moved to her position and looked at the inscription she was indicating. "The angular compensation is reversed." It should rotate inward on thermal expansion to absorb the stress. It's been inscribed to rotate outward, which means it will push the connection point laterally under heating. In summer conditions, it'll crack at the joint and shear the connection. She moved 8 centimeters along the inscription to the second error point. This one is a sequence transposition. The fourth component activates before the third in this ordering, which means the connection sequence runs out of proper order under high draw conditions. It won't produce immediate failure, but it will introduce a cumulative microstress pattern that degrades the joint over months of use. And the third. She moved to the third point, and here her voice shifted from the tone of identifying technical problems to the tone of identifying something serious. The stability anchor, the inscription that holds the entire connection sequence locked in place during formation activation, is using a resonance coefficient from the basic formation texts. That coefficient assumes standard formation substrate, the average consolidated soil and low iron stone composition that most of the settled regions use. She pressed her palm to the strata wall beside the anchor. This rock has a cheek inductive inclusion density 4 times the standard substrate. The resonance coefficient is therefore wrong by a factor of roughly 4. The stability anchor will hold at low draw because the error isn't large enough to matter below threshold. But when you activate layer 3 suppression function at full field capacity, the draw spike will exceed the coefficient's tolerance by enough to shear the connection and collapse the anchor. Wei Liang was quiet for a moment. He thought about what full layer 3 activation during a confrontation would have meant if that connection sheared at the critical moment. He had been planning the layer 3 demonstration for the past week, the specific activation method, the timing, the positioning of the binding nodes. He had been planning to activate it against Nai Rui's forces with 40 soldiers and 3 dissolution specialists inside the field, drawing on all 3 anchors at full simultaneous capacity. A formation collapse during peak draw could send the cultivation feedback into the practitioner's meridian network through the connection pathways that link the practitioner to the active formation. At that load level, through a shearing connection joint, the feedback would not be minor or manageable. Permanent damage to the cultivation base, the kind that ended advancement and, in cases where the draw was high enough, ended the practitioner entirely. He had not known this. He had been 10 days away from activating a formation that would have destroyed him. How did you identify these? He asked. My great-grandmother began teaching me array theory when I was 6, Ru Ingji said, without making anything of it. These are standard teaching text errors, the specific ones that come from careful work done with incomplete instructions. Someone who was working correctly from incomplete information rather than incorrectly from complete information. She looked at him. Your tablet's damaged sections. I assumed the substrate adjustment protocols were in the damaged portions. Most of those sections are missing entirely. Then these errors are exactly what I would expect, she said. Not negligence. Incomplete information producing predictable specific failures. She held his gaze. They will still fail without correction. The assessment doesn't change the requirement. They worked through the corrections together over 2 days. Wei Liang holding the tablet and providing formation energy feedback, while Ru Ingji directed the specific inscription changes with precise reference to her family's alternative methodology. She argued with Wei Liang twice about sequence order and was demonstrably right both times. The second time, Wei Liang acknowledged it before she had finished presenting her evidence. She looked at him with an expression he could not entirely decode. You change course quickly when you're shown you're wrong, she said. Arguing past the point where I'm certain I'm wrong wastes time I don't have, Wei Liang said, and gives the wrong answer a longer life than it deserves. Most people don't operate that way, particularly people in positions where changing course feels like admitting weakness. I'm not in a position to afford that kind of pride, Wei Liang said. She accepted this and returned to the correction work. Old Carver Dang had arrived during the previous week. Bao Shulan and Shun Mao had found him at his morning grain route in the market town and walked him to the peak with what he later described as the most interesting invitation to disappear that I've received in 20 years. He had spent his first 2 days reviewing the anchor network's physical specifications from memory, filling in the substrate details the tablet's damaged sequences had not provided. He remembered, with a craftsman's precision, the exact binding compound formulations he had mixed for the original Sect's network, the placement depths for each anchor tier, and the specific stone sourcing details that affected how the formation energy moved through the mountain's geology. The third anchor needs to go deeper than the second, Deng said during the planning discussion for the third placement. The iron inclusions at the depth you're targeting run in seams rather than uniformly. You want to be 3 meters below the seam layer to hit the continuous substrate. How do you know the seam depth? Wei Liang asked. I bored 11 test holes into this mountain with your predecessor's permission, 20 years ago, when the first master was considering a relocation of the sect grounds here. Deng looked at his own hands. He decided the timing wasn't right. He was wrong about when the timing would come, but he was right that it would come. The timing came when the sect was destroyed, Wei Liang said. Yes, Deng said. I've thought about that quite a bit. That evening, after Ru Yingji had finished explaining her great-grandfather's simultaneous activation method for Layer 3, Wei Liang sat with the tablet in the quiet of the cave's upper section and thought about what they were building. 5 people, a damaged teaching tablet, 3 anchor placements, and a plan that required him to reach rank 4 before the next threat arrived. What's your timeline for rank 4? Ru Yingji asked from across the chamber, without looking up from her notes. Before Nai Rui's next approach, Wei Liang said, which gives me approximately 3 weeks. That's ambitious. Yes, he agreed. The 3rd anchor installation work should provide the conditions I need. It's precisely the kind of complex multi-anchor problem that advances rank if you push the edge of current capability consistently. She looked at him then, with the expression of someone updating a model. You're using the construction work as your advancement method, she said. The formation advances with its practitioner. The practitioner advances through the formation work. They're the same process. She was quiet for a moment. Then, I'll stay, she said. Not only for the archive, though I want it returned. I'll stay because this is the correct response to what was done here, and I find that more interesting to be part of than the incorrect alternatives. Old Carver Deng said, from the far end of the chamber. That's the least sentimental reason I've heard for committing to a dangerous project. I respect it. You stayed for sentimental reasons? Ru Yingji said. I stayed because I sold those people their formation materials for 20 years, Deng said. I want to see the work used. He held up a weathered hand. Sentiment and purpose are allowed to overlap in the same decision. Chapter 11. They were 3 days into preparation for the Layer 3 activation when Ganhua brought the intercepted message to the cave complex and laid it on the flat stone that had become the operation's working surface. Commander Nai Ruwei is coming personally, he said. This arrived at the garrison drop point this morning, encoded. I broke it on the road. He had learned, in the 2 weeks since joining them, that bringing Wei Liang decoded intelligence was more efficient than bringing him the encoded version. He's been briefed on Lian Fei's updated assessment. He's coming with resources. Wei Liang read the message carefully once, then a second time. Lian Fei's updated assessment had revised the target profile substantially. She had analyzed the null signature quality from her grid sweeps, the faint anchor resonance she had detected at range during her first approach to the limestone terrain, and the systematic nature of the concealment field's behavior during the 2 patrols she had been able to observe indirectly. Her conclusions, not a frightened initiate in survival mode. A formation practitioner actively advancing and developing the network in a specific direction, demonstrating strategic decision-making that indicated training and experience beyond the initiate level. The practitioner was at minimum rank 3 and progressing toward 4. She had recommended reclassifying the target as a high-priority formation user rather than a fugitive. Nai Ruwei was coming in 7 days with 40 soldiers and 3 formation dissolution specialists brought from the capital's core. Wei Liang set the message down and thought about dissolution specialists, practitioners whose specific training was in finding and destroying the structural joints between formation sections, targeting the weakest connection point, and applying concentrated force to collapse the anchor on the fragile side of the joint. They were expensive, which meant Gu Shun was treating this seriously now. Lian Fei had changed the Lord Protector's understanding of what he was dealing with. The dissolution specialists are the critical threat, Wei Liang said. Yes, Ru Yingji agreed. She was already working the problem, her notes open to the section on joint architecture. A 3-anchor network has 2 primary seams, between the first and second anchor, and between the second and third. If they locate a seam and apply dissolution technique at full force to the weakest point, they can shear the anchor on one side of the seam and collapse the layer it was supporting. The overlapping joint design you mentioned, Wei Liang said. Your great-grandfather's method. The seamless joint architecture, Ru Yingji confirmed. She was already sketching the installation sequence. It eliminates readable seam boundaries externally. The network reads as a single continuous formation rather than 3 adjacent sections with detectable connection boundaries. A dissolution specialist scanning for seams would find none. She paused. I incorporated half of it into the second anchor correction work. I stopped because the threat didn't appear imminent at that point. I was wrong about the timeline. We start finishing it tonight, Ganhua said, with the direct practicality of someone who assessed operational situations without sentiment about previous decisions. Agreed, Shen Mao said. He had the ledger open, cross-referencing the available time against the installation work required, his pen moving across columns with quick precision. 7 days before Nairuwe arrives. Layer 3 activation is our primary objective. How much additional time does completing the seamless joint architecture require? 4 days of careful installation work, Ru Ingji said. If we start tonight and work through the daylight hours with full concentration. She looked at the cave's strata walls. The junction between the first and second anchor is the more complex installation because of the substrate transition between the summit stone and the shoulder stone. Different geological composition, different resonance coefficient, requires a custom calculated interface layer. Start tonight on the first junction, Wei Liang said. Layer 3 activation becomes second priority once the seamless architecture is complete. No activation until the architecture is confirmed and tested. He looked at Shen Mao. Update the operational timeline with the new constraints. 7 days, 3 priorities in sequence. Seamless joint installation first, then layer 3 activation, then binding node placement along the approach routes. We complete each before beginning the next. What about materials? Shen Mao asked, his pen already moving. Deng. Wei Liang turned to the craftsman. Old carver Deng was already going through his material inventory in his head, his lips moving slightly with the calculation. I have sufficient for the first junction, he said. The second junction is more complex. The substrate transition requires a binding formulation. I'll need 2 days to prepare from the local materials. The limestone inclusions here can substitute for the standard mineral component if I process them correctly. He looked at Ru Ingji. I'll need your assessment of the resonance coefficient range to calibrate the formulation. I'll give you the range this evening, Ru Ingji said. Before we start the installation work. Ru Ingji and old carver Deng began that evening, working through the overlapping joint architecture in the specific strata sections where the anchor connection lines ran through the mountain's body. Deng's knowledge of the physical substrate was invaluable here. He knew where the iron inclusion seams ran, where the stone composition transitioned, where the geology provided natural structural support, and where it required additional reinforcement in the form of Ru Ingji's custom joint formulation. Ru Ingji's theoretical knowledge provided the inscription methodology, calibrated to the specific substrate rather than to the standard texts. Together, they moved through the installation with a speed that came from the specific combination of practice knowledge and theoretical precision. Neither alone would have covered this ground at this pace. Wei Liang worked alongside them on the sections he could handle, holding the tablet and providing the formation energy feedback that allowed Ru Ingji to verify each joint against the live formation substrate rather than against her calculations alone. On the 4th day of the seamless joint work, during the third anchor's final interface installation, Wei Liang advanced to rank 4. The advancement came without announcement, as his advancements had consistently come, as the resolution of something that had been building through accumulated work toward a threshold that was reached during a demanding specific task. He was holding the tablet's connection to 2 existing anchors simultaneously while inscribing a new joint sequence that had to account for the interference pattern between 2 overlapping resonance fields. Work that demanded everything rank 3 could offer, and in demanding that, created the conditions for what came next. Formation architect. He could design formation arrays from first principles. He could layer 2 active arrays in the same physical space without structural interference between them. The ranks settled in during a quiet moment between inscription steps, and Bao Shulan, who was passing through the chamber with fresh provisions, noticed the quality of his stillness and stopped. How many is that now, she said. 4, he said. She looked at him for a moment with the expression she might give a patient recovering faster than any realistic treatment timeline. Then, in the seamless architecture, 2 sections remaining, Ru Ingji said from across the chamber, without looking up from the installation she was finishing. Tomorrow morning, at current pace. Then we'll have layer 3 online before Nairuwe arrives, Bao Shulan said. Yes, Wei Liang said. And binding nodes placed on every approach route to the mountain's base. He pressed his palm against the strata wall beside the connection work. I want Nairuwe to come in. I want him to bring his dissolution specialists and his 40 soldiers and walk all of them into the field. Bao Shulan looked at him carefully. You're not going to fight them. I'm going to demonstrate something, Wei Liang said. There's a difference. A fight can be won or lost. A demonstration creates information. He paused. I want Nairuwe to walk out of this mountain able to describe in complete detail what he experienced, and unable to identify any countermeasure that would change the outcome on a second attempt. Because Nairuwe is not the final objective here. What is he? A message delivery system, Wei Liang said. Gusha needs to understand what he is dealing with before he sends everything he has. I need him to send everything he has, because when his full attention is committed to this mountain, it is not available for everything I will be doing in the directions he is not watching. Bao Shulan absorbed this for a long moment. Then she said, "You planned this from the ruins." "I've been building toward what the formation can do," Wei Liang said. "The plan grows from what I can build. Right now, I can build a demonstration that will tell Gushin everything true about the formation's capability and leave him unable to determine what to do about it." He looked at the cave walls, the formation substrate, the operation assembled from ash. "That's enough for now. The rest comes after." Chapter 12. Commander Nai Ruwei arrived at the base of Hollow Drum Peak on the 7th day, and Wei Liang watched every step of the approach through Layer 2's full detection with the focused attention of someone who had been preparing for this specific problem for a week. Nai Ruwei came from the South Road with 40 soldiers in a standard advance formation, scouts forward in a spread pattern, the main body consolidated behind them with the commander protected in the third from front position, the 3 dissolution specialists positioned ahead of the main group, but behind the scouts, in the forward support role that allowed them to assess threats before the command element reached them. It was a professional deployment. Exactly what Gan Hua had predicted from his detailed knowledge of the commander's standard operational pattern, which was consistent and disciplined, and came with the limitation of everything consistent. It could be anticipated. Layer 3 had activated 2 days prior, using Ru Ingji's simultaneous appearance method. The suppression field covered the full anchor network's footprint, approximately 3 kilometers of radius, the network having expanded through the improvement work. Anyone entering that radius without a formation key would feel their cultivation compress against ambient resistance. Chi draw slowed, personal cultivation advantages reduced toward the ordinary. The precise edge that distinguishes a trained cultivator from an untrained person gradually erased the deeper they moved into the field. The dissolution specialists hit the boundary first, as they were positioned to do. They crossed the 3-kilometer line and stopped immediately, turning to each other with the recognition of professionals who knew what suppression felt like from the inside and were identifying what they had just entered. They reported up the chain to Nai Ruwei in rapid formation shorthand. Gestures Wei Liang could see through Layer 2, but not read at distance. Nai Ruwei ordered the advance to continue. 40 soldiers and 3 specialists moving through a suppression field that increased with depth, the chi resistance building with each 100 meters of progress toward the mountain's center, steady and calculated rather than dramatic. Wei Liang watched through Layer 2 as their cultivation signatures compressed. The specialists' signatures dulled faster than the soldiers. They had higher personal cultivation bases, and the suppression layer scaled proportionally with cultivation strength. The specialists, who should have been the operational solution to the problem, were experiencing the problem more acutely than the people they were meant to protect. At the 60-meter depth, the specialists deployed their assessment technique, the broad-frequency formation scan that dissolution practice used to locate seam boundaries. They broadcast for the readable joints between anchor sections, the weak points where 2 adjacent formation sections met with their distinct resonance profiles, creating a detectable boundary. They found nothing. The seamless joint architecture that Ru Ingji and Old Carver Deng had installed over 4 days of careful work returned exactly what the design intended: a smooth, continuous resonance profile with no internal joints. A single formation with no seam boundaries to target. Wei Liang watched the specialists scan and scan again and consult each other and scan a 3rd time in a wider frequency range. He let them search for 12 minutes. He needed them to exhaust the approach completely, to reach the professional conclusion that the standard method was not going to yield results, before he demonstrated what came next. He activated Layer 4. 37 binding nodes placed across 3 days of careful preparation. Shin Mao had mapped every viable approach route to the mountain's base. Gan Hua had identified the specific movement lines that trained soldiers would instinctively choose for their cover and vantage characteristics. And Wei Liang had placed the nodes at the intervals that maximized coverage of those lines, while minimizing the formation draw required to activate them as a simultaneous set. He activated all 37 at once. What happened was not a battle. It was not a confrontation in any sense that required action from both sides. 37 soldiers and all 3 dissolution specialists stopped in mid-step, not thrown back, not staggered, simply stopped, chi tendrils emerging from the ground at their feet and locking their movement with the complete authority of a formation running at rank 4 through iron-rich substrate. Their cultivation output pressed against the binding structure and found nothing to push against. The tendrils were invisible. The effect was simply that one moment they were moving and the next moment they were not, and nothing they could do changed that condition. 3 dissolution specialists, trained specifically to counter formation work at the structural level, standing in a mountain field unable to move, unable to locate the seams they had come to target, suppressed to 40% of their normal cultivation output by the layer that had been running since 2 days before their arrival. Wei himself was not bound. Wei Liang had kept 3 binding nodes inactive around the commander's position, creating a deliberate gap in the binding field. He needed Wei to be able to see clearly, to assess completely, and to leave freely. He spoke through the formation. Layer 3's suppression field could carry vibration when modulated at specific frequencies, a property Ru Yingji had identified in her great-grandfather's notes and confirmed experimentally the previous week. Wei Liang modulated the layer to carry sound from his position on the mountain to the field's center, the voice emerging from the earth beneath the commander's feet, present from every direction at once. "Commander Wei," Wei Liang said. The commander went completely and instantly still, the stillness of a trained professional encountering a situation that has no matching protocol in his experience. "You are standing in the thousand-vein sovereign array. Your soldiers are held by Layer 4 at 37 separate binding nodes. Your dissolution specialists could not find the network seams because the seam architecture has been masked beyond any external detection threshold." He let that settle for 3 seconds. "I want you to carry a message to Lord Protector Gu Shen. Tell him the Shattered Pine Sect has not been destroyed. Tell him the formation is operational at 4 active layers and is currently being expanded to its 5th. Tell him that I am coming for him. Not today, not this season, but in time, and that he will know with absolute certainty when I am ready, because I will announce it." The commander stood in the mountain's silence, in the middle of 37 immobilized soldiers, surrounded by a voice from the earth. His cultivation base, substantial, the cultivation of a peak-rank martial officer, was running at approximately 40% normal output from the suppression layer. He could not fight. His soldiers could not move. His specialists had exhausted their diagnostic tools and found nothing to apply their technique to. He was a professional soldier. Professionals, when they encounter a situation that cannot be resolved through the available methods, do the practical thing that preserves their ability to respond more effectively later. "Release my people," Wei said. His voice was level and clear, "and I will carry your message exactly as stated." Wei Liang released the binding nodes. 37 soldiers stepped free in the same moment, disoriented by the abrupt transition from complete immobility to full freedom of movement, and stood in the mountain air for a long, uncertain second before Wei gave a crisp order, and they formed up and moved down the path in proper formation. Not running, not panicked, moving with the discipline of soldiers who understood that how you departed a situation you had lost defined how seriously you would be taken when you returned to it differently prepared. Wei Liang watched through Layer 2 as every signature descended the path and reached the road and turned south toward Gu Shun's administrative center. He watched until the last horse was beyond detection range and the mountain was quiet. Shen Mao appeared at his shoulder. "They'll report immediately," he said. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "Gu Shun will receive the report, and he will understand that the formation stone he had destroyed is not destroyed, that the formation is operational at 4 layers, that the person operating it knows his name and is coming for him on a specific timeline." He pressed his palm against the strata wall and felt the formation running deep and steady through the mountain's substrate. "He'll send everything he has," Shen Mao said. "He'll send everything he has," Wei Liang confirmed. "Which is exactly what I need. I need his full attention here, on this mountain, on me. Because while his full attention is committed to this mountain, it is not available for the people and resources I am going to be moving in every direction he is not watching." He looked at the network's coverage in his formation awareness. 4 layers, 50 anchors, 3 kilometers of radius that was still expanding. "Tell everyone to rest tonight. Starting tomorrow, the real work begins." Outside, the peak stone formations caught the evening wind, and the drumming rose from deep in the mountain, lower and more resonant than before, a sound that carried further than it had when Wei Liang first climbed the goat trail. The sound of something that had found its footing and was no longer hiding what it was. Chapter 13. The morning after Wei's departure, Wei Liang woke before dawn and sat in the formation chamber with the tablet warm in both hands, running through the shape of what needed to be said before anyone else was awake. The mountain was quiet in the way mountains were quiet before the birds began, not silence but the absence of the specific sounds that filled the day. The formation's ambient hum was the loudest thing in the chamber, a deep substrate vibration that Wei Liang had learned to feel through the stone floor and the walls and the tablet itself, all at the same frequency because the tablet was the formation's center and the center was in his hands. 4 layers operational. 3 kilometers of coverage. 42 days of running, anchored, sustained. He thought about what had changed in those 42 days and what it had required of the people in the cave above and below him. Shen Mao had been here since the 6th day and had transformed himself from the cook's son hiding in a barn to the operations logistics mind, tracking provisions and intelligence and personnel needs with the meticulous efficiency of someone who had discovered their natural capacity through necessity. Bao Shulan had been here since the 14th day and had brought the outside world's information into the operation and the operations needs into her external network with the ease of a woman who had been navigating complex information environments for 30 years. Ganhua had been here since the 22nd day and had turned his professional knowledge of the Enforcement Division's patrol patterns into the intelligence infrastructure that kept them invisible during the months of construction. Ru Yingji had been here since the 36th day and had identified 3 errors in the anchor installation that would have caused catastrophic failures and had corrected them, and had brought her great-grandfather's formation research into the operations theoretical foundation. Deng had been here for a month and had filled the physical knowledge gap that the damaged teaching sequences left in the network's construction, substrate specifics, depth requirements, binding compound formulations developed for exactly this geology. All of them had given months of their lives based on an understanding of the operation that was now different from when they had joined. They deserved the complete picture. He went to find each of them when the morning light arrived. Shen Mao was in the supply records area running his morning inventory with the quiet efficiency of someone who did it every day, not because he was required to, but because accurate records were the foundation of everything else, and he understood that. Ganhua was at the cave mouth on watch, standing in the particular stillness of a soldier who had been trained to observe and had decided that observation was a form of practice rather than merely a job. Bao Shulan was on the south terrace checking the mountain garden with the careful attention of someone who grew food not as a metaphor, but as a matter of genuine provision. Ru Yingji was in the archive section with documents from her family's recovered materials spread across the flatwork stone, her pen moving with the precise speed of someone making notes about something that required immediate capture. Deng was in the materials workshop, sorting anchor-grade stone by substrate type into groups that he kept organized with the habitual care of a craftsman for whom disordered materials were a preventable failure. He gathered all 6 of them in the main chamber and sat down with the tablet in his lap and told them everything. He started with the formations requirement as the first master had written it in the preamble. The array opened only to the one who had tended it, at the pace honest cultivation earned, because that was the only practitioner who could hold it without the holding destroying what was being held. He had known this requirement from the first week, and he had designed every decision around it. The patience was not a character trait he happened to possess. It was an operational requirement he had identified and respected. He described the first 3 days in the ruins, the decision to dig rather than flee, the tablet's activation, the concealment field. He described the anchor placement at the foundation stone during the second patrol's fire. He described the decision to move east, the encounter with Shen Mao, the choice to bring him rather than leave him. He described the formation's growth from single concealment to the multi-anchor network on Hollow-Drum Peak, stopping at each major decision to explain what considerations had been weighed and how the decision had resolved. He described the false scent operation against Lien Fei's assessment grid, what the limestone terrain had provided, and how he had used it. He described Bao Shulan's intelligence notebook and how each person's recruitment had been a specific decision rather than an improvisation. He described the joint corrections work with Ru Yingji and what the 3 errors in the second anchor would have meant if they had run through to activation. He described the seamless joint architecture and why it had been necessary for the Nai Ruwei demonstration to succeed. He described the demonstration itself with full transparency about what he had known and not known going into it. The probability assessment that Gu Shen's attention was preferable to his search, the specific information he had chosen to communicate, and the specific information he had withheld, the uncertainty he had carried about the outcome. The outcome had been the one he planned for. He did not claim this as evidence that his judgment was infallible. He claimed it as the result of a risk that had been assessed as worth taking and had resolved favorably. Shen Mao listened throughout with his ledger open, his pen marking things without Wei Liang being aware of specific moments of writing. The pen simply moved continuously, the way his thinking moved, connected to the record without interrupting his attention to what was being said. Ganhua listened with the stillness that Wei Liang had learned to read as active cataloging rather than passive reception. Bao Shulan's expression was the one she had when she was updating a model that was more complex than the model she had been working with before, the specific expression of someone whose assessment was getting more accurate. Ru Yingji listened and asked 4 questions, each aimed precisely at the places where his reasoning had required judgment rather than derivation. Deng listened, and then was quiet for a long time. "You've been doing this for 18 months, Deng finally said. "Before any of us. Before any of you," Wei Liang said. The old craftsman looked at him with the expression of someone who had been alive long enough to have developed a specific kind of respect for things that were genuinely difficult and had been done anyway. He did not say anything more, but the silence he left was not empty. "What do you need from us now?" Bao Shulan asked. He told them. The Layer 5 installation timeline was the critical path for strike nodes remaining, each requiring 3 days of installation work with the coefficient corrections, with Hung Chao's expected arrival in approximately 14 days. The materials requirements for the 3rd, 4th, and 5th nodes. The false scent architecture for Hung Chao's sensor network. The specific actions required from each person in the window before the investigator arrived. When he finished, the meeting became operational without transition. Shen Mao writing the timeline. Ganhua mapping patrol coverage requirements for the false scent operations installation window. Bao Shulan identifying which supply routes would cover the quarry limestone and the provincial market. Ru Yingji opening her coefficient correction notes. Deng calculating material quantities. The meeting had lasted 2 hours and had produced a complete plan for the next 3 weeks. Wei Liang watched this happen and thought about Elder Huang saying, "You have the touch for it," to a 14-year-old initiate being assigned to anchor maintenance, and about how the formation had been preparing him for something far larger than maintaining what already existed. The touch was not a gift. It was a practice. You grew into what the practice required. The morning light had reached full brightness by the time the planning session ended. Outside the cave entrance, the mountain's rock formations were catching the early wind, and the drumming had begun. That deep resonance from the stone pockets that Wei Liang had come to know as the formation's own voice. Always present, always changing in pitch and rhythm with the wind. As if the mountain were reporting conditions, it was monitoring. He went back to work. Chapter 14, the joint interaction analysis that Wei Liang and Ru Yingji developed for the remaining strike node corrections took 3 working sessions across 3 days to complete, and the 3rd session found 2 errors that neither of them had caught in the previous 2. The first error was in the 4th node's power concentration architecture, a pair of corrections that were individually sound but that, when applied simultaneously, created a resonance condition in the discharge pathway that would cause the node to oscillate between activation states under high draw conditions. Not a catastrophic failure, not the kind of failure that would injure the formation or its practitioner, but a functional failure, the kind that made the node unreliable at exactly the moments of highest demand. "I traced this one 3 times before I found it," Ru Yingji said, showing him the interaction diagram she had drawn to make the problem visible. The diagram filled a full page and had been revised in 3 colors of ink, each color representing a pass through the derivation. The oscillation emerges from the combination of the 3rd correction's frequency adjustment and the 4th correction's power concentration. Each one is correct in isolation. Combined, they resonate. Wei Liang looked at the diagram, and then at the live formation feedback he was holding through the tablet. "I can feel the potential oscillation in the substrate feedback," he said. "It would register as a very slight instability in the discharge character, below the threshold of detection unless you were looking for it specifically." He thought about how he would have been looking for it if they had not done the joint review. "I would not have been looking for it specifically." "Neither would I," she said, with the same flat accuracy she brought to everything. "That's why the joint review finds things that individual review misses. We're looking for different things, and the combination covers more of the problem space." The second error was subtler, a coefficient in the 5th node's architecture that looked correct in isolation but was derived from a reference value in the teaching sequences that, as Ru Yingji had determined weeks ago, was optimized for standard geological substrate rather than the iron-rich composition of Hollow Drum Peak. She had identified and corrected this class of error in the 2nd anchor installation, but the 5th node's architecture used a different pathway through the coefficient chain, and the same substrate-specific error had entered through a different door. "How did it survive the previous reviews?" Wei Liang asked. "Because in the previous reviews I was tracing from the error source outward," she said. "This error source is in a section of the teaching sequence that I had already corrected in the anchor installation work and had categorized as addressed. I stopped checking that section because I believed the correction was general. It was not general, it was specific to that installation's architecture. The 5th node's architecture accesses the same substrate coefficient through a different derivation chain." Correction? She had already drafted it. She showed him the corrected value in the derivation. He checked it and found it accurate. "Joint review for every installation going forward," he said. "Not just interaction analysis. Full review of every coefficient against every other coefficient in the same architecture, with both of us running independent traces and comparing results." "Agreed," she said. "It costs 3 days. It prevents failures that would cost more than 3 days to diagnose and repair after installation." The cost-benefit reasoning was one she had already worked through independently. He could tell from the way she said it without hesitation, like a calculation she had been holding ready. He thought about what it meant to have a collaborator who had done the thinking before it was needed rather than after. Ru Yingji's great-grandfather had worked alone, his notes indicated, years of solo research that had filled dozens of volumes with careful observation but no verification column. The errors that survived in those notes were the ones no second reader had ever caught. Your great-grandfather's archives, Wei Liang said, returning to the question that had been at the back of his thinking since she had first brought the documents. How complete is the section on the layer 5 and 6 coefficient derivations? She set her pen down. 60% complete for layer 5, perhaps 40% for layer 6. He died before he could finish the derivation chain for the domain anchor positioning. She looked at the archive cases stacked against the wall. What he finished is meticulous. What he left unfinished, I have had to reconstruct from first principles using what he completed as the framework. And you're confident in the reconstructions? I am confident they are correct given the framework, she said. I cannot be confident that the framework is complete. He may have known things he had not yet recorded. The joint review is one protection against that. The other protection is the formation's own feedback, which will tell us if an activation produces unexpected results. Tell us and possibly injure the formation in the telling, he said. Yes, she said. Which is why I prefer to find the errors before activation rather than from activation results. She picked up her pen again. The joint review protocol you proposed is the right one. I should have proposed it myself 3 weeks earlier. I should have proposed it earlier too, he said. We both assumed that separate reviews were sufficient. They were not. There was a particular quality in the silence that followed. Not the silence of awkward admission, but the working silence of two people who had added a new protocol to their process and were already mentally applying it to future work. They installed the third node on the 5th day after the morning council, with the corrected architecture confirmed clean through 3 full interaction analysis passes. The activation was clean. Wei Liang felt it settle into the formation network with the steady precision of correct work, a point of directional potential that joined the two existing nodes as a coherent offensive capability distributed across the anchor network's footprint. The 4th node was installed on the 8th day. The 5th began on the 10th, but was interrupted on the 12th by Heng Chao's arrival in the valley. Wei Liang made the decision to cap the 5th node rather than rush the remaining inscription work. He closed off the incomplete sections at a stable stopping point, not complete, but safe to leave, resumable without restarting the sequence, and turned his attention to the incoming investigator. Through the detection layer, he watched Heng Chou establish himself in the valley town with the unhurried efficiency of a professional who understood that the first 24 hours of an investigation were for baseline establishment rather than active pursuit. The investigator visited the garrison headquarters, spent time with their records, and then retired to a traveler's accommodation with the clean professional distance of someone who had been doing this kind of work long enough to preserve his own rest against the urgency of the mission. What Wei Liang noticed on the 2nd day was qualitatively different from the previous visit's methodology. Heng Chou was placing passive monitoring nodes before beginning interviews. 3 new nodes on the road junction network, positioned to extend coverage toward the northeast and southwest approaches. He was building his information-gathering infrastructure first, designed to triangulate between sensor readings and witness testimony rather than relying on either alone. Wei Liang showed the sensor positions to Shun Mao that evening. He's learned from the last visit, Shun Mao said, studying the positions on the detection data map. He came in looking for a formation stone last time and found nothing. This time he's building a signal network first to tell him where to look before he asks questions. Yes, Wei Liang said, which means the false scent architecture needs to produce signals that register on his network correctly. Not just the content of the signal, the direction and timing of when it appears, which tells him the story of a practitioner who came from the southeast barrier direction and moved toward the northeast. He spread the topographic notes Deng had prepared for the false signal architecture. We build the signal to match the specific story we want his sensor network to tell him. The signal needs to appear on 3 of his 4 nodes simultaneously to look like genuine propagation rather than a point source, Shen Mao said. He was looking at the map with the focused attention of someone reading a logistics problem. Which 3? Wei Liang traced the path on the map. These 3, northeast, north-northeast, and eastern valley approach. If the signal hits these 3 in the right sequence, the triangulation produces a source location in the limestone exposure that matches what his expert analysis would expect from an anchor stone installation at that depth in that terrain. And the 4th node? Shen Mao asked. The 4th node is the control. We leave it clean, which means his triangulation result looks like a genuine signal from outside the fourth node's coverage range, which is exactly where we want him looking. He thought through the timing. Ru Yingji needs to calibrate the amplifier outputs so that the signature degradation pattern matches the specific profile of an anchor stone that has been carried through the river barrier's containment field. River passage leaves a distinctive frequency signature. Does she have the degradation profile? Her great-grandfather's notes have it, Wei Liang said. That was one of the archive sections he completed. The false scent construction took 3 days and involved Deng installing the frequency-shifting amplifiers on the northeast limestone exposure during his morning foraging walks. Ru Yingji calibrated the amplifier outputs to produce signatures matching what a formation anchor stone carried through the river barrier would produce, specific degradation patterns from water contact, specific frequency characteristics of a construction stage anchor rather than an established one. Shen Mao developed the cover logistics for Deng's installation walks, ensuring that each walk had a legitimate foraging purpose that made the route unquestionable if anyone checked. When Heng Chao's sensor network registered the first false signal 3 days later, the investigator shifted his investigation toward the northeast without hesitation. Wei Liang watched the redirection through the detection layer and then spent the following afternoon window completing the 5th strike node's remaining inscription work. 5 layers operational. The formation had full offensive capability. He stood in the formation chamber that evening with the awareness of all 5 active layers running through his consciousness and thought about what he was building and what it would be when it was complete. The formation's design was for a sect master who could hold the whole of what the original elders had held jointly. 7 layers. 7 ranks. Everything that 45 people had given their lives to build, that one initiate who maintained anchor nodes had survived to carry. He was not who they had expected to carry it. He was not who anyone would have expected. He held the tablet and let that thought find its weight. Then he set the thought aside and returned to the coefficient review notes, because there were still 2 interactions in the Layer 6 architecture that needed another pass before he would be satisfied with them. Chapter 15. The false anchor site in the northeast held Heng Chao's investigation for 11 days. Wei Liang monitored every hour of it through the detection layer, watching with the focused attention of someone reading an expert's review of their own work. He could not hear what Heng Chou said to his assistants, but he could read the patterns of movement and attention well enough, after months of monitoring the valley's population through Layer 2, to understand what the investigator was doing at each stage. The first day at the site, Heng Chao's team spread across the limestone exposure in a systematic grid pattern, scanning methodically with formation sensitivity tools. 2 hours of grid coverage before the first signal anomaly attracted Heng Chao's personal attention. He moved to the preparation marks on the 3 anchor stones with the specific economy of a practitioner who had identified a target and was now working it rather than searching for one. He examined the preparation marks for 40 minutes. He measured their depth and angle with precision tools his assistant carried. He traced the inscription geometry of the partial outlines without touching the surface, reading the technique from the interruption, assessing the practitioner's level from the quality of what had been abandoned. Wei Liang watched him do this and thought, this is someone reading my work. He is learning what I am from what I left. The inscription work showed clean rank 4 technique, correct rune geometry, correct depth, correct approach to the anchor to substrate connection points. Nothing rushed, nothing improvised. The pattern of abandonment, stopping at a specific point in the sequence rather than dissolving what had been done, suggested that the practitioner had not been interrupted from outside, but had chosen to stop. That choice was important. It said, someone careful, experienced, operating from a decision-making process rather than from urgency. Wei Liang felt a particular discomfort watching this assessment unfold. Heng Chou was good. The reading the investigator was constructing from the abandoned marks was accurate. Not the story Wei Liang wanted him to believe, but the story the marks alone would tell a skilled analyst. The false narrative required not just the prepared site but the geology beneath it, because Heng Chou would probe below the surface and find what an expert would expect to find at that depth in that terrain. The fracture layer was the critical piece. Deng had spent 2 days studying the northeast exposure before recommending the specific site, a location where a natural geological fault ran through the bedrock at exactly 3 meters depth, a fracture zone that any careful installer would discover at excavation and correctly judge as disqualifying. The fracture was real. The site selection was Wei Liang's, but the underlying geology was the mountain's honest answer to Heng Chao's investigation. The second day, Heng Chou found the excavation. He measured its dimensions with the same precision tools and probed the substrate at multiple depths with a formation sensitivity instrument whose reach extended below the fill material to the undisturbed ground beneath. He found the fracture layer at exactly the depth a careful installer would have discovered it, 3 meters down, a seam in the bedrock where a geological stress had created a fracture zone that would compromise the stability of any anchor installed above it. He spent 40 minutes on the fracture layer. Wei Liang watched him consult with his two most senior assistants, the ones with the highest personal formation sensitivity, and watched the three of them reach the same conclusion together. The body language of shared professional consensus was unmistakable even through the non-visual awareness of the detection layer. The conclusion: the site was a genuine failed installation. A practitioner of rank 4 capability had begun anchor installation here, discovered a disqualifying geological problem at the excavation depth, and correctly chosen to abandon the attempt rather than proceed over unstable substrate. The practitioner had then moved on, northeast, given the trajectory the false signal architecture implied. On the fourth day, Hung Cho sent a message to Gu Shun via courier. Ganhua intercepted it on the road, and Wei Liang decoded it that evening. Found evidence of abandoned installation attempt in northeast exposure. Geological substrate failure confirms genuine attempt, not deliberate misdirection. Practitioner moving northeast away from original ruins site. Adjusting search arc accordingly. Recommend patience. Pursuit force will not be effective against a domain-level formation in development. Investigation approach is the right method. Wei Liang read the message and made note of 3 specific items in its content. The conclusion that the site was genuine, the recommendation against a force-based approach, and the phrase domain-level formation in development. Hung Cho was tracking the practitioner's advancement trajectory and had assessed that domain level was the operational target. He was right about the target. He was wrong about the development stage. The domain had already been building for 3 weeks. He brought the decoded message to the evening planning session with all 5 members. Ganhua had additional intelligence from his surveillance of Hung Chao's camp over the previous 4 days. A detailed picture of the investigators' methodology and personnel, including an identification of the 2 senior assistants with the highest formation sensitivity. He has 2 practitioners at rank 3 formation assessment level, Ganhua said. That's rare. Most investigative teams have 1. He specifically recruited 2 for this assignment. He expected to find something sophisticated. He found a sophisticated failed installation instead, Bao Shulan said dryly. He found what we needed him to find, Wei Liang said. Sophisticated enough to be genuine, insufficient to threaten him. He thought about the assessment again. Hung Cho reading the quality of the abandoned work, determining the practitioner's level from what had been stopped rather than completed. He now knows approximately what rank the formation operator is. He will build future operations on that assessment. Which rank does he think you are? Shen Mao asked. Based on the inscription work at the false site, rank 4. Clean rank 4 technique with the beginning of advanced level approach in the anchor connection geometry. Wei Liang thought about this. He's tracking an operator who is at rank 4 now and moving toward domain level. When the domain activates, he'll recalibrate. He'll know the gap between what he observed at the false site and the completed domain is larger than a normal advancement trajectory would produce. Will that raise a flag? Ganhua asked. Yes, Wei Liang said. He'll know the false site was designed to tell a story. He is too good to miss that. The question is whether he concludes it while he is still in the northeast pursuing the false trail, or after the domain is live and his options have changed. He looked at the decoded message again. His recommendation against force is the most important line. He has already told Gushin that force is not the right approach. That means when he recalibrates, he will not immediately recommend a military response. He will recommend investigation. He's bought us time even with his suspicion, Shen Mao said. Investigation time, not indefinite time, Wei Liang said. The domain activation will end the investigation phase and begin the response phase. We use the investigation time to complete the domain. He's moving northeast, Ganhua said, when the discussion returned to the immediate timeline. His main investigation is moving northeast, Wei Liang said. He'll leave monitoring nodes behind. We live with the nodes, as we have been. He thought about the timeline the false site had bought. 11 days to complete the domain anchor prepositioning and advance to rank 5. The layer 6 materials are ready. 5 of 6 prepositioned stones confirmed clean, Shen Mao said. He had the confirmation log in the ledger. The 6th stone was relocated from its original position, found it 70 meters north of the placement site, moved by someone who found it interesting. Bao Shulan is retrieving it tomorrow on her supply run. Confirm the keying on all 6 after retrieval, Wei Liang said. I want all 23 domain anchor stones verified before activation. Shen Mao made the note. His pen moved with the quiet certainty of someone for whom record-keeping was not bureaucracy, but architecture, the structure that allowed everything else to stand. Wei Liang spent the next 11 days running the formation boundary at the outer range of rank 4 capability, working the edge in the way that advancement required, not forcing, but present at the place where the current rank was barely sufficient and the next rank had not yet arrived. The installation of the fourth and fifth anchors provided the condition the advancement needed, two simultaneous anchor connections plus a new linking sequence that required a coefficient derivation he had not previously attempted. The demand of that work created the threshold resolution. Domain binder. The formation expanded in his awareness from the known boundaries of 3 kilometers to the larger, settled coherence of a domain. Every anchor stone simultaneously present, every connection self-maintaining, the whole of the network running without his attention for the first time in 18 months. He stood in the formation chamber and felt what it was like not to be maintaining the formation. The formation was maintaining itself. He sat with this for a full hour. The feeling was strange, not absence, because the formation was still present in his awareness, but the specific relief of weight that had been carried so long it stopped registering as weight, and then was lifted. He thought about Elder Huang, who had managed the anchor maintenance for 11 years before the massacre. He thought about what 11 years of carrying this must have felt like. He thought about the formation running itself, and about what the elders had built and what they had taught a 14-year-old initiate to maintain, and about the chain of cultivation that connected what he was now holding back to the first master who had planned a formation that could be rebuilt from a single surviving stone. Then he went to find Ru Yingji and tell her they could activate Layer 6. Chapter 16. The Layer 6 activation required 2 days of preparation after Ru Yingji confirmed the domain anchor verification. The preparation was not technical. By the time Wei Liang had advanced to rank 5 and all 23 preposition stones were keyed and clean, the technical requirements were met. The preparation was calibration, determining the suppression field's ambient character for the community that would be living inside the domain, ensuring that the formation's protective presence felt like shelter rather than constraint to the people it sheltered. Wei Liang spent the first day working through the mathematical model of the suppression curve with Deng, not the combat calibration model that determined how trained cultivators experienced the field, but the baseline model that determined how untrained individuals at minimal cultivation levels would feel it. The model had variables for cultivation-based strength, cultivation type, and baseline chi sensitivity. For the farming and crafting population that had been arriving on the mountain, the relevant parameters were in the lowest ranges of each variable. Deng had spent 30 years working with formation-grade materials and had developed the habit of thinking about how formations affected the people who lived near them, not practitioners, but ordinary people who worked next to formation stones and felt the ambient field without having the training to interpret what they were feeling. He had opinions about this, developed through long experience. The thing that bothers people is not the suppression itself, Deng said, on the second hour of the calibration work. It's the not knowing what the sensation means. If you tell someone that the slight resistance they feel during their morning exercises is the formation's field, and that it's keeping them safe, most people are fine with it. If they feel something and can't name it, they start to worry. He set down the calibration instrument. So the first thing is the calibration. The second thing is the explanation. We tell them, Wei Liang said. It was not a question. We tell them, Deng agreed. Before activation, not after. If they wake up to a domain field without having been told one was coming, even if the field is calibrated correctly, the sensation will feel like something done to them rather than something done for them. Wei Liang thought about this. It was not something the formation's teaching sequences had covered. The sequences were technical: how to build, how to calibrate, how to maintain. What to tell the people living inside, it was a different category of knowledge, the kind that came from experience rather than inscription. Help me draft what to say, he said to Deng. They spent an hour on it. The result was specific and honest. What the domain field was, what it would feel like to different people based on their cultivation level, what it did and did not restrict, and why the suppression that would make enemy cultivators less effective in combat would not meaningfully affect the daily life of the mountain's farmers and craftspeople. They showed it to Shun Mao, who revised the language twice for clarity. He ran the calibration through 50 test cases that Shun Mao compiled from the intake records. 50 individuals with documented cultivation levels ranging from completely uncultivated to the modest self-cultivation that rural people often developed from basic exercises available through traveling teachers and market stalls. For each test case, he calculated what the suppression field's ambient effect would produce at the dwelling density and cultivation distribution of the current mountain population. The results showed that most of the community would experience the domain as a barely perceptible ambient quality, a slight fullness in the air, a very mild resistance if they attempted cultivation exercises, not enough to affect daily physical activity. 11 of the 50 cases showed individuals with cultivation levels high enough to feel the effect more distinctly. a moderate drag on their personal qi output that would be noticeable during cultivation work. He adjusted the community calibration for the 11 cases specifically, creating localized calibration modifications at the areas of the settlement where those individuals worked and slept. The modifications reduced the ambient suppression at those specific locations to the same barely perceptible level the majority of the community experienced. He told Ru Yingji about the calibration work on the second day. She looked at him for a moment. You recalibrated the formation for 127 individual people's specific circumstances. For the 11 whose circumstances required adjustment, he said. The other 116 are fine with the standard calibration. That's still 11 individual recalibrations, she said. The formation protects everyone inside it, he said. That includes protecting them from the formation itself if the formation's operation would create a burden they didn't choose. He thought about how to say the next part. The first master wrote that the array opened only to honest cultivation. I think honest cultivation means understanding what the formation does to the people inside it and ensuring that what it does is what they came here for. She was quiet for a moment. Then, that is a moral argument, not a technical one. Yes, he said. Both kinds of arguments matter for this formation. Your great-grandfather would have agreed with that, she said. Based on the archive notes. Tell me, he said. She described her great-grandfather's notes on the domain layer's ethical dimension. The framework the old scholar had developed for understanding what it meant to impose a formation's ambient effects on a population that had not explicitly consented to them. The framework was not simple, but it was clear. The formation was justified in its protective suppression because the alternative, the unchecked power of those who had demonstrated willingness to destroy, was worse. The obligation that came with that justification was to minimize the burden on those being protected while maximizing the effectiveness against those being resisted. Wei Liang listened to this and thought about the 11 calibration adjustments and whether they were sufficient expressions of that obligation. He decided they were, for now. He would continue to monitor. He would continue to adjust. That evening, he spoke to the community in the main gathering area below the cave complex. 127 people in the mountain's late afternoon light, farmers and craftspeople, and the handful of former sect members who had found the mountain through the intelligence network's word of mouth and the stories Bao Shulan had seeded through the supply network. He explained what was coming in the language Deng and Shun Mao had helped him develop, clear, specific, honest about the sensation and what it meant, clear about what it would not affect. He stood in front of them and said, the formation is going to expand. Everything within 40 kilometers of this mountain will fall within its reach. You will feel a slight change in the air, a mild fullness, a minor resistance if you work with qi in your cultivation practice. This is the formation's shelter. It is working as designed. If it bothers you, come to the clinic and tell Bao Shulan exactly what you feel. She will bring it to me, and I will adjust the calibration for your location. No one asked how he would adjust the calibration for an individual location. They looked at him with the trust of people who had come to a mountain where one young man had been doing exactly what he promised for 18 months. On the morning of the 23rd day, he spoke through the formation chamber to the domain's full reach, his voice carried by the resonance projection through the earth of 40 kilometers. He told them the Shattered Pine Sect stood. He told them those who had been wronged could come to the mountain. He told them those who came would be sheltered. He activated Layer 6. The 23 prepositioned stones linked simultaneously. The domain expanded to its full radius in a second that felt longer because of the specific quality of arriving at something that had been building for months. 40 kilometers of territory present in his awareness with the granular detail of Layer 2's detection, extended and self-sustaining and complete. He sat with this for a long time. He counted the people who were already inside the domain, the 127 who had been living on the mountain, and felt each of their signatures in the expanded awareness. Then he extended his attention outward across the full field and counted what was there: farms, villages, markets, garrison posts, road traffic. A map of the region rendered in living presence. Every person a specific and individual signature, the whole of it available to him as continuously as breathing. He thought about what the first master had meant by, at the pace that honest cultivation earns. He thought, this is what was earned. Chapter 17. The arrivals began the day after the announcement, and they did not stop. In the first week, 43 people walked up the mountain path to the intake station that Shun Mao had built at the base of the goat trail. A simple wooden table and 3 stools under a canvas awning, with a ledger and a water vessel and a plate of the dried fruit from the mountain stores. The materials were spare and the setup was functional, and it communicated, without anyone saying so, that the person behind the table was a person whose work was practical rather than ceremonial. Shen Mao ran the initial intake with the quiet efficiency of someone who had done this exact work before in a different context: supply deliveries, provision requests, the organized flow of materials into and out of the sect kitchen that his father had managed. The skills transferred, though the content was different. Each person who came to the table was given a full listen, not a cursory one. Shen Mao wrote everything down in the ledger with the specific shorthand he had developed over months of keeping operational records, not a code, but a compression system that preserved the essential content in a fraction of the space. He had also added a second page to the intake process, a simple written inventory of skills: weaving, carpentry, herb knowledge, animal husbandry, water engineering, contract law, formation sensitivity, medical training, smithing. Every skill that showed up in a new arrival's background went into the skills ledger that Shen Mao had started keeping in the third week of arrivals. The skills ledger was becoming a map of what the community could do, and what the community would need if it was going to function without the valley supply networks. "We're going to be self-sufficient eventually," Shen Mao said, on the 12th day of arrivals, without preamble. He was organizing the skills ledger at the end of the day's intake. Not by plan, by necessity. The valley supply routes will become unreliable. Gu Shun will move to cut them. When? Wei Liang asked. When he stops believing investigation is the right approach. When someone convinces him that cutting the community's outside connections is better than trying to penetrate the domain directly. Shen Mao looked at the ledger. We currently have 3 people with water engineering knowledge, 2 with contract law backgrounds, 4 with medical training beyond basic herb use, and 1 person who knows how to build a forge. If we can get a second blacksmith, we can begin making our own tools. He paused. We need seeds and agricultural expertise before the next planting season. That's 3 months, Wei Liang said. 12 weeks, Shen Mao said. I'll have a sourcing plan in 4 days. Bao Shulan ran the medical station she had established on the lower terrace, 15 meters above the intake table, in the shade of a rock overhang that kept the morning cool into the early afternoon. She assessed each arrival's physical state with the professional attention of a healer who had been seeing patients in field conditions for 20 years and had developed the ability to identify the specific kinds of damage that displacement and chronic deprivation produced. Not always injury, sometimes just the accumulated physical cost of months of inadequate sleep and insufficient food and sustained stress. She treated what could be treated immediately and made notes on what required longer attention. On the 5th day of arrivals, she came to Wei Liang with a concern. 2 of the people who arrived yesterday show the specific bone density pattern of extended qi deprivation, she said. Not starvation, they were fed, but their cultivation development was forcibly suppressed for at least a year, possibly longer. She showed him the assessment notes. Whatever was done to them left a physical mark. He looked at the notes. Garrison holding cells use formation-grade suppression collars on cultivation-capable prisoners, he said. Extended exposure produces exactly this pattern. I know, she said. They are not currently being suppressed. They are inside our domain, which affects their qi but does not deprive them. But the damage that was done to their baseline will require treatment. She was quiet for a moment. There will be more of them. As word spreads, people who have been in holding situations will find their way here. Can you treat it? Over time? Yes, she said. I need 2 additional medicinal herb compounds that I can't source from the mountain garden. I need them before the winter close. Give the sourcing requirement to Shen Mao, he said. He's building a supply list. Ganhua's background checks ran in parallel with the physical intake, using the intelligence records he had been building for 18 months, cross-referencing each arrival's stated background against known garrison personnel lists, informant networks, and the specific profiles Hung Chao's investigation had produced. Most arrivals cleared the check immediately. A few required additional questioning. None were turned away, but 3 individuals were brought to Wei Liang's direct attention for conversations that went beyond the standard intake. The first of these was a man who had been a garrison auxiliary for 7 years before Gushin's expansion consumed his home village, and he found himself on the wrong side of a distinction that had previously not existed for him. He had useful intelligence about garrison deployment patterns in the southern portion of the domain. Wei Liang spent an hour with him on the 3rd day of arrivals, working through everything the man remembered about patrol coverage, garrison command personnel, and the specific enforcement actions he had witnessed. The information was current and detailed and filled gaps in Ganhua's intelligence records. The second was the weaver with the 12-year-old daughter. Wei Liang spent 20 minutes with them during the keying, as he spent with everyone, and found in the conversation that the daughter had been practicing basic formation sense exercises with the kind of natural ability that suggested a genuine cultivation talent that had never been formally assessed. He made a note in the records. The formation would need practitioners in the generation that came after this one. The third was an elderly formation craftsman from the Western District whose name was not Deng and whose expertise was in a different specialization from Deng's, but who represented the same category of person. Someone with practical knowledge of formation-grade materials and construction that the damage teaching sequences had not provided. He spent 3 hours with this man on the fourth day, mapping everything the craftsman knew about alternative substrate sources in the region and alternative binding compound formulations. By the end of the first week, the community had grown by 43 people. By the end of the second week, it had grown by 61 more. The intake procedures handled the volume because Shun Mao had designed them to scale, and they scaled without the chaos that an undesigned intake process at this volume would have produced. Wei Liang keyed each person himself. He kept the practice consistent across all 104 new arrivals, sitting with each one for the 20 minutes the keying required, present in the conversation rather than managing the process. He did this not because it was required, but because the keying was the one moment when each person was in direct contact with the formation's most intimate function, and he wanted to be present for that moment as the formation's practitioner. What they felt during the keying was the formation's acknowledgement of them, a warmth that was distinct from the ambient field, a specific recognition that they were now part of what the formation protected. He thought about the formation's preamble again, during the third week of arrivals. The array opened only to the one who had tended it. He had been tending the formation for 18 months, and the formation had been tending something in return, opening him toward a larger understanding of what a formation master was supposed to do. Not just hold the array, hold what the array was for. On the 24th day, Heng Cho sent his latest report to Gu Shun. Ganhua intercepted it, and Wei Liang decoded it that evening. The report's tone had changed from the previous messages. Where earlier reports had been investigative and procedural, this one was strategic and alarmed. Heng Cho had felt the domain activation from 41 kilometers away and understood immediately what it meant. The formation has gone to domain level, the report said. The false site in the northeast was engineered misdirection. I was systematically deceived for 11 days. The operator is not developing the array is developed. This requires a different response than investigation. And then the specific recommendation. I no longer believe conventional force application is viable against this formation. I recommend a petition to the Imperial Court for formal military authorization under the unauthorized territorial formation statutes. Specifically, the 6th Legion's formation warfare component is designed for this class of engagement. Wei Liang read the recommendation and thought about the timeline it implied. The 6th Legion, formation warfare specialists, a formal Imperial authorization process. He thought about Layer 7 and about what needed to happen before it could be activated. He thought about the targeting restriction, which still needed to be designed. He thought about the 40 to 60 days an Imperial petition might take to produce authorized military action. He went to find Ru Yingji. Chapter 18. The targeting restriction design was a problem that neither of them could solve alone, and both of them knew it from the first hour they worked on it together. Wei Liang's contribution was the formation's technical requirements. The restriction needed to be inscribed in the Layer 7 architecture in a specific format that the sovereign function could evaluate in real time during activation. The format was precise, a set of conditional inscriptions that the formation's processing would test against each target when the sovereign function activated. A target that matched the restriction's criteria was subject to the sovereign function's full effect. A target that did not match was explicitly excluded. The technical requirements were clear. The difficult part was what they described. Who was an enemy of the formation in a specific enough sense that the formation's power could act on them, and who was not. The original restriction was built from 7 elders' ethical frameworks combined into one inscription set, Wei Liang said, on the first evening of the design work. They were in the formation chamber with the archive materials spread between them, Ru Yingji's great-grandfather's notes on one side, Wei Liang's formation documentation on the other. 7 people, each contributing their understanding of what constituted a genuine threat to the sect, the combination producing a restriction precise enough to distinguish between soldiers following orders and leaders giving them. The elders who designed the original restriction had 40 years of experience with the formation, Ru Yingji said. She was looking at her great-grandfather's notes on the moral framework he had used in designing the restriction for the previous instance of the formation's operation. They knew every person in the region. They knew every threat by name and history. We know the threats by name and history, Wei Liang said. Gu Shun, Nai Ruwei, Chao Ding, Heng Cho. He paused. Possibly others who have not yet appeared. The restriction cannot be a list of names, she said. A name-based restriction requires updating as individuals change roles and as new threats emerge. It would need constant revision, which is not possible for a fixed inscription. She was quiet for a moment, thinking. The restriction needs to be functional, describing a category of intent and authority rather than a list of individuals. What category, he asked. She thought about this for several minutes in the specific way she thought through difficult problems, her pen making marks on the paper that were not words but geometric notation, the habit of a person who thought in spatial relationships as readily as in language. The people who need to be in the restriction are people who have made an informed, sustained, personal choice to destroy this formation and the community inside it, she said finally. Not people complying with institutional authority. Not people following orders under coercion. People who have chosen it, who know what they are choosing, and who have the actual authority to make that choice effective. That is a precise category, Wei Liang said. It excludes most of the people involved in the operations against us, she said. The soldiers, the patrol captains, the formation warfare specialists in the 6th Legion. They are implementing someone else's choice. It includes Gu Shun, he said. Yes, she said. Gu Shun has the authority, the knowledge, and the sustained personal commitment. He ordered the original massacre and has continued the operation for 18 months despite multiple opportunities to stop. He is not complying with anything. He is driving it. Nai Ruwei, Wei Liang said. She considered this longer. Nai Ruwei is more complex, she said. He executes orders. But he had the authority to refuse. He is a senior commander, not a frontline soldier. And he has taken personal initiative in the operation, including the private contract for the Silent Blade. She looked at Wei Liang. Does the private contract evidence a personal choice, in your assessment? He thought about standing invisible 3 meters from Nai Ruwei in the cave, watching the commander's sword-tip stop near Shin Mao's nose. He thought about the specific quality of calculation in that moment. Not following orders, but making a personal assessment and acting on it. Yes, he said. The private contract is evidence of personal choice. He paid his own money. Then Nai Ruwei is in the restriction, she said. She made a notation. Chao Ding provided false legal cover for the massacre and has continued to file imperial instruments in support of the operation, Wei Liang said. He has the authority and the knowledge and the sustained commitment. He is in the restriction. Hung Cho, Wei Liang thought about the investigator's professional honesty, about the report that said, I was systematically deceived, and acknowledged the deception accurately rather than downplaying it. He thought about what it meant to be an expert employed by someone to do damage without having personally chosen the damage. Hung Cho is doing a job, he said. He's skilled and he's committed to doing the job well. He has not demonstrated personal choice in the same way. He has not spent his own money, has not taken actions beyond the scope of his professional mandate, has not shown evidence that he has evaluated the ethics of the mandate and found them acceptable. He paused. Hung Cho is not in the restriction. Ru Yingji made the notation without comment. What about successors? She asked. If Gu Shun is handled by the formation and his operation continues under someone he designated? The functional category covers successors, he said. Anyone with actual authority over the operation. Not delegated authority, but the authority of personal command, who has evaluated the operation and committed to it. The restriction tests intent and authority together, not name or position. That requires the formation to evaluate intent, she said carefully. How does an inscription evaluate intent? He had thought about this. Intent is expressed through action over time, he said. The formation's detection layer has 18 months of behavioral data on every active threat. Intent is not an abstract quality. It is a pattern of decisions made under conditions where alternatives existed. The inscription framework tests for that pattern. Did this person have information? Did they have the authority to stop? Did they have opportunities to stop? And did they continue despite those opportunities? He spread the documentation on the workstone. These are questions answerable from observable data. The formation answers them. She looked at the documentation for a long moment. That is more sophisticated than I expected the original restriction to be, she said. The original restriction had 7 elders and 40 years, Wei Liang said. We have a damage teaching sequence and 18 months. What we have built is a different thing from what the original was. Not smaller, but different. Built from necessity rather than from accumulated institutional wisdom. She was quiet for a moment. My great-grandfather spent 40 years studying this formation, she said. He would have said the restriction as you have designed it is technically correct, but morally demanding. It requires the formation's operator to have made these determinations before activation, to have done the ethical work that the restriction codifies. I have done that work, he said. We are doing it now. Yes, she said. We are. They worked through the functional definition for 3 more evenings, testing each element against scenarios they developed together. Edge cases, ambiguous cases, the cases where the moral intuition was uncertain and needed to be made precise. By the fourth evening, the definition was complete, and Ru Yingji had translated it into the formation inscription language, and Wei Liang had verified the translation against the live formation substrate. The translation had required 12 distinct passes. 3 times the inscription language produced an ambiguity that the plain language definition did not have, and 3 times they resolved it by going back to the plain language reasoning and finding a more precise formulation that eliminated the ambiguity. It was the slowest work Wei Liang had done since the first anchor installation, not because the technique was difficult, but because the thinking behind it required full attention that could not be accelerated. When it was done, they sat in the formation chamber with the completed restriction document between them, and Ru Yingji said, "I believe this is correct." She did not say it lightly. He had learned, over the months, that she only said that about things she had checked exhaustively. On the 5th evening, he began the Layer 7 integration. He sat in the formation chamber with the tablet in both hands and felt all 6 layers running through his extended awareness. The formation he had built from a single palm-sized stone and a damaged teaching sequence and 18 months of honest cultivation, and he let the integration begin. The sovereign array was gathering. Wei Liang felt it not as power arriving, but as coherence arriving. The 6 layers that had been running independently for months beginning to recognize each other as parts of a single whole, the integration pulling them toward the unified architecture that the first master had designed them to become. It was slower than he had expected. It was also more certain, the kind of process that, once started, did not require his direction to continue. Chapter 19. The integration produced a quality of stillness in Wei Liang that those who lived on the mountain with him noticed without initially having a word for. Bao Shulan found the word first, on the 6th day of the integration. She was delivering his morning provisions. The medicinal herb additions were consistent now, which told him she was maintaining a medical concern even when she did not say so directly, and she found him in the formation chamber with the tablet and the specific quality of stillness that was different from concentration. "You're listening," she said. He considered this. "Yes," he agreed. "The integration is not active work. It is. The formation is doing something I can feel but cannot direct. I am present for it. Is that difficult?" He thought about how to answer this accurately. "It requires a specific kind of discipline," he said. "The discipline of not doing something when every habit you have built is in the direction of doing things." He looked at the formation tablet. For 18 months the work has been building, installing, advancing, correcting, planning. The integration requires holding still while something happens that I cannot accelerate or improve. She set the provisions down and sat on the bench beside the formation chamber entrance. "That is a different discipline," she said, "but it is one I recognize." She looked at her hands. "Healing is often the same. You do what can be done, and then you wait while the body does what only the body can do. The healer who cannot wait, who intervenes past the point of useful action, often does harm." "You're describing patience as a form of competence," he said. "Yes," she said. "The hardest form, sometimes." He ate the porridge. Outside, the mountain's weather was changing, the autumn coming off the ridgeline with the specific quality of cold that preceded the seasonal shift, the morning fog moving differently than it had moved in summer. The domain's ambient sound had changed with the weather, the stone resonance in the formations shifting pitch as the temperature dropped. Wei Liang heard it through the formation's awareness as a seasonal adjustment in the substrate's qi conductivity and noted it as something to monitor for any effect on the anchor network's performance. "How are the new arrivals settling in?" he asked. "Better than I expected," she said. She refilled his tea. "The children are the easiest indicator. Children's adaptability reflects how their parents are doing, and the children on the upper terrace are playing with each other as if they have been here for years rather than days. The adults are harder to read. Most of them came from situations that left them with reason to be cautious about any place that seemed like shelter." She thought for a moment. "But the mountain helps. There is something about this place that, the keying, I think. When you key them into the formation, they feel something. I have heard people try to describe it. What do they say? That it feels like being seen," she said. "Not observed, seen. There is a difference." She looked at the tablet in his hands. "I think the formation recognizes them. I think they can feel that. It helps." He thought about this. The keying was a technical process. Qi inscription matching the individual's baseline signature to the formation's recognition network so that the domain's coverage acknowledged them as inside rather than outside. But what Bao Shulan was describing was not the technical process. It was something the technical process produced that he had not designed for, something that was simply there because the formation was what it was. "The 6th Legion is assembling," he said, returning to the operational concern that had been in the background of the morning's thinking. Ganhua's surveillance shows movement at the provincial staging point, 8 to 12 days before they reach the domain's edge. And the integration completes in 37 days, she said. 25 days exposure between their arrival and the integration's completion, he said, during which the formation fights with 6 layers. She looked at him. Can 6 layers hold 10,000 soldiers? 6 layers can hold 40,000 soldiers, he said. The formation's binding capacity scales with the domain's anchor network. 10,000 soldiers inside the domain, and I can bind all of them simultaneously. The limitation is not the formation's capacity. It is the question of what happens after I bind them. Binding 10,000 soldiers and holding them indefinitely is a different strategic situation from binding 40 soldiers and demonstrating a point. He thought about this. The right answer is to hold them without harm, in a position that makes their strategic situation clear, and invite their general to negotiate rather than fight. Will the general negotiate? She asked. I don't know, he said honestly. A good general assesses the situation and responds to the real conditions rather than the mandate he was given. If the general is good and the real conditions are apparent, he will negotiate. He paused. If the general is not good, we hold the legion and find another approach. She was quiet for a moment. Then, what kind of general does the 6th Legion have? Ganhua's records say he is 53 years old, has served on 4 imperial campaigns, and has a professional reputation for minimal casualties on all sides, Wei Liang said. That is the profile of a good general. Then he'll negotiate, she said. She stood, straightened the provision tray, and moved toward the chamber exit. Finish the porridge. He finished the porridge. The mountain was quiet around the cave complex in the mid-morning, the kind of quiet that a community working at its own tasks produced. Not silence, but the distributed sound of purposeful activity at too low a frequency to resolve into individual actions. Ding's workshop had a rhythmic sound. The upper terrace's building project had periodic woodworking sounds. Shin Mao's operations area had the quiet, continuous rustle of paper and writing. These sounds were the community doing what communities did, and Wei Liang listened to them through the formation's ambient awareness and thought that this specifically, was what 45 people had died to prevent. The day had its own demands alongside the integration. Ru Yingji came at midday with a technical question about the Layer 7 architecture's interaction with the domain's seasonal qi conductivity shift, a question that required an hour of careful derivation work to answer properly, the kind of work that the integration's passive requirement of his attention did not preclude, but that required him to hold 2 different modes of attention simultaneously. He had gotten better at this over the integration period. The formation's substrate awareness and the technical analysis ran in parallel, 2 threads of focus that did not need to be sequential. The autumn conductivity shift is reducing the domain's ambient qi density by about 3%, Ru Yingji said. The suppression curve will shift with it. The effective suppression level on practitioners inside the domain will decrease slightly as the ambient density drops. By how much, he asked. Perhaps 2 to 3% reduction in suppression effectiveness during the winter months, she said. Not significant for our current population's composition. But if the 6th Legion advances before the integration completes, their formation warfare specialists will operate at 63 to 65% rather than 60. Still in our favor, he said. Yes, she said. I wanted you to have the accurate numbers. He looked at her. You also wanted to see how the integration was progressing, he said. She held his gaze. I did, she said, without apology. I have been watching the formation substrate signals every day. The integration is proceeding correctly. It is proceeding in the way my great-grandfather predicted it would proceed in his theoretical notes on the Layer 7 architecture, which means his theory was right, which means the aspects of his theoretical work that I am less certain about may also be right. What aspects, he asked. The post-integration behavior of the sovereign function, she said. He predicted it would not be a tool the practitioner wielded, but a capacity the formation had developed, something that the practitioner and the formation exercised together, not the practitioner acting through the formation. He called it formation consciousness. She was quiet for a moment. I don't know what that means in practice. We will find out when the integration completes. Wei Liang thought about this and found that he was not troubled by the uncertainty. 18 months of working from an incomplete teaching sequence had taught him that the not yet known was not a threat. It was the condition under which everything he had built had been built. The integration continued around him, the formation gathering its layers into the unified coherence that would become the sovereign function, slow and certain as the turning of the season. Chapter 20. On the 43rd day of the integration, with 9 days remaining before completion, the 6th Legion arrived at the domain's edge. Wei Liang felt them enter the detection coverage range as 10,000 individual signatures, an overwhelming presence that required the domain's full detection infrastructure to manage. Each soldier a specific and distinct reading that the Layer 2 awareness resolved into a detailed map of deployment, formation, and command structure. He watched them stop at the domain's edge. The general had halted the advance and was consulting with his formation warfare component commander, the two of them standing at the edge of the suppression field's initial reach and running formation sensitivity assessments on what they had found. They were professional and thorough. The assessment took 40 minutes. At the end of it, the general had an accurate picture of what he was dealing with, a domain-level suppression field that would run his formation warfare component at 60 to 70% capacity, a binding layer he could not initially assess, but which the domain's sheer coverage told him was extensive, and an operator he could not locate in the field's interior. The general did not order in advance. He sent a single messenger forward into the domain with a white flag and a sealed document case. Wei Liang watched the messenger approach through the detection layer and activated a resonance node when the man reached the 3-kilometer line. His voice emerged from the earth at the messenger's feet. "Stop." The messenger stopped with the precise composure of someone who had been briefed specifically that this would happen and had prepared for it. He held up the document case. "The general wants to speak to the formations operator," he said. "He sent me to ask, not to demand." Wei Liang thought for a moment about the distinction between asking and demanding and what it implied about the general's professional character. Then he said, "Tell the general he may approach to the old stone boundary post on the East Road. He comes alone, without formation warfare practitioners. I will be present at that marker when he arrives." He went down from the mountain. The walk down took 35 minutes on the goat path, through the autumn scrub and the stone outcroppings where the anchor network substrates ran, the formation's awareness shifting character as he moved closer to the domain's edge, the same way a house's acoustics shifted as you moved from the interior toward the doors, the sound thickening in the walls and thinning at the threshold. He felt every keyed individual inside the domain as a continuous ambient presence through the detection coverage. 231 people. He had keyed all of them himself. He did not feel afraid walking down to meet the general. He had felt afraid in the early days, the first time he had walked from the ruins with the tablet and a pursuit behind him, the first time he had sat with Shun Mao and made a decision that involved another person's safety, the first time the anchor activation had drawn attention and he had not known whether the concealment would hold. That specific quality of fear was not present in him now. What was present instead was a kind of watchful clarity, the operational attention of someone who had run difficult situations long enough to understand that the most dangerous moment in any negotiation was not the moment of conflict, but the moment before the other party had revealed their real assessment. The boundary post was a flat-topped stone about waist height with weathering marks that made it look older than it probably was, standing at the junction of the East Road and the path that led toward the second garrison waypoint. Wei Liang reached it 20 minutes before the general and stood there in the autumn light, feeling the domain around him, watching the general's approach through the detection layer as a single bright signature moving toward him without the constellation of supporting signatures that would indicate an escort. The general was alone. He was 53, with the weathered look of outdoor service in multiple climates and the specific economy of movement that distinguished experienced soldiers from merely trained ones. He looked at Wei Liang with the assessing attention of someone calibrating what they saw against what they had been told to expect and finding the calibration insufficient for the situation. "You're the Sect master," he said. "Not skeptical, processing." Wei Liang said. "Shattered Pine Sect." He held the general's gaze. What does the general need to know to make a decision he can stand behind? The general was quiet for a moment. This was the response of someone who had been asked a direct question and was deciding whether to answer it directly. He decided to. "I need to understand the discrepancy between the petition I received and what I have observed since arriving at this domain's edge," he said. The petition describes an illegal formation operation conducted aggressively against the Lord Protector's forces. What I have observed is a domain field that suppresses combat capacity rather than attacking, a population of civilians receiving shelter inside the formation, and historical records from the formation's operation period that show 307 soldiers held without harm and released after intervals ranging from 40 minutes to 2 hours. He paused. "That is not the behavior pattern of an aggressive formation operator." "No," Wei Liang said. "It is not." "The petition also describes the operator as a criminal fugitive," the general said, "operating an illegal formation under the formation control mandate." The formation control mandate was invoked against the Shattered Pine Sect under an imperial order that Gu Shun obtained through connections at court, Wei Liang said. The sect was operating its ancestral formation within its own boundaries and had never acted aggressively outside them. The mandate was used to authorize the killing of 45 people, including 11 cultivation practitioners who posed no threat to imperial security. He kept his voice level. I am the Sect's surviving member. I have rebuilt the formation on this mountain. I am not conducting an aggressive operation. I am defending what was illegally destroyed. The general absorbed this. He was quiet for long enough that the mountain's wind shifted and the stone resonance changed pitch, the drumming dropping briefly and then resuming. I cannot simply ignore an authorized petition, the general said, finally. I know, Wei Liang said. I am asking you to hold your position for 20 days. Not to ignore the petition, to hold position while the situation resolves itself in a way that removes the petition's basis. He held the general's gaze. If I am wrong about the timeline, you will still have 10,000 soldiers and 40 formation warfare specialists at the domain's edge, and you will be in a better position to act than if you had advanced into the domain immediately and exhausted your formation warfare component in an attrition engagement. The general said, and if you're right about the timeline, then Gushin's authority in this region resolves in a way that invalidates the petition, and you are not responsible for a military engagement that would have been conducted on the basis of a fraudulent mandate. A long pause. The general looked at the domain around them, at the formation field visible in the quality of the air, in the feel of the ground, in the specific character of the mountain behind Wei Liang. He had been around formations for 30 years. He understood what he was looking at. He was calculating. Wei Liang could read it in the specific stillness of his attention, the way a person who had survived 4 campaigns calculated, which was slowly and without theater. 20 days, he said. No aggressive advance. No promise of what I'd do after 20 days. 20 days is enough, Wei Liang said. The general nodded once, a small, contained movement, and turned and walked back along the road toward his camp at the domain's edge. Wei Liang watched him go through the detection coverage, a single bright signature, unhurried, already thinking about something other than this conversation. A professional who had made his assessment and moved on to the operational question it raised. He walked back up the mountain path. 9 days until integration completion. 11 days of margin. The drumming rose from the mountain stones as the afternoon wind turned, and Wei Liang felt it through his boot soles, and through the formation's substrate, and through the tablet warm in his hand, all at the same frequency, the formation and the mountain and the practitioner resonating together like a structure that had been building toward exactly this moment and had arrived. Chapter 21. He did not tell Gushin's courier about the general's agreement. The courier came 3 days after the domain's edge meeting. Not a standard garrison courier, but a personal representative with seals from the Lord Protector's own office, carrying a formal demand for Wei Liang's surrender under the regent authority Gushin had obtained. The demand was delivered to the domain's edge, where the 6th Legion was camped in its holding position, and the general relayed it to Wei Liang through the messenger protocol they had established. Wei Liang read the demand in the formation chamber with Shun Mao and Ganho present. The demand's legal language was precise and authoritative. The regent instrument gave Gushin genuine authority within the region for 90 days, and a surrender demand from a legitimate regent was a real legal instrument with real potential consequences. He could not simply ignore it. He read it twice and then said to Shun Mao, "Record this in the legal archive. Date, contents, the seal certification. I want the full documentary record of every instrument Gushin has issued since the original massacre in one organized file." "It's already organized," Shen Mao said. "I've been maintaining the legal archive for 4 months." He went to the records section and returned with a bound collection of copied documents and transcribed intercepts, organized chronologically by date of issue with an index at the front. "The demand goes here." He opened to the current month's section and inserted the copied text. "There are 14 instruments in the archive now. The progression from Imperial Order Reference 7-441, C to the current regent demand tells a specific legal story." "What story?" Wei Liang asked. Shen Mao looked at the archive for a moment. "A man who used legitimate legal instruments to commit illegal acts, and then needed progressively stronger legal instruments to maintain the cover story for those acts," he said. "Each new instrument was needed because the previous one was insufficient to contain what had actually been done." He closed the archive. The story ends badly for him if it's ever read in full by someone who wasn't already committed to his side. "The general has read enough of it to have concerns," Wei Liang said. "That's why you had a 20-day agreement rather than an advance," Shen Mao said. He returned the archive to its place with the careful precision of someone for whom organized records were a matter of principle. "When do we send Gushin an answer to the demand?" "We don't," Wei Liang said. "The demand requires acknowledgement within 5 days under the regent instrument's terms. We send acknowledgement without response to the substantive demand, acknowledging that we received it, not that we intend to comply with it. Legally sufficient. Practically meaningless. Shen Mao drafted the acknowledgement in 20 minutes and showed it to Wei Liang, who found it precise and sent it via the general's messenger relay. Legally correct. Meaningless. There's one more thing, Shen Mao said, before Wei Liang could leave the records area. He held up the current surveillance summary Gan Hua had prepared. Commander Nai Ruwei has left the province. Wei Liang stopped. Left. 3 days ago. Gan Hua tracked his signature, moving southeast past the domain's outer range boundary. He took the 2nd Enforcement Division's remaining cohort with him. Shen Mao set the summary down. Gan Hua believes Nai Ruwei made his own strategic assessment when the general's holding position became clear. He pulled out before Gu Shun arrived, which means he knew Gu Shun was coming and calculated that the situation was about to escalate past the point where his participation was professionally sensible. Wei Liang considered this. He's distancing himself from whatever Gu Shun does here, he said. Yes, Shen Mao said. He has also recalled the Silent Blade contract, according to the intelligence network's latest intercept. The private contractor was paid off and released from the engagement 3 weeks ago. He saw this coming and prepared his exit, Wei Liang said. He thought about Nai Ruwei's inclusion in the targeting restriction, the argument he and Ru Ingji had worked through, the private contract as evidence of personal choice. The exit did not change the reasoning. The choice had been made. The restriction was built on the record of choices made, not the current position of the person who made them. Note this in the legal archive. Gan Hua's intelligence on the departure date and the contract recall. The court review will want the full picture. Shen Mao made the note. Gan Hua had been listening to all of this. He waited until Shen Mao had left with the acknowledgement before he said, Gu Shun is going to interpret the acknowledgement as an invitation to escalate. Yes, Wei Liang said. You want him to come to the domain personally. He looked at Gan Hua. The former patrol officer had developed, over 18 months of intelligence work, the ability to read the direction of Wei Liang's operational thinking without always needing to be told the complete reasoning. A powerful man who has been thwarted for 18 months, who has obtained regent authority and sent a formal surrender demand, and received a legally correct but substantively empty acknowledgement, will not wait out the remainder of his 90-day mandate doing nothing, Wei Liang said. He will come. The question is when and in what configuration. He'll come with enough force to be confident, Gan Hua said. 40 to 60 personal guards, formation assessment specialists. He believes his cultivation level is the decisive variable. Yes, Wei Liang said. He is wrong about that. But he needs to discover that inside the domain's coverage, not at the edge. You're going to let him walk in, Gan Hua said. Not a question. I'm going to invite him, Wei Liang said. After he arrives and makes his own threat. I want him to choose to enter, not to be maneuvered in. If he chooses to enter after issuing a threat, the choice and the responsibility for what follows are his. Gan Hua was quiet for a moment, working through the implications. And the general? The general has a 20-day holding agreement, Wei Liang said. He will watch what happens. That is the witness I need. The 5th day after the demand's acknowledgement, Gu Shun arrived at the domain's edge personally. Wei Liang saw him enter the detection range with the specific quality of attention you give to something you have been studying at distance for months and are now finally seeing in direct form. Gu Shun's chi signature was larger than anyone he had previously encountered. Not Nai Ruwei's clean professional cultivation, not the formation warfare specialist's technical precision, but the raw accumulation of power that came from decades of high-rank cultivation development, the kind of power that physically altered the quality of the air around its holder. He was accompanied by 40 personal guards, a formation assessment team, and Regional Inspector Chao Ding. He stood at the domain's edge and looked at the formation field visible in the terrain. Then he sent his own message. The formation operator has 5 hours to present himself at the domain's edge. If he does not present himself, I will personally enter the domain and demonstrate what a regent's authority means in practice. Wei Liang read this message in the formation chamber, sitting with the tablet in his lap and 6 layers of operational formation running through his awareness, with 6 days remaining before the integration completed. He thought about the threat. Gu Shun entering the domain meant Gu Shun inside the suppression field and inside the binding coverage. It meant Gu Shun available to the formation's full current operational capacity, not the sovereign function, which was not yet complete, but the 5 layers that had held armies. He also thought about what Gu Shun understood about the integration timeline. Heng Chao's reports would have told him approximately what stage the formation was at. Gu Shun had 40 personal guards and a formation assessment team. He had come prepared to assess. He might know, or be able to deduce, that the integration was in its final days. If Gu Shun knew the integration was close to completion and came inside the domain, It would be because he believed he could disrupt the integration before it completed. Wei Liang thought about what disrupting the integration required, not attacking the formation from outside. That was what the 6th Legion's formation warfare component was for, and they were still at the edge following the general's holding position. Disrupting the integration required the integration's practitioner to be distracted from the integration's process. He thought about what that meant. He went to find Ruingji. Chapter 22. He's going to try to make you respond to something, Ruingji said, when Wei Liang had laid out his reasoning. Yes, he said. The question is what? Something he knows the formation can't ignore, she said. She was looking at the operational map Ganhua maintained on the work stone, the map of domain coverage with all settlement and patrol positions marked. You responded to the village burnings by opening the shelter. He noted that. He'll do something that requires a different kind of response, something the shelter announcement doesn't address. Direct attack on the community, Wei Liang said. He had been thinking the same direction. Yes, or a hostage situation. Something that requires you to come out from behind the formation, physically, and engage him directly where your formation advantage is reduced. She looked at the map. If he's standing at the domain's edge with his personal guards and a formation assessment team, he has something that makes him confident about facing you in direct contact. He thought about what Gu Shun had that gave him confidence. 40 years of high-rank cultivation development, a power level that the detection layer described as the largest individual signature he had encountered. Personal cultivation at a level that the formation suppression would affect, but not cripple. Even at 60% capacity, Gu Shun was still more powerful than anyone on the mountain in direct combat terms. He thinks he can fight me, Wei Liang said. He thinks he can fight you outside the formation's full coverage, Ru Ingji said carefully. He thinks that if he can draw you to the domain's edge, to a meeting point, like the one you had with the general, he can end this personally before the integration completes. He doesn't think he can outfight the sovereign function. He thinks he can prevent the sovereign function from completing. By killing me, Wei Liang said. Yes. She held his gaze. 6 days before the integration completes is exactly when a person in his position would make this move. If he waits, the sovereign function is online and the game ends. If he moves now, there's a window. Wei Liang thought about this for a long time. He thought about the 5-hour timeline in the demand. He thought about the general holding his position at the domain's edge, 40 formation warfare specialists sitting in camp, 10,000 soldiers waiting for an order that hadn't come because the general had made a different assessment. I need to respond to the demand, he said. If I don't respond, he enters the domain, and then I'm managing him inside the field while maintaining the integration, which is manageable but complicated. If I respond and meet him at the edge, I'm outside the full coverage area, but I'm also visible, which means the general sees everything that happens. He paused. What does the general do if Gu Shun attacks me at the domain's edge in the general's direct observation? Ruingji looked at him. He intervenes, she said. A regent attacking a formation operator at a negotiation point is not legal conduct under the same imperial framework that granted the regent authority. The general would be legally and professionally obligated to intervene. So if I go to the edge and Gu Shun attacks, the general acts, Wei Liang said. And if Gu Shun knows the general might act, he won't attack at the edge. He'll try something else, she said. Yes, he said, which means I need to be inside the domain when he tries it, not at the edge. He thought about the formation's operational status. 5 hours is enough time to prepare the binding nodes at the domain's interior boundary line, not the suppression gradient boundary, but the interior line where the binding operates at full capacity. If Gu Shun enters the domain with his guards, all 41 of them hit the binding field simultaneously. And the integration? She asked. Continues, he said. The integration runs in the formation's substrate independently of active operations. I can run all 6 operational layers at full capacity while the integration continues. I have been doing it for 30 days already. Gu Shun's presence in the domain does not interrupt the integration. She was looking at the map again. What does Gu Shun do when he can't find you at the edge and realizes you're not coming out? He enters, Wei Liang said. He issued a threat. If you don't come to the edge, I enter and demonstrate what regent authority means. That is not the threat of someone who will wait. He has built his entire campaign on a belief in the effectiveness of direct force. When the edge meeting doesn't happen, he will do what he threatened. And he believes entering the domain is a viable move, she said. Even with the suppression field active, he believes his cultivation level at reduced capacity still outmatches anything I can field in a direct engagement, Wei Liang said. He is right about that, in a direct engagement. What he is missing is that I have not been building toward a direct engagement. He looked at the map, At the binding node positions he had been pre-placing for 18 months around every approach route to the mountain's base. I have been building toward exactly this. She absorbed this for a moment. Then, he's not going to believe the domain has bound him until it does. No, Wei Liang said. He won't. That's important, she said. He will come in believing he's the stronger party and find out otherwise in the moment of the binding. That experience, that specific sequence of confidence followed by loss of control, will tell him more accurately than anything we could say what the formation is capable of. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is the demonstration I need him to experience. Not at a meeting point with words. In the formation's territory, with the formation's response. While he was still with Ru Yingji, Shen Mao appeared at the formation chamber's entrance. He had the current operations ledger in hand and the specific expression he wore when bringing information that required immediate planning attention. Bao Shulan needs to know where to move the clinic, he said. If Gu Shun enters the domain with 40 guards, the lower terrace is in the approach zone. Wei Liang looked at the operational map. The lower terrace was 30 meters from the mountain's base approach path, inside the binding coverage, but also inside the zone where 40 people moving through a binding field at multiple points would create unpredictable disruption patterns in the local substrate. Unpredictable was not acceptable with a clinic full of patients. Move the clinic to the mid-level cave, he said. The one with the southeastern exposure. Deng reinforced the roof last month. It's stable. Bao Shulan should complete the move before Gu Shun reaches the 1-kilometer line. 2 hours, Shen Mao said. She has 2 hours, Wei Liang said. Take Ganhua's 3 strongest recruits to carry equipment. Shen Mao left. The planning had taken 4 minutes. Wei Liang looked at Ru Yingji, who had watched this exchange with the attention she brought to everything. The community's safety has to continue running in parallel with the formation's operation, she said. It was not a question. It was an observation, the kind she made when she was adding something to her understanding of how he worked. Yes, he said. The formation is the shelter. But the shelter requires the people inside it to be safe not just from outside threats, but from the shelter's own operations. If the binding field's activation pattern could disrupt the clinic, I have to account for that before I activate the binding. 47 binding nodes activating simultaneously creates localized substrate disruption in the activation zone, she said. Yes, he said. Momentary, less than 30 seconds. But patients in acute care do not have 30 seconds of substrate disruption as an acceptable parameter. She nodded. Then Shen Mao was right to ask, and the clinic needed to move. Yes, he said. That is why Shen Mao is who he is. He activated the resonance projection and spoke through the domain's earth, his voice reaching the domain's edge and Gu Shin's position. The Shattered Pine Sect receives the Lord Protector's message. We are a sect, not a fugitive operation. We do not surrender to regent demands, as we do not recognize the legitimacy of a regent authority derived from a mandate built on fabricated legal grounds. A pause. If the Lord Protector wishes to discuss the formation status, he is welcome to enter the domain. The formation does not harm those who come in peace. He felt Gu Shun's signature at the domain's edge, felt the specific quality of someone who was angry, and was deciding how to use the anger. The decision took 3 minutes. Gu Shun entered the domain. Chapter 23. Wei Liang watched Gu Shun's approach through the detection layer with the focused attention he gave to problems that required precision rather than speed. 41 signatures entering the domain simultaneously. Gu Shun's overwhelming personal cultivation presence at the center, surrounded by 40 personal guards whose individual signatures were each strong enough that under normal conditions they would have been notable threats in their own right. At the domain's full suppression depth, each of those 40 guards would be running at 60% of normal capacity. Gu Shun himself, with his higher cultivation base, would feel the suppression more acutely. A practitioner of his power level spent his ceiling, and the ceiling was being brought down. He would be at 50% of what he could normally field, possibly less. The numbers still favored Gu Shun in a direct combat confrontation. 50% of a very large number remained a very large number. Wei Liang was not planning a direct combat confrontation. He had spent the 5 hours of Gu Shun's approach window placing binding nodes along every movement line between the domain's entry point and the mountain's base, covering the approach from 3 directions. He had placed the nodes with the specific geometry that maximized simultaneous activation coverage, not in a line that could be walked along its edge, but in overlapping arcs that covered every point in the approach zone with multiple node anchor points. He had placed 47 nodes. He needed to activate all 47 simultaneously to ensure complete coverage of 41 targets moving in close formation. He's going to try to reach the mountain, Ganhua said, watching the detection data from the cave entrance. The formation assessment team he brought, They'll be looking for the anchor positions. If they find even one anchor stone, they can run a disruption sequence on it during the integration period. They won't find them, Wei Liang said. You're confident? The anchor network's concealment masking is built into Layer 1's architecture, Wei Liang said. The anchor stones present as geological substrate to standard formation sensitivity scanning. The only way to find them is through the kind of expert derivation work that Heng Chou attempted over weeks of systematic investigation. He watched the 41 signatures moving through the domain's suppression gradient. Gu Shen's assessment team has hours. Heng Chou had weeks and still needed the false signal to give him a direction. Ganhua had been watching Wei Liang's face during the explanation, not the detection data, but Wei Liang himself, with the practiced observation of someone who had spent 18 months learning to read the operational implications in the way Wei Liang described things. Are you going to let the guards go? He asked. Yes, Wei Liang said. Why? They're Gu Shen's personal guard. Releasing them means releasing experienced fighters who will immediately join whatever the general's next response is. I'm releasing them because what they report to the general matters more than what their presence here would accomplish, Wei Liang said. They came in with Gu Shen, and they will walk out of the domain while Gu Shen stays bound. That report, from 40 people who were inside the domain and released unharmed, is the most credible possible witness testimony to what the formation is and how it operates. Their freedom is worth more than their detention. Ganhua was quiet for a moment. Then, you've been thinking about the Imperial Court Review. I have been thinking about the Imperial Court Review for 18 months, Wei Liang said. The court review is how this ends in a way that lasts. Not the binding, not the general's holding position. The legal record that tells the story of what happened here so clearly that it cannot be rewritten by the people who have been rewriting it for a year and a half. He felt the suppression field affecting Gu Shen's signature as the Lord Protector moved deeper into the domain. The overwhelming cultivation presence compressing, the ceiling coming down, the 50% estimate proving accurate as the formation's suppression scale responded to the higher baseline. By 2 kilometers depth, Gu Shen was running at approximately 48%. By 3 kilometers, 45%. Still formidable. Still the most powerful individual presence Wei Liang had ever felt through the detection layer. He thought about what Gu Shen was feeling as he walked deeper into the suppression. A man accustomed to his cultivation as an expression of himself, a power that was as natural as breathing. Feeling that power compress with each step, the ceiling coming down, the familiar reach of his chi contracting. This was what the formation did. It told Gu Shen that his power was not absolute, that the mountain around him did not recognize his cultivation as the relevant authority. It was not, Wei Liang thought, a comfortable experience. Gu Shen stopped 200 meters from the mountain's base approach path. His signature in the detection layer was still. The guards arrayed around him. The formation assessment team was working. Wei Liang could feel their scanning techniques as a secondary pattern in the detection layer, the specific signature of practitioners running formation sensitivity sweeps across the terrain. They were methodical and capable. They found the substrate, the natural geological resonance, the ambient formation field. They did not find the anchor stones. After 12 minutes of assessment, Gu Shen's signature moved toward the mountain again. Wei Liang activated all 47 binding nodes simultaneously. What happened was simple and total. 41 people stopped in mid-movement. Each one held at every joint by chi tendrils that emerged from the ground at their feet, with the quiet authority of the formation acting on its own territory. No impact, no explosion, no visible drama. One moment they were moving, the next moment they were not. 41 cultivation practitioners, including the most powerful individual in the region, standing still in a mountain field, unable to move. Wei Liang spoke through the resonance node system, his voice from the earth around all of them. You entered the domain, he said. The formation holds those who come to the mountain with the intention of destroying it. You came with 40 guards and an assessment team. That is not the pattern of someone coming to negotiate. He paused. I'm going to tell you something. The Layer 7 integration is 6 days from completion. In 6 days, the sovereign function activates and the formation reaches full capacity. When it does, your cultivation will be permanently sealed, not destroyed, but contained for the remainder of your natural life. You will live. You will not harm anyone again. He let that settle for a moment. The 6th Legion's general has chosen to hold position rather than advance, because he assessed the situation accurately. You chose to enter the domain rather than hold position, because you believed you had a window. You were wrong about the window. A pause. I am releasing your guards and your assessment team. You will remain bound. They will leave and tell the general what they saw. The general will send a full report to the Imperial Court. The court will have documentation of what the region authority was used for. He released 40 of the 41 binding holds. 40 guards and one assessment team moved as their coordination returned, not in immediate flight, but in the specific disoriented pause of people who had just had their world reorganized. One of the guards looked back at Gu Shun, still bound and motionless in the mountain field, and his expression was the expression of someone who was calculating something he had not previously been calculating. Wei Liang watched them leave through the detection layer. He watched the general receive their report at the domain's edge. He watched the general's signature remain still for 20 minutes while the general thought. Then he watched the general begin dictating a message to his scribe. A long message. The general's scribe was writing for nearly 40 minutes before he stopped. Wei Liang held the completed binding in the formation's active field. 41 people held, 40 released, 1 remaining, and felt the formation's response to the exercise of that capacity. Not strained, not struggling, running with the settled authority of a structure that had been built correctly and was being used correctly, the way a well-made tool felt in skilled hands when the task was what the tool was made for. 6 days. The formation was gathering. Chapter 24. The 6 days were the quietest of the entire 18 months. Wei Liang ran the formation through the integration's final phase with the patient presence that the process required. No forcing, no directing. Only witnessing the 6 layers resolve into the unified structure they had always been in potential. The process had a quality he had not found a word for until Bao Shulan offered one on the 4th day of Gu Shun's binding. When she came to the formation chamber with provisions and found him in the specific stillness of someone in the middle of something that could not be hurried. "You look like you're listening," she said. "I am," he said. "To the formation?" He thought about this. "To what the formation has become," he said. "Over 18 months it has been a tool I was building toward a purpose. In these 6 days it is becoming itself. Not a tool. A thing that has its own integrity. The integration is not me putting the layers together. The formation is recognizing what it always was." He looked at the tablet. "I am listening to the recognition." She set the provisions down and sat for a while in the chamber's quiet, which was a different quality of quiet than the mountain's general quiet. The formation's ambient hum present and deep, the substrate's resonance a constant undertone, the specific quality of something very old and very large operating at the level of natural process rather than human intention. Gu Shun was still bound in the mountain field. He had been fed and given water by Bao Shulan's medical assistants, who approached him with the clinical professionalism she had trained in them for exactly this kind of situation, treating the person, not the circumstances. He was physically comfortable. He was unable to do anything else, but he was physically comfortable. The general had sent his full report to the imperial court. Shen Mao had confirmed receipt confirmation through the intelligence network on the 3rd day. The general's report described what had happened in the domain, the regent's entry, the binding, the release of the guards, the ongoing binding of Gu Shun himself, and the general's own assessment that the formation operator's conduct had been consistently defensive and proportional rather than aggressive. The general had appended a legal analysis written by his regimental advocate that raised specific questions about the validity of Imperial Order Reference 7-441. See, given what the general's on-site assessment had found. Regional Inspector Chao Ding had been detained at the domain's edge by the general's regimental justice officer on the 2nd day, on the basis of the legal questions the regimental advocate's analysis had identified. He was being held for questioning. Commander Nai Rui was somewhere in the region with the 2nd Enforcement Division's remaining forces, having retreated from the domain's edge when the general's holding position became evident. Ganhua's surveillance tracked his position through the detection layer. None of this required Wei Liang's active management. Shen Mao managed the documentation. Ganhua managed the surveillance. Bao Shulan managed the medical administration of the mountain community and of Gu Shun's specific situation. Feng Tao managed the external perimeter and the relationship with the general's camp. Ru Yingji managed the archive and the formation documentation that would need to be organized for the imperial court's review. They were doing their work. He was doing his. On the 5th day, Ru Yingji came to the formation chamber with a question that was not about formation theory. "When the sovereign function activates," she said, "and Gu Shun's cultivation is sealed, what do you do with him?" "He remains under the formation's holding," Wei Liang said. "Not forever. I have no interest in holding him indefinitely, but long enough that the imperial court's review process has time to produce a legal resolution. The sealing is a demonstration, not a sentence." "He ordered the deaths of 45 people," she said. "Yes," Wei Liang said, "including Elder Huang, including senior disciple Xiaorou, including every name I memorized in the ruins on the morning of the massacre." He was quiet for a moment. "I have thought about this more than I have thought about most things. The formation's sovereign function gives me the capacity to do much more than seal his cultivation. I have chosen not to use that capacity. I have chosen a specific and proportional response. Why? She asked. Not challenging. Asking. He thought about the targeting restriction design, the conversation about who the restriction covered and why. He thought about what it had required to narrow the restriction to the people who had made specific, informed personal choices rather than everyone who had participated in the operation's downstream effects. Because the formation I am building is a shelter, he said. Its identity is what it does. If I use it to kill a person who is bound and helpless, I have changed what the formation is. I cannot change it back. He looked at the tablet. Gu Xin chose to use his authority to destroy. I choose to use mine to hold without destroying. The choice is the formation. She was quiet for a moment. Then, the formation's preamble says it opens to the one who has tended it at the pace honest cultivation earns, she said. I think this is what honest cultivation produces. Not just the advancement. This. He looked at her. She held his gaze and did not look away. On the 6th day, the integration completed. He felt it as the absence of the sense of something still resolving that had been present in his awareness for 42 days. The formation settled into its final architecture with the quality of a question answered. All 6 layers unified, the sovereign function present in the network's deep substrate, waiting. He sat with this for a full minute. Then he went to find Gu Shan. The Lord Protector was in the mountain field where he had been bound, 45 meters from the cave complex's main entrance, in a flat area between 2 outcroppings of formation substrate rock in the afternoon light. He was still held. He had not been released. He was looking at Wei Liang approaching with the expression of a man who had spent 6 days in a situation he could not control, thinking about what that meant. The integration is complete, Wei Liang said. Gu Xin looked at him. His expression was not fear. Fear was not the right word for what it was. It was the expression of a powerful person who has encountered a power that exceeds their own and is in the process of calibrating to the new reality. What are you going to do? Gu Xin asked. His voice was even. He was a man who had held authority for a long time, and authority's habits did not dissolve in 6 days. Seal your cultivation, Wei Liang said. As I told you 6 days ago. And then the Imperial Court's legal process continues, Wei Liang said. I have submitted documentation through the General's report. You will answer for Imperial Order Reference 7-441C and for the operations conducted under it. The sealing prevents you from influencing that process through force while it proceeds. Gu Xin looked at the mountain behind Wei Liang, at the cave complex, at the community visible on the terraces and in the approaches. He looked at all of it with the specific expression of someone who is finally seeing what they have been opposing clearly, as a thing in itself rather than as an obstacle to their own objectives. You rebuilt it, he said. From 1 stone. From 46 people, Wei Liang said. 1 survived. The rest came because they needed a place to stand. He activated the sovereign function. The 1,000-vein array rose around both of them as visible structure. Condensed chi made visible by the density of the formation's full 7-layer presence, rising from the ground in patterns that matched the inscription geometry Wei Liang had been maintaining for 18 months in substrate too deep to see. It was briefly beautiful in the way that things built correctly were beautiful, precise, complete, achieving exactly what it was designed to achieve. Gu Xun's cultivation compressed under the sovereign function's weight, not removed, but folded inward, sealed at its source, held by an inscription in the formation's deepest layer that would persist for as long as the formation ran. His chi sense, which had been present in the detection layer as an overwhelming presence for 6 days, reduced to the baseline signature of an ordinary person. He was still standing. He was simply no longer what he had been. Wei Liang released the binding holds. Gu Xin stood in the mountain field, unsealed in body and sealed in cultivation, looking at the formation around him. The general is at the domain's edge, Wei Liang said. I will open passage for you to reach him. His regimental justice officer will take custody for the Imperial Court process. He paused. Walk. Gu Xin walked. Wei Liang watched him go through the detection layer, the ordinary signature moving through the domain's coverage toward the edge. He watched the general's signature receive Gu Xin at the boundary. He watched the regimental justice officer's signature move alongside Gu Xun's as the formal custody began. He stood in the formation's field for a long time after, feeling the 7 layers running through the mountain's substrate, complete and whole, and settled into the architecture that the first master had planned, and that 45 people had built, and that 1 initiate had rebuilt from ash. The mountain's drumming rose around him. He had learned, over 18 months, that the drumming was not random. It responded to the formation state. Today it was deep and settled and sustained, the sound of something that had found its footing and knew it. He turned and went back up the mountain path, back to the cave, back to the community that had gathered under the formation's shelter. Shen Mao was at the intake station. Bao Shulan was at the clinic. Deng was measuring the new building's third section. Ganhua was reviewing surveillance reports. Feng Tao was running a perimeter assessment with 3 of the former garrison auxiliary recruits. Ru Yingji was in the formation archive, organizing the documentation for the imperial court review. They were all doing their work. He found an empty section of the south terrace in the afternoon light and sat down. The Shattered Pines Sect existed. 149 people under its shelter, 3 anchor zones, 7 formation layers, a community building a spring planting schedule, and a clinic and a second workshop, and a legal archive, and a running ledger of everything that had happened and was happening and would need to happen. The formation the Empire had authorized a massacre to destroy was operational at full capacity and was recognized in a general's official report to the Imperial Court. He sat with the tablet in his hands and felt the formation running through the mountain, and he thought about Elder Huang saying you have the touch for it, and about what the first master had written about honest cultivation, and about 45 people who were dead and 211 people who were alive. He sat there until Bao Shulan came to find him with the evening provisions and said, "You're doing it again." Sitting, he said. "Thinking in a way that uses up more resources than you're accounting for," she said. "Eat the porridge." He ate the porridge. The mountain's drumming filled the evening, deep and resonant and steady. Chapter 25. The Imperial Court's Review Committee arrived 17 days after Gu Shen walked out of the domain under regimental custody, and Wei Liang had been preparing for their arrival since the day the general scribe finished his 40-minute dictation at the domain's edge. The preparation had not been his alone. All 5 of the sect's founding members had been working toward this moment in the ways that were particular to each of them. Bao Shulan had organized the medical records, 18 months of patient documentation, organized by date, cross-referenced by presenting condition, with a secondary index that tracked the specific injuries and physical states that appeared most frequently in arrivals from areas under Gu Shen's administration. The pattern in those records was not ambiguous. People who came from Gu Shen's territory showed specific physical markers of chronic resource deprivation, stress-related illness, and, in 32 documented cases, injuries consistent with enforcement action. Bao Shulan had prepared a summary document that translated this pattern into plain language, written with the precision she applied to clinical notes. Ganhua had organized his intelligence records, the 18 months of surveillance reports, patrol observation logs, intercepted communication records, and witness accounts that had been the foundation of the sect's operational security. He had also prepared a separate document, his personal account of the night of the massacre. He had been there. He had been ordered to position on the perimeter and fire on any fleeing survivors. He had refused. He had been the only soldier in that operation who had chosen not to follow that order. His account was the only first-hand testimony of what had happened from someone who had been inside the operation rather than inside the formation. Ru Yingji had organized the archive materials, her great-grandfather's research, the formation documentation, the targeting restriction design notes. She had prepared an annotated summary of the theoretical framework that explained, in accessible language, what the sovereign function was designed to do and how the targeting restriction had been constructed to limit its application. The annotation was her own voice explaining her great-grandfather's work, and the combination of scholarly precision and personal testimony gave it a quality that pure technical documentation would not have had. Deng had prepared a material record, a meticulous account of every formation-grade material used in the sect's reconstruction, sourced from where, obtained under what circumstances, paid for how. It was a document that demonstrated, with the completeness of a craftsperson's records, that the sect had not stolen or appropriated resources in its 18 months of operation. Deng was particular about this. He had a craftsperson's conviction that honest materials records were as important as honest technique, and he had kept the records accordingly. And Shen Mao had built the legal archive. This understated what Shen Mao had done. The archive was an argument, a sequential, logically organized record of every legal instrument Gu Shen had issued since the original massacre, organized with source documentation, chain of custody notes, and summary pages that translated legal language into the kind of clarity that allowed a reader to understand what each instrument had been used for and how the sequence of instruments told a story about a man who had used legal tools to commit illegal acts and had needed progressively stronger legal tools to maintain cover for what he had done. The index at the front was organized 3 ways: by date, by issuing authority, and by the specific harmful act the instrument had enabled. Wei Liang had reviewed it twice and found nothing to add or change. "How did you learn to construct a legal argument?" Ru Yingji had asked, when Shen Mao showed them the completed archive. Shen Mao thought about this. "From my father's kitchen," he said. The kitchen had a complete organizational system: intake, storage, preparation, delivery, accounting. Any failure in any part of the system failed the whole kitchen. A legal argument is the same. The argument fails if the evidence cannot be found when it is needed, or if the evidence cannot demonstrate its own chain of origin. He looked at the archive. My father always said that the food reaches the table or it doesn't. There is no partial credit. Ru Yingji's expression was the one she wore when someone had surprised her in a way that she found genuinely valuable. Your father was an extraordinary teacher, she said. He was a remarkable cook, Shen Mao said. The organization came from 15 years of feeding 50 people 3 times a day, every day, with whatever provisions arrived from the market and whatever was growing in the sect's garden. You learn to think about systems when the system's failure means people go hungry. The review committee's lead was Chief Examiner Qin Mei, a woman of about 60 with the professional manner of someone who had been reviewing complex situations for a long time and had developed the ability to ask precise questions without revealing what she already knew. She arrived with 8 committee members and 2 formation-sensitive practitioners who were explicitly there to verify technical claims about the formation's operation. The first day was spent on the archive. Chief Examiner Qin Mei worked through it with the focused attention of a reader testing an argument against its evidence at every step, not accepting the summary page's conclusions, but checking each conclusion against the source documents. Her committee members worked through other sections in parallel, 2 or 3 to a section, cross-referencing between sections at points where Shen Mao had flagged specific connections. By the end of the first day, 3 of the 14 instruments in the archive had been pulled aside for deeper examination. These were the ones where the connection between the instrument and the harmful act was most complex, where legal language had been used most cleverly to obscure what was being authorized. Chief Examiner Qin Mei made a note on each of the 3 pages and asked Shen Mao to have his source documentation available for morning. On the second day, she conducted individual interviews with each of the founding members, and then joint interviews, and then follow-up individual interviews on specific points. She asked Bao Shulan about 12 specific cases from the medical records and how Bao Shulan had determined that the presenting conditions were consistent with enforcement action rather than agricultural accident or illness. She asked Gan Hua about the night of the massacre with the patient persistence of someone building a witness account that needed to be internally consistent to be useful in a legal proceeding. She asked Ru Yingji to walk her through the targeting restrictions design process from first principles. On the third day, she spent 6 hours with Wei Liang. The questions covered the formation's full construction history. They covered every decision he had made and the reasoning at the time. They covered the specific actions taken against official personnel, the bindings, the demonstrations, the communication interceptions, the binding of Commander Nairu Wei. She asked whether he considered the interception of official communications to be an intelligence operation. He said yes. She asked whether he considered the binding of military personnel to constitute a use of force against legitimate authority. He said yes. She asked why these actions were justified. He gave the same answer he had prepared for this question. The actions were taken in the context of a military and legal campaign operating under a fraudulent mandate, in the minimum form necessary to prevent more harm than they caused, with the consistent objective of demonstrating the formation's defensive character and inviting resolution rather than escalation. He described what each action had produced in practice, not what he had intended, but what had actually happened. The communication intercepts had provided the intelligence that allowed the sect to understand the operational situation without engaging in offensive action. The bindings had held people without harm and released them, leaving them as witnesses to the formation's restraint. He did not claim that good intentions justified the methods. He described the methods and their actual outcomes and the alternatives that had been available and why they had been assessed as worse. At the end of 6 hours, Chief Examiner Qin Mei closed her notes and was quiet for a moment. The afternoon wind had started outside, and the formation's resonance had shifted pitch the way it always did, the deep drumming in the stone pockets rising and falling with the mountain's weather. The formation's operation is technically illegal under the current formation control mandate, she said. This is a fact I am required to note. I understand, he said. The mandate was invoked in this region by Gu Shun under false characterization of the sect's operations. The mandate's technical application and its actual use are inseparable here. She looked at him for a long moment. Yes, she said finally. That is the committee's primary concern. She stood. I can tell you that the committee has not concluded that the formation's operation constitutes an ongoing offense requiring an immediate enforcement response. The situation is significantly more complex than the petition described. After she left, Shen Mao brought the drafted proceedings record to the formation chamber. He stood quietly for a moment. She said, not an ongoing offense, Shen Mao said. In formal review language, that means no immediate action. It means no dissolution order, Wei Liang said. It does not mean recognition. No, Shen Mao said. But the archive is in their possession now. The story it tells cannot be taken back. He set the record down. We wait. Wei Liang held the tablet and listened to the formation running through the mountain around all 331 people who were living inside its shelter. He had keyed each of them himself. He could feel each of their signatures, specific and continuous, as clearly as he could feel his own breathing. Yes, he said. We wait. Chapter 26. The community's growth after the review committee's departure changed the mountain in ways Wei Liang had been anticipating operationally, but had not fully anticipated in their philosophical implications. By the end of the third week after the committee's visit, the mountain held 347 people. This was not a crisis. Shen Mao's intake procedures were functioning. The food stores were adequate. Deng's construction work was ahead of schedule because he had recruited 3 additional skilled craftspeople from among the arrivals. Bao Shulan's clinic was managing patient volume. The mountain as a working community was functioning. What was changing was harder to name than logistics. The mountain had been, for 18 months, a hidden place, defined primarily by its concealment, by the necessity of invisibility, by the operational pressure of building something that would be destroyed if it was found. That pressure had shaped the community's social character. Close, precise, careful, alert. The 5 founding members had developed the specific, close attunement of people who had worked together under sustained risk, who had learned to read each other's intentions from minimal signals, who had built trust not through choice, but through the daily demonstration of competence and reliability under difficult circumstances. The 347 people now living on the mountain had not shared that pressure. Most of them had arrived after the domain activation, after the formation was demonstrably operational and the concealment was no longer the primary operational mode. They had come to a place that was already standing. Their relationship to the formation was different, shelter, not construction, and their relationship to each other was still being established. This was normal and expected, and Wei Liang had been thinking about what it required from the sect structure. He raised it in the morning meeting, which had expanded in attendance as the community grew. Not just the 5 founding members now, but the 7 individuals who had taken on significant organizational roles and whose operational involvement made their inclusion appropriate. The question I want to address, he said, is what we are building, not what we are defending against. That question has been answered. What we are constructing, deliberately, as a community with a formation at its center. A sect, Bao Shulan said. She said it as a fact rather than an answer to a question, the way she stated clinical observations. Yes, but what kind of sect? The Shattered Pine Sect was a formation cultivation institution. Its identity was the array path. Its structure was built around practitioners. Its purpose was the operation and maintenance of the formation. What we have now is 347 people, most of whom are not practitioners, who came here for shelter rather than cultivation. Those are related but not identical things, and building the institution around the first group's needs when the second group comprises most of the community creates a problem I want to address now rather than later. Shen Mao had been waiting for this question. Wei Liang had seen him preparing for it. The specific quality of pre-prepared attention that meant Shen Mao had been thinking about something before it was raised and had the relevant documentation organized. He had the ledger open to a page he had written yesterday. The practical question, Shen Mao said, is whether the sect's formal structure, the discipleship hierarchy, the cultivation rankings, the institutional rules, covers everyone on the mountain, or whether it covers the cultivation practitioners and the majority of the community is affiliated without being formally incorporated. He paused. Both approaches have precedence. The question is which one serves what we are actually building. What are we actually building? Ganho asked. He asked it with genuine curiosity rather than rhetorical intent. The question of someone who had been a soldier and was now part of a community governance process and was still mapping the territory. Ru Yingji answered before Wei Liang could. My great-grandfather documented the sect's founding period extensively, she said. In the first 2 generations, the Shattered Pine Sect was exactly what we are, a community sheltered by the formation, some members cultivating the array path, and many not. The formal institutional hierarchy, the elder council, the disciple ranks, the formal teaching sequences, the rulebook, was built in the 3rd generation, when the cultivation community had grown large enough to need its own internal governance. She looked at Wei Liang. He was clear in his notes that the formal structure was useful and that it had a cost. The cost was that it created a formal distinction between sect members who cultivated and community members who did not, and that over time the sect members came to be seen as the real sect. The first master's intention had been that everyone under the formation's shelter was equally the sect. Can we preserve that intention in a formal structure? Wei Liang asked. Yes, Ruingji said. If we design it deliberately, if we build the formal structure with a parallel track for non-cultivation community members that gives them the same standing as disciples in the community's governance, rather than treating them as secondary. She had notes. She had been working on this. She spread them on the workstone. The cultivation track handles the array path transmission, disciples, ranks, teaching responsibilities. A parallel community track handles the community's non-cultivation roles, the farmers, the craftspeople, the healers, the administrators, with formal roles and responsibilities that are equivalent in standing. Wei Liang looked at the notes. They were detailed, a structural framework that addressed both tracks and their relationship to each other and to the sect's governance. She had been working on this for some time. You anticipated this conversation, he said. You have been thinking about it for 3 weeks, she said. I could tell from what you were not raising in the morning meetings. How could you tell from what I wasn't saying, he asked. Because you ask questions about the things that concern you, she said. You stop asking about the things you've decided to take responsibility for directly. When you stop asking about something, you're planning. He looked at her for a moment. She held his gaze with the calm accuracy she brought to everything she observed. What I am not saying, he repeated. How long have you been reading that? Since the first month, she said. You ask questions about the formation's technical state constantly. You stopped asking about the community's social structure approximately 3 weeks ago. The silence was louder than the questions. He recognized that she was describing something real, the specific quality of his attention as she had been observing it across months of morning meetings and working sessions and evening discussions. He thought about what it meant that she had been watching him at this level of precision and had waited until the right moment to show him what she had seen. It was the same precision she brought to formation theory. She did not speak until she had a complete observation. That is a very accurate reading, he said. You do not hide what you are thinking as well as you believe you do, she said. The formation does, when you choose. You less so. It was said without critique, as a technical observation. She looked at the notes she had spread on the workstone. The two-track framework solves the design problem. The governance council question is the harder part. How seats are assigned, by what process, with what decision-making authority. By election, he said. Within each track, the community chooses its own representatives. 2 seats from cultivation practitioners, chosen by cultivation practitioners. 2 seats from community roles, chosen by community track members. The sect master's role remains what it is, formation operation and final authority on formation decisions. But the governance council makes decisions about the community's organization, resource allocation, and rule setting by consensus. You have been thinking about this for 3 weeks, she said. Since you started paying attention to what I was not saying, he confirmed. The morning meeting ran 2 hours past its usual end. At its conclusion, they had committed to a formal structure that incorporated both tracks, with a shared governance council that included 2 seats from each. The draft framework would be circulated to the full community for input before being formalized. Shen Mao, who had been taking notes continuously, had the draft ready for circulation by the following morning. The circulation produced 47 written responses over the following week, a number that surprised Wei Liang, who had not anticipated the community's appetite for engagement with its own governance structure. He read every response. Most were supportive. 6 raised specific questions about how the council's consensus requirement would work in practice, which were good questions that he and Shen Mao spent an evening addressing with procedural language added to the draft. One response, from a man who had been a city records administrator before coming to the mountain, proposed a 3rd track for administrative roles, people who worked in Shen Mao's record system or as intake coordinators, who did not fit cleanly into either cultivation or community work categories. Wei Liang brought this to Shen Mao, who read it, and said, He is right. I am not cultivation track, and I am not a farmer or craftsperson. I am something else. What are you? Wei Liang asked. I am the mechanism by which the sect knows what the sect knows, Shen Mao said. He considered this for a moment. That is a category. The framework was revised to include an administrative track, with 1 council seat allocated to the administrative function. This made the council 5 seats total. Shen Mao drafted the revised language in an hour and sent it back to community circulation. Chapter 27. Lin Bao had been practicing what she called listening exercises since her 2nd week on the mountain. She did them before her mother woke, sitting cross-legged at the tertiary anchor on the 3rd terrace while the mountain's early light changed the quality of the air in the way that meant the day was beginning. She held her hands in her lap, palms up, not touching the anchor stone, just close to it, close enough to feel the warmth it gave off and the very slight vibration that ran through the ambient air near an active formation node. She had not been taught to do this. She had started doing it because she noticed that the stones felt different at different times of day, in different weather, after certain people had been near them, and she had an instinct, not yet a framework, just an instinct, that the differences were information rather than noise. So she sat and paid attention and tried to understand what the information was. Wei Liang found her there on the 12th morning after his first formal session with her. He arrived at the anchor for his routine maintenance check and felt her presence through the formation's awareness before he saw her. A small signature in the ambient field, already in the specific relational position to the anchor that the formation's teaching sequences described as attentive proximity. It was a position you took when you were listening to an anchor rather than touching it, the position of a practitioner in the early stages of foundation training. She was doing it without having been told to do it. He sat down beside her on the flat stone about a meter from the anchor and waited. She was deep enough in her listening that she did not immediately notice him. She noticed the change in the formation's ambient field when a keyed practitioner approached, and she noticed it in about 3 minutes, which was faster than she had managed 3 days ago. "You're here," she said, without opening her eyes. "Yes," he said. "What does the anchor say this morning?" She considered this for a long time before answering, which was the right way to approach it. She had learned quickly that premature answers were worse than delayed, honest ones. "It's heavier than yesterday," she said. "Not colder. Heavier. Like more of it is being used." He had run a Layer 3 suppression calibration check through this anchor the previous evening, adjusting the field modulation for the autumn's atmospheric shift. The calibration check had placed a temporary additional load on this specific anchor in the testing phase. The load had been cleared, but the substrate memory of it persisted in the stone's resonance character for about 12 hours. "Yes," he said. "I ran a calibration test through this anchor last night. It left a residue." She opened her eyes and looked at the stone. "A residue," she repeated. "Like a record of what happened." "Yes. The formation's substrate retains a memory of significant operations. An expert practitioner can read recent operational history from an anchor's resonance signature." He paused. "That is an advanced skill. You are noticing the edge of it without the framework that would let you read it fully. The heavy feeling will go away in another 4 to 6 hours," he said. "By tomorrow's session it will be clear." She nodded, then looked at him with the evaluating attention of a 12-year-old who had developed a precise internal gauge for when adults were being straightforward with her. "You came to check the anchor, not to see me," she said. "Both," he said. "I time my maintenance checks to coincide with your morning sessions when I can. It is useful to have your observations alongside my own." "Why?" she asked. He thought about how to answer this honestly without being condescending. "Because you are noticing things without a prior model of what you should be noticing," he said. "I have extensive training. My observations are shaped by what the training taught me to look for. You observe without that shaping. Sometimes you notice things I have stopped noticing because my training tells me they are not significant." She thought about this. "You mean I catch things you miss?" "I mean you sometimes notice different things," he said. "Some of those things turn out to be significant. Some do not. Part of what formal training will do is give you the framework to distinguish between them. And before you have the framework, you report everything and I evaluate," he said. "Which is what you have been doing." She was quiet for a moment, looking at the anchor stone. The morning was brightening around them, the upper terraces coming to life with the sounds of the community's workday beginning. Deng's workshop, the building project on the 4th terrace, the kitchen starting its fires. "I want to learn to evaluate myself," she said. "Not just report. I want to know what is significant and what isn't without having to ask. That comes with practice and instruction," he said. "It cannot be rushed and it cannot be skipped, but it can be built." He looked at her. "Are you ready to start the formal sequence? The one I showed you at our first session." She had been practicing the first exercise he had shown her for 12 days. "I've been doing it every morning," she said. "The attention calibration. Before you arrive. I do it for about 30 minutes, and then I sit with the anchor." He checked his sense of her progress against what he knew of the teaching sequence's timeline. The attention calibration exercise usually took 3 to 4 weeks to become stable. She was doing it correctly, by feel, at 12 days. "Show me," he said. She showed him. He watched her do the exercise with the focused observation of a practitioner reading a student's technique. What he saw was correct. Not polished, not fully stable, but fundamentally correct. The kind of foundation that would become reliable with another 2 weeks of practice. "You have been practicing longer than the session time," he said. "You have been doing this more than once a day." "I do it whenever I am waiting for something," she said. "At the clinic when Bao Shulan is busy. At the intake station with my mother. Before bed." She met his eyes. "I wanted to be ready." He held her gaze for a moment. He thought about his own 17-year-old self, digging through ash with his bare hands because there had been something worth digging for. The readiness she described was not ambition. It was the particular intensity of someone who had found the thing they were built for and was not willing to be slow about it. "You are ready," he said. "We begin the second exercise today." The second exercise was more demanding than the first. The attention calibration of the first exercise had been a matter of stillness, learning to hold internal attention in a single point without drift. The second exercise introduced extension, learning to reach attention outward while maintaining the central stillness, the way an anchor's field extended from its substrate, without losing coherence at the center. He explained it in the formation's own language, which was the language Lin Bao had been absorbing from her listening sessions without knowing it was a language. The formation sustains extension across the entire domain without losing the anchor's coherence, he said. You are practicing that relationship in miniature, a small extension from a settled center. She tried it. She failed on the first 3 attempts, extending and losing the stillness, or maintaining the stillness and not achieving extension. On the 4th attempt, she found a narrow version of what he was describing, a brief, shallow extension that collapsed after about 8 seconds. Good, he said. That is the beginning. It collapsed, she said. Every practitioner's extension collapses in the early stages, he said. The skill is not holding it. The skill is recovering the center after the collapse and extending again. The stability comes from repetition, not from initial effort. She tried again. The extension held for 11 seconds before collapsing. She recovered her center and tried immediately a 3rd time, within the same session, without pausing for more than a breath between attempts. He watched her work with the same close observation he gave to anchor maintenance checks, precise, continuous, recording everything. She was not being careless. She was being efficient with the time available, instinctively treating the session as a resource to be fully used rather than a fixed period to be waded through. He made a note in his training log after she left for her morning work. He had been keeping the log since the first session, documenting her progress against the teaching sequence's expected timeline. The entries were factual. What they showed, factually, was a student progressing at approximately twice the expected rate without being pushed, driven entirely by her own internal pressure toward the work. Chapter 28. Ru Yingji found the 2nd volume on a Tuesday morning in the 43rd day after the review committee's departure. She had been conducting a systematic recataloguing of the archive materials, not because the initial catalog was wrong, but because the initial catalog had been made under the pressure of arrival and the need to understand what was immediately useful. A systematic recataloguing, done now when there was time and stability, would reveal what she had missed or misidentified in that initial hurried survey. The 2nd volume had been in the secondary archive case. Its cover had been mended, carefully, by someone with good hands, using material salvaged from a standard formation theory reference text. The cover's material matched ordinary reference work. The label was in a hand that did not match the interior pages but was close enough that a hurried reading would not notice. It had been in the catalog as Formation Theory Reference, Standard Edition, Spine Damage, Text Complete. She opened it during the recataloguing process, read the first paragraph, and set it down on the stone floor and sat beside it for 20 minutes without moving. The first paragraph read, 2nd volume, Theoretical Analysis of Layer 7 Sovereign Function Implementation, Complete Derivation with Ethical Framework Notes. This document contains the full derivation that could not be completed in the 1st volume due to the constraints of the method used there. The derivation herein is self-contained and does not require the 1st volume to be understood, but should be read alongside it by any practitioner undertaking the integration process. Her great-grandfather had finished it. He had finished the complete theoretical derivation of the Layer 7 sovereign function, the work she had been reconstructing from partial notes and inference for 8 months, the work that was the theoretical foundation for the targeting restriction they had built, the work that was the key to understanding what the sovereign function did and why it was the way it was. He had finished it, and he had hidden it in a mended cover among ordinary reference materials, and it had been sitting in this archive case for at least 18 years. She did not move for 20 minutes because she was experiencing something that had several components she needed to separate before she could understand what she was feeling. There was the intellectual shock of the discovery, the sudden presence of everything she had been working to reconstruct, complete, and organized and annotated in her great-grandfather's careful handwriting. There was the disorientation of realizing that several of her reconstructions could now be verified or corrected. There was something she did not have an immediate word for, something about her great-grandfather finishing this work and hiding it and dying without anyone knowing it was done. She thought about why he had hidden it. Formation research materials of this depth, Analyzing the most powerful capability of the region's most significant ancestral formation would have attracted dangerous attention in the period when Guxin's expansion was underway. He had known the sect was under pressure. He had finished the derivation and assessed that publishing it was less safe than hiding it. He had put it where someone who was looking carefully would eventually find it. He could not have known what would happen. He could not have known the sect would be destroyed and rebuilt, and that the person who would find this volume would be his own great-granddaughter. Working in the rebuilt formations archive after helping a 20-year-old formation master reconstruct from first principles the theoretical framework he had spent 40 years perfecting. She was sitting on the stone floor of the archive section when Wei Liang came to tell her about Lin Bao's progress. He saw her expression immediately. "What happened?" he said. She held the volume up. He read the cover page, standing over her shoulder. He sat down beside her on the floor. "He finished it," she said. Her voice was controlled, but there was something underneath it that was not entirely under control, and she was aware that it was visible. "When did he write it?" Wei Liang asked. "The last dated entry is 18 years ago," she said. "He had at least 12 more years after this. He finished it decades before he died and never told anyone." She held the volume carefully. He hid it on purpose. He would have known that publishing a complete theoretical analysis of the sovereign functions architecture would give adversaries a map of the formation's most powerful capability. So he hid it. And then he died. And left it for whoever came after, Wei Liang said. She looked at the volume. 18 years in a mended cover among ordinary reference texts, waiting. "Yes," she said, "for whoever came after." They read through the second volume together over the rest of that morning and into the afternoon. He read the technical derivations with the close attention of the practitioner who had built the formation they described, checking his implementation against the theory, noting divergences, working out in each case whether the divergence was an error or an adaptive response to circumstances the theory had not anticipated. Most were the latter. Several confirmed choices he had made intuitively, which produced in him a specific feeling that was not quite vindication, more like the particular satisfaction of discovering that a decision made under pressure had been the right decision by the framework that later appeared. The chapter covering the Layer 5 integration was particularly detailed. Her great-grandfather had derived the theoretical basis for the coefficient joint review process, the system by which multiple practitioners could verify the integration coefficients against live formation feedback rather than static calculation. He had described this process as essential for a multi-layer array of this complexity and noted specifically that it required a practitioner with sufficient formation consciousness to feel the divergence between calculated and actual values. He had not been able to implement it himself. He had described it for whoever came after. Wei Liang had implemented it empirically by developing the process with Ru Yingji through direct observation of the formation's behavior. He had been operating by instinct informed by the formation's own feedback, which was, the second volume now confirmed, exactly what formation consciousness meant and exactly the right approach. He describes it as feeling for truth, Ru Yingji said, reading the passage. The practitioner extends their consciousness into the formation's substrate and feels for the point where calculated theory and actual performance diverge. That point of divergence is the practitioner's guide. "That is what I did," Wei Liang said. "I did not have a name for it." "He spent 2 chapters deriving a theoretical framework for something you did by feel," she said. She was not mocking him. She was describing a phenomenon she found genuinely interesting. 2 paths arriving at the same correct understanding from different directions. "He had the framework and not the formation," Wei Liang said. "I had the formation and not the framework. Together we have both." He paused. "Together? 18 years apart." She looked at the page for a moment. "Yes," she said. "That is what this is." One divergence was an error, a coefficient relationship in the targeting restrictions real-time evaluation logic that Ru Yingji had derived correctly, but that her great-grandfather had expressed differently, and the difference would produce a minor evaluation error under specific edge conditions involving simultaneous multi-target activation at the domain's boundary range. "You caught this," Wei Liang said, when they compared the 2 versions. "I caught it through a different derivation path," she said. "I was working from the formation's live feedback, not from the theoretical framework. The formation told me the coefficient was slightly off. I corrected it empirically." "Formation consciousness," Wei Liang said. He was looking at a passage her great-grandfather had written 3 pages earlier, a theoretical description of the property he had predicted in a fully integrated 7-layer array. The practitioner extending their consciousness into the formation's substrate. "You did what he described without knowing he had described it." She looked at the passage. Her great-grandfather had written it with the careful hedging of a theoretician who could not verify an empirical claim. He had believed the property was real, had derived theoretical support for it, had been unable to confirm it because he had never had access to a fully integrated array. He never got to verify it, she said. I have verified it, Wei Liang said. He was correct. The formation and the practitioner share a substrate of awareness at the sovereign level. I experience it every moment the formation is active. She looked at him. He was sitting on the stone floor of the archive section beside her, the second volume between them, the formation's ambient hum present in the walls and the floor, and the specific quality of the air in this chamber. He was 20 years old, and his great-grandfather had been studying the formation he operated since before Wei Liang was born, and Wei Liang had verified something her great-grandfather had only been able to theorize. He would have wanted to meet you, she said. The words came out before she had decided to say them. He looked at her. I know him through his work, he said. That is a kind of meeting. She held the volume and thought that this was either the right thing to say or the most accurate thing to say, and that with Wei Liang those tended to be the same thing. They sat together in the formation archive for a long time after that, reading through the second volume while the mountain's afternoon sounds ran through the walls around them. Chapter 29. The delegation to the provincial capital for the Sect's formal registration required careful selection. Wei Liang could not go himself. His chi signature was documented in the regional military's records, and appearing in the provincial capital before the court review concluded would create complications the review process did not need. Beyond the strategic concern, there was a practical one. Leaving the formation's primary practitioner position during a period of provisional legal status, 68 kilometers from the formation's operational center, was something he was not willing to do while the outcome was still uncertain. Bao Shulan was the natural choice for lead. She was the oldest member of the founding team, the one with the longest history of operating in the external world, and she had a specific kind of professional authority that communicated competence without requiring cultivation credentials to back it up. People deferred to her in the way they deferred to experienced healers, not because of rank, but because of the specific quality of someone who had been doing difficult work carefully for a long time and had the manner that this produces. Shin Mao went as her assistant, which in practice meant he was carrying the documentation, managing the administrative process, and serving as the person who translated between Bao Shulan's direct operational approach and the Bureau's procedural requirements. Shin Mao had been managing the interface between the Sect's internal operational culture and the external world's procedural expectations for 18 months. The provincial capital's administrative bureau was a more formal version of the same function. Gan Ho went as security. He had noted, when Shin Mao suggested the delegation composition, that security on a provincial capital administrative visit was probably unnecessary. He had also noted that he had been running perimeter security operations for 18 months, and that it was good practice not to become entirely specialized. Nobody had argued with this. They left before dawn on the 8th day after the review committee's departure. Wei Liang watched their signatures move through the domain's detection range, and then past the outer boundaries thinning into the blank where the formation's awareness ended. He kept his attention on the boundary for a moment after their signatures disappeared, which he recognized as an unnecessary action and did anyway. In their absence, the mountain's routines continued with the organized efficiency that 3 months of community building had established. The morning meeting ran shorter without Shin Mao's pre-prepared documentation. Wei Liang noticed how much of the meeting's efficiency was produced by Shin Mao having already done half the thinking before the meeting began. Lin Bao came for her daily session. She had been meeting with Wei Liang every morning for 2 weeks now, and the sessions had developed a structure that emerged from both directions. He brought prepared curriculum. She brought observations from her overnight listening that sometimes required him to revise what he had planned. On the 14th day, she arrived with a question he had not expected for another month at the earliest. The anchor signatures are getting stronger, she said. The same anchor that was heavy 3 days ago. It's not just back to normal. It's denser than it was before the heaviness. He checked his awareness of the tertiary anchor's current state against his memory of its baseline. She was right. The calibration test he had run 6 days earlier had produced a slight permanent improvement in the anchor's substrate resonance quality, a not uncommon effect of a careful calibration, where the testing process itself refined the stone's relationship to the formation. The change was small. He had noted it in his maintenance log and not mentioned it, because it was below the threshold he used for reporting operational changes. Yes, he said. The calibration test improved the anchor's resonance depth slightly. The improvement is permanent. He looked at her. You noticed a change of approximately 3% in the anchor's baseline character. She absorbed this. Is 3% significant? It is below my reporting threshold, he said, which means I considered it below the level requiring immediate attention. But it is significant in the sense that a practitioner with the sensitivity to notice it is working at a precision level I would not expect at this stage of training. She did not become pleased with herself at this. She asked, "What should I do when I notice something below the reporting threshold?" "Note it in your training log," he said. "Include the specific character of what you noticed and when." Over time, the pattern of below-threshold changes tells you something about the formation's long-term health that above-threshold changes alone would not show you. A practitioner who only tracks significant events misses the slow drift that precedes them. "That's what maintenance is for," she said. Not quite a question. "That is what maintenance is for," he confirmed. "You understood what maintenance was before you knew you were doing it." In their absence, the Sect's formation work continued without interruption. Wei Liang ran 3 full detection layer audits and 2 minor calibration checks, because the provisional registration's legal status meant that precise documentation of the formation's operational parameters would be valuable for the final recognition process. He also worked through the second volume's theoretical analysis of the sovereign function's integration coefficients at layers 6 and 7, checking his own implementation against the derivation. This occupied his evenings for 5 of the 8 days. On the 6th day, a message arrived via the regional courier network, not addressed to the Sect, but intercepted by the detection layer's reading of the public courier traffic. It was a brief administrative communication from Chief Examiner Chen Mei's committee to the Provincial Capital Bureau, a preliminary recommendation that the registration application receive favorable consideration. This was not the same as the final report. The final report was still being compiled, but it was the committee's formal preliminary position, and it had arrived at the Bureau before Shen Mao's delegation. Ru Yingji read the message copy that Gan Hua had transcribed from the intercept. "She sent this 3 days ago," she said, "while we were still reviewing the archive record of her visit. She made her preliminary determination faster than expected," Wei Liang said. The archive was a complete argument. She recognized it. On the 8th day, Shen Mao returned from the provincial capital, 1 day later than planned, with registration documents bearing the Bureau's official seal and the subdued expression of someone who had navigated something more complicated than expected. The administrator knew about the committee's review, he reported, in the morning meeting. Chief Examiner Chen Mei's preliminary findings arrived at the Bureau 3 days before we did. The findings specifically recommend that the registration application be processed pending the final report. He set the documents on the work stone. The Sect is registered, conditionally, for 90 days. Wei Liang asked about the conditions. Shen Mao described them. Domain boundary fixed at current extent. Cultivation practitioners registered with the Imperial Registry within 40 days. An Imperial liaison officer stationed at the domain's edge for the first year. Operational documentation submitted quarterly. "The boundary condition concerns me least," Ganhua said. "We have not been expanding the domain since activation." "No," Wei Liang said. "The boundary is where it is. That is the boundary, it will remain." He looked at the document. "The liaison officer is the unknown variable. We do not know who they are or how they will approach the role. That is a question for after the final recognition," Shen Mao said. He sorted the registration documents into the legal archive's current section with practiced efficiency. "For now, we are registered. One more thing," Shen Mao said. He used the pause he reserved for information that required framing. "Heng Chou is in the provincial capital. He appeared at the Bureau on the same day we filed and requested a meeting with us as a private individual. He said specifically, 'I am making this request in no official investigative capacity.' He told me directly what he wanted. He has been thinking about this formation for 11 months and would like to understand how it was built, not for any official purpose, because he cannot stop thinking about it." The morning meeting ran 2 hours longer than scheduled. The question at its center was whether to invite the man who had spent 11 months trying to locate and document this formation to visit it, whether the risk of that visit was real, whether the reasons he had given were honest, whether his submission of a corrective report and resignation of his engagement had actually changed his relationship to the case or merely changed his formal position. Ganhua made the security argument against invitation with care and completeness. Ru Yingji made the formation scholarship argument in favor with equal precision. Bao Shulan asked the question that settled it. He could have asked for an official meeting. He did not. He asked for a personal one and was explicit about the distinction. What does a man who spent 11 months doing this work professionally do when he decides to step outside of his professional role to ask a personal question? At its end, Wei Liang said, "Invite him." Chapter 30. Heng Chou arrived at the domain's edge 12 days after the invitation, riding alone on a brown horse in plain traveling clothes without official markers. He had ridden for 3 days from the provincial capital and arrived on a gray morning when the autumn cold was fully settled and the mountain stone resonance had the specific, deep character it developed in cold, dry weather. Wei Liang had been watching his signature approach since it entered detection range on the Western Road. A single bright, measured signature with the professional economy of movement he had learned to read over 11 months of monitoring this specific person from a distance. He had watched Hung Cho work through the false anchor site. He had watched him send honest reports about his own failures. He had watched him sit at breakfast when the domain activated and look up and understand what had happened. He had watched him resign his engagement and submit a corrective report. He had watched him arrive at a provincial capital administrative bureau and request a meeting as a private individual, in plain language, without leveraging any of the professional authority he could theoretically have deployed. He had made that assessment by watching Hung Chao's actions over 11 months rather than by any interview or direct communication. That was a specific kind of evidence, behavior in the absence of observation, or rather, behavior when the subject did not know he was being observed. Hung Cho had not known the formation was watching him when he submitted the corrective report. He had not known when he declined to file the report Gu Shin's administrator had requested. He had not known when he sat at breakfast with the domain's activation visible in the morning air and chose not to immediately dispatch a communication to his superior. He had acted according to his own internal standards when those standards were the only thing governing his behavior. That was either good evidence for honest character or a very long and complex piece of misdirection. Wei Liang had decided it was the former. He was aware that this decision carried risk. He had made it anyway. He walked down to the boundary post 20 minutes before Hung Cho arrived and stood in the autumn light with the formation's full awareness running through the mountain around and below and above him, feeling the 347 signatures of the people he was responsible for and the single bright signature approaching from the west. Hung Cho dismounted at the boundary stone, tied his horse, and walked the last 20 meters on foot. He was perhaps 45, with the specific worn precision of someone who had spent a career doing close analytical work in difficult field conditions. He had the kind of face that suggested the profession had found the person rather than the person having found the profession, not a deliberate choice, but an organic fit between a particular quality of attention and a particular kind of work. He looked at Wei Liang with the same careful assessment he gave to evidence. Methodical, honest, withholding conclusion until the observation was complete. "You're younger than I expected," he said. "Most people expect younger," Wei Liang said. "They expect a survivor to be more damaged than functional." Hung Cho absorbed this without comment. He looked at the domain field visible in the quality of the air around them, the specific slight alteration of atmosphere that a domain-level formation produced, detectable to a formation-sensitive practitioner as a mild, consistent ambient presence. "The northeast site," he said. "The fracture layer at 3 meters. Old Carver Deng identified it and recommended the location for exactly that reason," Wei Liang said. "We chose the site because of what an expert investigator would find beneath it." The inscription work was clean rank 4 technique, Hung Cho said. He was not accusatory. He was stating the features of the evidence he had evaluated, the way he would review a report aloud to check his own reasoning. Not stage technique, genuinely clean work. "I inscribed it myself, at full quality," Wei Liang said. "Staging it at lower quality would have been detectable by a sufficiently expert assessor. You were that assessor." "Yes," he said. He looked at the mountain behind Wei Liang. "The masking technique. The counter-inscription that presented the detection layer's chi bleed as natural stone resonance. Where did it come from?" "Joint derivation," Wei Liang said. "Myself and Ru Ingji, our formation scholar. Under time pressure, in direct response to your first visit's methodology." Hung Cho looked at him for a moment. "You developed a counter technique specifically to defeat my search methodology." "Yes." "In response to observing what I was doing through the formation's detection layer." "Yes." He was quiet. "You were watching me the entire time. Through the formation's layer 2 coverage," Wei Liang said. "From your first day in the region to your departure." Hung Cho considered this. He was not angry. He was recalibrating. The way he recalibrated when evidence produced a conclusion that required him to revise his prior model. "I understand the masking technique in retrospect," he said. "I found the pattern when I understood what I was looking for. What I do not understand is the implementation. How you maintain the masking across the entire layer 2 coverage footprint while simultaneously running the other layers. That is a technical question about formation architecture," Wei Liang said. "Would you like to see the formation itself?" "Yes," Hung Cho said. "That is why I came." Wei Liang walked him up the mountain path. The walk took 35 minutes, and Hung Cho spent the time asking technical questions. Not investigative questions, but craftsman's questions, the questions of someone who needed to understand how something had been accomplished. He asked about the anchor network's concealment masking architecture. He asked about the mobile anchor variant that Ru Yingji had carried. He asked about the coefficient joint review process that had been developed for the Layer 5 installation. Each question showed that he had been thinking carefully about the formation's operation for months, building hypotheses about how specific challenges had been met, and was now testing those hypotheses against the formation's actual practitioner. Several of his hypotheses were close, but not quite right. He accepted the corrections with the same methodical interest he gave to accurate information, not deflated by being wrong, but precise about where and why. In the formation chamber, he stood for a long time looking at the palm-sized obsidian tablet. "This is the core stone," he said. "Yes." I had a description from a source at the ruins who saw it briefly. The description was ordinary fieldstone, palm-sized. He looked at it. The source was wrong. The first master designed the core to appear as ordinary material at first contact, Wei Liang said. Protective concealment built into the stone's material appearance. The formation's teaching sequences described this explicitly. He paused. A practitioner holding it feels the formation immediately. A non-practitioner handling it does not. "How old were you?" Hung Cho said. "When you found it?" 17, Wei Liang said. The investigator was quiet for a long moment. He looked at the tablet and at the formation chamber, and at the particular quality of the ambient field in this room, where the formation's substrate presence was most concentrated and most directly felt. "I spent 11 months building models of who the formation's operator was," he said. "Age was not a primary variable in those models. I assumed experience, resources, training, institutional knowledge. I had the tablet," Wei Liang said. "The teaching sequences were damaged. I had no resources and no institutional support, and 18 months. "Yes," Hung Cho said. He set down the last hypothesis he had been holding. "I know." He looked at Wei Liang with the specific expression of someone who had just made a full and accurate assessment and arrived at a conclusion that was not what they had expected. It was done honestly, or it could not have been done at all. "Yes," Wei Liang said. "That is exactly right." Hung Cho was quiet for a moment longer. Then, the mobile anchor variant. The one carried outside the domain's perimeter for the tracking operation during my second visit. "Ru Yingji," Wei Liang said. "She designed the variant. She carried it. That was the gap in my detection methodology," Hung Cho said. "I was not modeling for a mobile anchor. My methodology assumed all active formation nodes were fixed to substrate. The mobile anchor generated interference patterns at the perimeter that I interpreted as geological rather than constructed because my framework did not include the possibility of constructed nodes with substrate-independent mobility." "You have been working through this for months," Wei Liang said. 11 months, Hung Cho said. "Since the moment the domain activated and I realized the formation was complete. I have been reconstructing the construction sequence backward from the evidence of activation. There are 7 gaps that I cannot resolve from external observation alone." He looked at Wei Liang. "I would like to understand those 7 gaps. Not because they have professional relevance. Because they do not resolve, and I find irresolution uncomfortable." Wei Liang considered this. The gaps were all in the construction methodology. Questions about how specific technical challenges had been met without resources or institutional support. They were questions about the formation's creation rather than its operation. They were the questions of a craftsman rather than an investigator. "Ask them," Wei Liang said. "One at a time." Hung Chao's first question took 40 minutes to fully answer. They were still in the formation chamber when the evening meal bell rang on the mountain above them. "Tomorrow," Wei Liang said. "Come back in the morning. We have 6 more." Hung Cho looked at the tablet, at the formation chamber, at the specific quality of the ambient field. "Yes," he said. "I will be here." Chapter 31. Hung Chao's visit lasted 3 days, and on the second day Ru Yingji decided to show him the second volume. The decision had not been easy. She had spent the morning of the second day going back and forth between 2 positions. Her great-grandfather's instructions, implied in the act of hiding the volume, were to protect it from people who would use its contents against the formation, and her great-grandfather's explicit written instruction in the passage about formation scholarship was to choose based on the individual rather than the category. Hung Cho was, categorically, someone who had spent 11 months trying to find and report on this formation. He was, individually, someone who had submitted a corrective report and resigned his engagement and was now here in plain clothes as a private person wanting to understand how something worked. The categorical concern was real. The individual assessment was also real. She thought about what her great-grandfather had written about the question of when to share research. He had addressed it directly, in a passage about the formation scholarship tradition's ethics. The instinct to protect what is rare is correct. The instinct that overprotects and thereby ends a lineage is not. Scholarship shared with a person who will use it well perpetuates the scholarship. Scholarship hoarded dies with its holder. He had been describing the general principle of formation theory research. He had written it long before any of this had happened, and it applied to this specific situation with the clarity of a thing written for exactly this occasion. She told Wei Liang she was going to show Hung Cho the volume at breakfast that morning. Wei Liang looked at her for a moment and said, "I think that's right." She had expected agreement. What she had not expected was the specific quality of certainty in his agreement, as if he had been thinking about the same question and had reached the same conclusion by a different path. "You thought about this independently," she said. "I thought about it when I excluded him from the targeting restriction," he said. The reasoning was the same. Individual assessment rather than categorical. She showed Hung Cho the second volume in the archive section in the mid-morning, while Wei Liang was conducting Lin Bao's session. She set it on the archive table and opened it to the section on the targeting restriction framework, the third chapter, which her great-grandfather had titled Ethical Architecture of Sovereign Function Implementation. Hung Cho read it with the quality of attention she had come to associate with formation-sensitive practitioners encountering material that significantly exceeded their prior understanding of a subject they were expert in. He read slowly. He went back twice. He read a specific section 3 times. "The functional definition of targeted intent," he said, when he put the volume down. "Action over time, authority to act, informed personal choice despite alternatives. This is more precise than anything in the standard formation law framework. My great-grandfather derived it from first principles," she said. "Over 40 years of studying this formation. How long did you and Wei Liang take to develop your implementation of it?" "For evenings," she said, "starting from the principles he had outlined in the first volume, before I found the second." "For evenings," he said. He looked at the volume. "I have been following formation law proceedings for 20 years. The standard framework is inadequate for distinguishing between legitimate defensive use of sovereign-level power and illegal territorial force. It was never designed for a case like this one." He turned back to the section heading. "What your great-grandfather has derived here would resolve that inadequacy. If this framework were in the evidentiary record of the court's review, it would give the committee a technically sound basis for ruling on the sovereign function's use." She looked at him carefully. "You resigned the engagement 3 weeks ago," she said. "You submitted a corrective report. What standing do you have to provide expert input to the court's review?" "None," he said. "I am a private individual who is an expert in formation investigation. A private individual with relevant expertise can submit amicus analysis to an ongoing court review. It is not common, but it is legal." He paused. "I would like to write a technical analysis based on this framework, not as a party to the proceedings. As a scholar who encountered a situation the existing legal framework cannot adequately address, and would like to contribute to the development of better tools." She held his gaze. He held hers back. He had the specific quality of someone who was not asking for anything beyond what he was stating. No hidden leverage, no professional calculation, just the position of an expert who had identified a gap in the intellectual framework of his field and wanted to fill it correctly. "Wait here," she said. She went to find Wei Liang at Lin Bao's session and described the conversation in 3 sentences. He said, "Yes, he should write it." She went back to the archive. "Wei Liang agrees," she said. "Write the analysis. We will provide you with a signed statement about the targeting restrictions design and access to the relevant archive materials. On the condition that any analysis submitted to the court uses those materials accurately and does not misrepresent any aspect of the formation's operation or the reasoning behind the restrictions design." "Agreed," Hung Cho said. He said it without hesitation. She opened the second volume to the first page of the targeting restriction chapter and moved a chair to the table. "Then let us start from the beginning," she said. "I will explain my great-grandfather's theoretical framework, and you will ask questions until you understand it fully enough to represent it accurately." The session ran through the afternoon and into the evening. The targeting restriction framework was not simple to explain in full. It had 3 interdependent components that needed to be understood in relation to each other rather than sequentially, and Hung Cho asked questions that were sometimes clarifying and sometimes pushed at the edges of the framework in ways that required her to think about aspects she had not examined from his angle before. He was not testing the framework. He was building his own accurate understanding of it, which required genuine engagement rather than passive reception. At one point he asked about the third component, the requirement of informed personal choice despite alternatives. "The Gushin application," he said. The alternatives available to him included ceasing the campaign, as Nai Ruwei had requested. He chose not to. This is documented. But the framework requires that the alternatives were genuinely available, that he had the authority and practical capacity to act on them. He was the regional governor, Ru Yingji said. The campaign operated under his direct authority. He could have halted it at any point. Yes, Hung Cho said. That is established by the case record. I am checking whether the framework's requirement is met by the case facts. He thought for a moment. The third component is the hardest to satisfy because it requires demonstrating availability, not just existence, of alternatives. A powerful person can claim they had no choice because the political consequences of choosing differently were too great. The framework would need to address that line of argument. She had not thought about this particular objection. She looked at the second volume's text for a moment. My great-grandfather addresses it indirectly, she said. In the discussion of authority to act. He writes that authority to act includes authority to bear the consequences of acting. Someone who claims they could not choose differently because the consequences were too great is claiming that authority without accepting it. She found the passage and read it aloud. He means, the power that made their harmful choice possible is the same power that made an alternative choice possible. You cannot claim the power for one and disclaim it for the other. Hung Cho was quiet for a moment. Yes, he said, that is the right argument. And it is more precisely grounded than the standard formation law treatment. He took a note. This will be the most important passage in the analysis. They broke for the evening meal, ate with the rest of the community in the main hall, and resumed in the archive after the meal. Wei Liang joined them at this point, and the conversation shifted to the specific application of the framework to documented cases. Hung Cho had read the case documentation from the committee's archive. He walked through each case. Gu Shun, Nai Ruwei, Chao Ding, the anonymous commander's aide who had been briefly bound during the 6th Legion's initial approach, and tested the framework's application against the documented facts. The case of Hung Cho himself he discussed with the same flat accuracy he gave to the other three. He had not met the targeting restrictions criteria. He had conducted an honest investigation, had not attempted to deceive the formation's operator, and had submitted a corrective report when he concluded that his engagement had been used fraudulently. The targeting restriction correctly excluded him, and the analysis of why it correctly excluded him was a worked example of what the framework was designed to do. He discussed this case without discomfort. The same quality of detached precision he brought to the other three, the trained habit of an investigator who had learned to treat himself as evidence when the situation required it. When Hung Cho left on the morning of the 4th day, he carried a carefully organized archive copy, Wei Liang's signed statement, and a single additional question, asked at the boundary post, the masking technique. I would like to study it further. Not for investigation, for my own practice. Would Ru Yingji be willing to have that conversation? Ask her yourself, Wei Liang said. She will give you a more accurate answer. Chapter 32 Chief Examiner Qin Mei's final report arrived on the 41st day after the committee's departure, delivered by official courier to Shun Mao's records office. Shun Mao read it alone before the morning meeting. He had the habit of reading official documents twice before presenting them, once for comprehension, once for accuracy of his own understanding. He read the final report 3 times. The first reading took 11 minutes. The second took 22, because he read certain passages more slowly to be certain he understood precisely what they said. The third took 18. He arrived at the gathering with the document held in both hands, which Wei Liang had never seen him do before, and set it on the work stone at the center of the gathering. I am going to read this aloud, Shen Mao said. All 12 pages. In full. He read every word. The room was quiet throughout with the specific quality of quiet that comes from people paying complete attention to something they have been waiting for. The formation's ambient hum ran through the cave's walls, steady and settled. Outside, the mountain's late autumn sounds were present. Wind in the upper heights, the faint calling of the construction team beginning their morning work, the specific deep resonance of the formation's detection layer registering the ordinary morning movement of the community's 354 people. All of it was ordinary, and all of it was what the document was deciding the fate of. The central finding was unambiguous. Imperial Order Reference 7-441, C had been obtained through materially false representations. Gu Shun had characterized the Shattered Pine Sect as an aggressive, expanding threat to imperial security. The committee's investigation had found no evidence supporting this characterization and substantial evidence directly contradicting it. The order was void from its inception. Shen Mao read the secondary findings. The formation's operation was acknowledged as falling within the definition of legitimate ancestral formation use. The sovereign function's single deployment was addressed directly. The committee had reviewed the targeting restriction design, the deployment documentation, and Heng Chao's technical analysis, and had concluded that the deployment was proportional, specifically targeted, and consistent with the legal doctrine of defensive formation use. Shen Mao had worked with Heng Chao's analysis before the committee submitted the final report. He knew the precise wording Hung Cho had used, and he could hear the echo of that wording in the committee's conclusion, which meant the committee had adopted his framework rather than merely noting it. He read the recommendations. Proceedings against Gu Shen initiated. Chao Ding's suspension made permanent pending trial. Nai Ruwei's case under assessment with a recommendation for leniency, given his documented cooperation and the analysis of his position within the fraudulent campaign. The 6th Legion to stand down and return to its regular deployment region. The Sect's registration to be made permanent, effective from the provisional registration's date rather than from the final report's date. The final paragraph. The committee recommends formal recognition of the Shattered Pine Sect's ancestral formation under the Imperial Formation Registry, with the operational guidelines negotiated with the court's liaison officer to serve as the governing framework for the formation's ongoing operation. The committee finds that the formation's operator has, throughout the period under review, demonstrated consistent restraint, proportional response, and genuine commitment to the formation's protective purpose. We make no further recommendations regarding enforcement. When Shun Mao finished reading the last sentence, he set the document on the workstone and looked at his hands for a moment. His expression was the expression of someone who had held a very precise and carefully organized system of effort in place for a long time and had just been told the structure it was supporting was now standing on its own. The room was quiet for a long moment. The formation's ambient hum continued exactly as it had been. The mountain stone resonance was unchanged. The 354 people within the domain continued their ordinary morning activities, their signatures present and specific in the detection layer, reading exactly as they always read. Nothing in the formation had changed because a document had arrived. The formation was as it had been. Only the legal fact of its status had changed, from contested to acknowledged. Wei Liang had been thinking about this all morning, since Dao Curson had arrived at the boundary post with the sealed envelope. The recognition did not change the formation. The formation had always been what it was. The recognition only meant that the institution that had been claiming otherwise was now required to stop claiming otherwise. He held the tablet. Through its substrate, he could feel every anchor's current state. Layer 1's concealment operating at normal efficiency, Layer 2's detection reading clearly, Layers 3 through 7 in their established parameters. Everything exactly where it was supposed to be. Bao Shulan said, "I am going to make something better than porridge tonight." Ganho laughed. It was not his controlled operational laugh. It was the laugh of someone who had been keeping a specific quality of alertness for 18 months and was, for the first time, releasing it. Deng laughed with the full chest sound of an elderly craftsperson who had believed in what he was building and had been vindicated. Ru Yingji closed the second volume she had been holding since the reading began and set it on the table beside her with the careful placement of someone who had just heard her great-grandfather's 40 years of work acknowledged by the institution that had tried to destroy it. Shen Mao looked at the document on the workstone for a moment. He had built the legal archive that made this document possible. He had organized 18 months of evidence into an argument that could not be refuted, and the committee had been unable to refute it. He did not say anything. He looked at the document, and his expression said what he was not saying. Lin Bao's mother, who attended the morning meetings regularly now, looked at the people laughing, and her expression was the expression of someone witnessing a group of people release something held tight for an extended time, and she felt it through her own chest in a way she had not entirely expected. Lin Bao herself was sitting beside her mother. She looked at Wei Liang. He was sitting with the tablet in his hands, as he always was in the morning meeting. He was looking at the tablet, not at the people around him. His expression was not joy. It was something quieter than joy, the specific quality of someone who has been doing a thing for a long time and has just been told that the thing is recognized as having been done. The thing had been done before the recognition. But recognition was not nothing. Lin Bao said, "Are you happy?" He looked at her. "Yes," he said. "I am." She nodded, satisfied with this answer, in the way that 12-year-olds are satisfied when they ask the question everyone else was thinking and get a direct, honest answer. She had been doing this more and more in the morning meetings, asking the questions that were present in the room, but that the adults around her were too practiced at adult circumspection to ask directly. It was, Wei Liang thought, one of the advantages of having a 12-year-old at the morning meeting. The meeting concluded and the mountain's work resumed its ordinary rhythm. Deng to the construction site, Bao Shulan to the clinic with something lighter in her step than usual, Ganhua to the perimeter review that was now, for the first time in 18 months, a formality rather than a necessity. Shen Mao went to the records office to file the final report in the legal archive, with the same methodical precision he gave to every document regardless of its significance. Ru Yingji went back to the second volume. Lin Bao went to her morning session position at the tertiary anchor, because the formation still needed its morning maintenance check. The formation hummed through the mountain's substrate with its settled, complete authority, unchanged by the document, which had only acknowledged what had been true from the moment the first anchor was keyed and the teaching sequence began. Chapter 33. The Imperial Court's formal appointment of a liaison officer arrived 3 weeks after the final report, along with a biographical note prepared for the Sect's reception rather than for administrative protocol. Someone at the Oversight Bureau had decided that a new Sect master deserved to know who they were getting rather than just receiving an official assignment notification. Dao Curson was 27 years old. He had the highest examination scores in formation law of his administrative cohort. He had requested the liaison posting specifically, with a letter of interest that the biographical note summarized as demonstrating thorough familiarity with the case record and interest in what the biographical note describes as the practical application of formation law principles to situations that existing law did not anticipate. He had confirmed, when told the assignment would be unlike standard liaison work, that he considered this an advantage. He arrived on a clear autumn morning when the mountain stone resonance was at its most audible, the specific, deep character that cold, dry weather produced in the formation's ambient field, each anchor's signature crisp and distinct in the atmospheric conditions. Wei Liang had been tracking his approach since he entered detection range on the eastern road, a single precise signature with the measured pace of someone who had been told to arrive at the boundary post at the second morning bell and had calibrated his travel exactly. He dismounted at the boundary stone and looked at the domain with the focused attention of someone who had read extensively about something and was now encountering it for the first time. He looked at the quality of the air. He looked at the ground with the specific attention of someone who had read about how a domain-level formation altered substrate chi conductivity and was testing whether the experience matched the description. The detection coverage includes this boundary marker, he said. Yes, Wei Liang said. You have been inside the formation's awareness since the road junction approximately 2 kilometers east. Dao Curson considered this. He looked at Wei Liang. What does my approach feel like, from the formation's perspective? Wei Liang gave him the honest answer. Specific, he said. Each person's chi pattern is distinct. Depth, frequency, the way it shifts during movement. You walk with a consistent rhythm and an attentive quality. Your cultivation is present, but not at a practice-intensive level. You are curious rather than anxious. Curious is accurate, Dao Curson said. There is a great deal here to be curious about. He looked at the mountain. May I see the formation? On the walk up, he asked about things the documentation had not covered, the early period of the formation's construction, the specific quality of the decisions made under conditions of complete resource scarcity and operational pressure. He wanted to understand the judgment formation of a 17-year-old who had found a formation core stone and decided to rebuild what it represented rather than simply use it to survive. He asked this in the way of someone who was genuinely trying to understand rather than evaluating. You expected to rebuild the entire formation when you started, he said. Not just survive. Yes, Wei Liang said. From the first morning. The formation's teaching sequences made the full scope clear immediately. 7 layers, 7 ranks. Complete reconstruction required for full operation. And you decided to do it. I decided it needed to be done, Wei Liang said. Whether I was going to succeed was a separate question that I addressed one step at a time rather than in advance. Dao Curson thought about this for several minutes, walking. The documentation covers the technical decisions very thoroughly, he said. It does not cover what it was like to make them. The documentation was written for a legal review, Wei Liang said. Legal reviews require technical accuracy. What it was like is a different kind of account. Is there a record of that kind? Dao Curson asked. Wei Liang thought of Shun Mao's ledgers, which contain not just logistics records but, in their margins and in the notes sections, the texture of the decisions made alongside the logistics, the conversations, the assessments, the moments of uncertainty and resolution. Not a personal diary. A practitioner's record. Yes, he said. Shen Mao kept operational records throughout. They are more complete than the legal archive in some respects. I would like to read them, Dao Curson said. If that is possible. Ask Shen Mao, Wei Liang said. He will tell you what is appropriate to share. In the formation chamber, Dao Curson spent a long time with the tablet, longer than Hung Cho had, longer than Chief Examiner Qin Mei had, longer than anyone who was not a practitioner normally spent with it. He was doing something, Wei Liang realized. Not just looking, but extending his own formation sensitivity toward the stone's ambient field and trying to feel what he could feel. The teaching sequences describe this as the first master's own work, Dao Curson said finally. The material design, the inscription architecture, the activation sequence. He built this himself and built it to survive indefinitely and to be findable by whoever survived. Yes, Wei Liang said. He could not have known it would survive for however long it did before you found it, Dao Curson said. He could not have known about the massacre. He built it for a contingency he could not specifically anticipate. He built it for a practitioner who came after, in whatever circumstances that practitioner faced, Wei Liang said. The first master plan for the formation's survival without knowing what threat would make it necessary. Dao Curson set the tablet down carefully and was quiet for a moment. The case documentation covers the attack in factual terms. When, who, how many. It does not cover the immediate aftermath. What the ruins looked like. What you were doing there. Wei Liang considered this. The ruins were a formation site that had been deliberately destroyed, he said. The anchors had been shattered. The residual formation energy was dissipating through the substrate in irregular pulses. I was excavating the secondary chamber where the core stone's emergency containment housing had been installed because the teaching sequence, which I had been through once before the attack, told me that the core stone had an emergency release mechanism designed to survive formation destruction. You were 17, Dao Curson said. Yes. And you knew, from a single reading of a teaching sequence, that there was a specific emergency mechanism, and you were digging for it in the ruins of an attack site. I did not know for certain, Wei Liang said. I assessed that the probability was sufficient to justify the excavation. The teaching sequence's description of the emergency mechanism was precise. A precise description of an emergency mechanism suggests a deliberate design rather than a theoretical possibility. He paused. I was also the only person there. There was no other action to take. Dao Curson held this for a moment. The documentation describes you finding the core stone and beginning the reconstruction. It does not describe the days between. How many days were there? 3 days at the ruins, Wei Liang said. 1 day excavating. 1 day completing the excavation and reading the initial teaching sequences. 1 day deciding where to go. 3 days alone in the ruins of the place where everyone you knew was killed, Dao Curson said. Wei Liang looked at him directly. Yes, he said. That is correct. He said it with the flat accuracy he brought to all factual statements. Not distant, not performatively neutral, simply honest. Dao Curson nodded, accepting the fact as it was given. I will not ask further about those 3 days, he said. But I wanted to know they existed and what they were. He looked at the tablet. The court's record does not contain that. It should, somewhere. Not as evidence, as context for understanding what was built here and why the way it was built matters. Shen Mao's records contain it, Wei Liang said again. In more detail than I would include in my own account. I will ask him, Dao Curson said. He set the tablet down carefully. Tomorrow, he said, could we go through the formation law reference texts, and you could tell me which parts are accurate and which parts this formation does differently. Come back tomorrow, Wei Liang said. Bring everything you have. Chapter 34 The Operational Guidelines negotiation took 4 weeks of regular sessions, and its most distinctive quality was that both parties came to it committed to producing guidelines that would function in practice. Dao Curson had arrived with the court's 12-point framework document and had opened the first session by identifying the 3 points that were, in his assessment, going to require the most substantial revision. This had established the negotiation's character from the first hour, not a process of the court asserting requirements and the sect accepting or contesting them, but a collaborative attempt to produce guidelines that accurately reflected both the formation's actual operation and the court's legitimate interest in oversight. The point 4 negotiation concerned binding notification. The court's framework assumed the formation could be configured to issue a warning before binding, giving occupants of the domain time to change behavior before the binding was imposed. Wei Liang explained that this was architecturally not possible at the formation's current layer architecture. The binding activated based on threat assessment conditions evaluated in the detection layer, and inserting a warning interval between threat assessment and binding activation would require a structural modification to the Layer 4 architecture that would reduce its effectiveness in genuine threat situations. Dao Curson received this explanation and then asked a question that showed he had thought about it before the session. Is the concern about effectiveness specifically, or about the modification process itself? Because if the modification is technically feasible and the concern is primarily about effectiveness, there may be calibration solutions that preserve effectiveness while adding a minimal warning interval. Wei Liang thought about this for a moment. He had not considered calibration solutions because his assumption had been that the framework was asking for something the formation could not do. Dao Curson was correct that the relevant constraint was different. The modification was feasible, but he needed to assess whether a minimal warning interval would create unacceptable vulnerability in genuine threat situations. That is the right question, Wei Liang said. Give me 2 days to model the calibration options. 2 days later, he returned to the session with specific numbers. A 3-second warning interval was feasible without meaningful effectiveness reduction in most threat scenarios. A 10-second interval would create vulnerability in scenarios involving rapid movement. A 30-second interval, which the framework's language implied, was genuinely not feasible without significant effectiveness reduction. The negotiation resolved on a 3-second warning interval with a documented exception for scenarios involving active rapid approach. This pattern repeated across the 12 points. The court's framework was written to address concerns that were legitimate, but that had been expressed in terms that did not accurately reflect the formation's operational reality. Dao Curson was good at identifying when the underlying concern was legitimate and when the specific proposed measure was poorly matched to that concern. Wei Liang was good at describing what the formation could and could not do with sufficient precision for Dao Curson to find measures that addressed the concern within the formation's actual capabilities. The detection privacy question took the longest. The court's concern was that continuous detection coverage of the entire domain constituted a surveillance capability that could infringe on the privacy of non-hostile individuals living inside the formation's range. The framework proposed limiting detection to boundary regions, a restriction that was, as Wei Liang explained, architecturally impossible. The Layer 2 detection coverage operated domain-wide as a structural property of the formation's architecture, not as a configurable option. The concern behind this provision, Dao Curson said, on the third session covering this point, is not the detection itself. It is the potential use of detection data. The concern is that a formation operator with continuous awareness of everyone inside the domain could use that awareness in ways that violate the privacy and autonomy of non-hostile individuals. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is the correct framing of the concern. And the concern is legitimate, Dao Curson said. Yes, Wei Liang said. The formation can see everything. What the operator does with that seeing is where the ethical obligation lies. He thought for a moment. A governance commitment to a specific use policy, the specific purposes for which detection information about non-hostile individuals may be used, would address the underlying concern more accurately than an architectural restriction that is not feasible. That is what I was thinking, Dao Curson said. He drafted the use policy in the following session, in careful language that Wei Liang reviewed with Ru Yingji and refined to close 3 technical gaps in the original draft. The final policy was specific enough to be enforceable and general enough to cover the formation's legitimate operational needs. The Point 11 negotiation concerned modification authority. The court's framework required that any modification to the formation's operational parameters receive prior court approval. Wei Liang explained that many formation modifications were routine maintenance operations. Anchor recalibration, seasonal coefficient adjustment, substrate monitoring responses that required immediate implementation rather than the 3-week approval process the framework implied. Waiting 3 weeks for approval of a calibration adjustment would mean allowing a degrading anchor to continue degrading, which created exactly the kind of instability the court's oversight was designed to prevent. Dao Curson asked for a taxonomy of modification types. Wei Liang and Ru Yingji developed one over 2 evenings: routine maintenance, operational calibration, structural modification, capability extension, with definitions specific enough to be applied consistently. The taxonomy allowed them to design a tiered approval system: routine maintenance with post-notification, operational calibration with 48-hour notice, structural and capability modifications with full prior approval. Dao Curson reviewed the taxonomy and asked 3 clarifying questions about where certain edge cases fell. They revised the definitions to address the edge cases. The final tier system was clearer than anything the court's original framework had proposed. The negotiations' final session covered the documentation requirements. Dao Curson had prepared a draft documentation schedule that Wei Liang reviewed with Shen Mao, who made 7 specific revisions to the timing and format requirements. The revised schedule produced documentation that would be genuinely useful for oversight rather than compliance theater, real information, organized for real use, on a timeline that matched the formation's operational rhythm rather than the court's administrative calendar. You have done this before, Wei Liang said at the end of that session. Not accusatory, observational. Not this specifically, Dao Curson said. I have drafted operational frameworks for 3 other unusual formation cases. None of them had a 7-layer domain-level array with a sovereign function. But the general problem is the same. Existing law written for situations that did not exist applied to a situation that did not fit, requiring a framework that would actually work. He looked at the final documentation schedule. The difference here is that you know more about your formation than I know about formation law. That made the negotiation easier, not harder. Heng Cho said the same thing in a different way, Wei Liang said. Heng Cho is a precise person, Dao Kersen said. I find that precision useful. When the final guidelines were submitted to the court, Dao Kersen included in his accompanying analysis a note that the guidelines had been developed through genuine collaborative engagement rather than adversarial negotiation, and that the resulting guidelines were more operationally sound than the original framework would have produced. He said this not as flattery, but as an operational observation. Wei Liang read the note when Dao Kersen showed it to him before submission and said nothing, because there was nothing to add. The guidelines would govern the formation's operation for as long as the recognition held. They had been built with the care of something meant to last, not for the current situation, but for whatever came after it. Wei Liang thought about this the evening after the submission, running his maintenance checks through the formation's 7 layers, feeling the specific settled quality of each layer's current state. The guidelines would still be in effect when Lin Bao was old enough to operate the formation herself, if it came to that. They were building for a future they could not precisely anticipate. The first master would have understood this. He had built the core stone for a future he could not precisely anticipate. The approach was the same. Build it correctly for whatever comes, and trust the work to carry forward. Chapter 35. The formal recognition confirmation arrived on the 92nd day of the provisional period, 2 days after the expected date, in a sealed document delivered to Dao Kersen's boundary office and carried personally up the mountain path. He handed it to Shun Mao at the path's top, which was the protocol they had established for official documents. Shin Mao received all formal correspondence, read it first, and brought it to the morning meeting with context already prepared. Shin Mao read the confirmation alone in the records office. He emerged 20 minutes later with the document held in both hands. He went directly to the main cave complex where most of the founding members were at their morning work and said, to all of them at once, "Morning meeting." Now, the morning meeting convened within 10 minutes. All 5 founding members were present, plus Dao Kersen, who had been on the mountain since delivering the document, and who Wei Liang had invited to stay as a matter of courtesy, and because the liaison officer was now genuinely part of the community's governance structure, and his presence at significant moments seemed right. Lin Bao arrived for her morning session and was redirected to the morning meeting by Ganhua, who told her, "This one you should hear." She came in and took a seat at the edge, beside her mother, who had been at the meeting when Dao Kersen knocked. Shin Mao read the document aloud. He read every word, in the methodical voice he used for official records, without editorial comment, letting the document speak in its own language. His voice was steady throughout. Only someone who knew his voice well, the slight register differences that came with significant content, would have heard anything in it. Ruingji heard it. She had been watching him for 18 months. The Shattered Pine Sect was formally recognized under the Imperial Formation Registry. The formation's operation was acknowledged as lawful under the legal doctrine of ancestral formation use. The formation control mandate's application was void. Gu Shun's cultivation sealing was ratified as a lawful defensive action under the court's determination that the targeting restriction design had been constructed with appropriate ethical care. The proceedings against Gu Shun were formally initiated. Chao Ding's suspension was made permanent. Nai Rui's case would be resolved under a separate proceeding with Hung Chao's analysis in the record. The 6th Legion was ordered to stand down and return to its regional deployment position. The final line. This recognition is permanent and without condition, effective from this date. Shin Mao folded the document and set it on the work stone. He looked at it for a moment. Then he looked up. The general's camp will be breaking down today, Ganhua said. He had been watching the 6th Legion's camp at the domain's northern edge through the detection layer. Even as Shun Mao spoke, the camp's signatures were reorganizing in the specific pattern of military disassembly, command tent first, then support structures, then unit formation for departure. Yes, Wei Liang said. He watched through the formation's awareness as 10,000 signatures began their careful reorganization. The general's signature was already at the northern boundary, moving in the specific direction of someone who had received orders and was implementing them with professional efficiency. The general had conducted himself correctly throughout, holding when told to hold, advancing when told to advance, withdrawing now when told to withdraw. Wei Liang thought that he should probably note this in the formation's operational record. The general had not been an adversary. He had been a variable, and he had resolved as a reasonable one. Bao Shulan said, "I am making something better than porridge tonight. And I mean it this time. I have been saving specific things for this." She had been saying this at each significant milestone. The domain activation. Layer 5. Layer 7. The sovereign function's successful calibration. Each time something was completed and the work moved to the next phase, she had said this. And each time she had made something that was genuinely better than the ordinary rotation, and each time the meal had been, in practice, the gathering's acknowledgement of what had been accomplished. She had not explained this framework explicitly. She had not needed to. By the third time she said it, everyone understood what it meant. Wei Liang had been patient about it because he had understood what she was doing. She was marking the stages, which was a different function than celebrating them. Marking stages created a record that the community could reference, a sequence of points that showed the distance from where they had started to where they were. The meals were not the marking. The meals were what allowed people to stop and notice the marking without it feeling like a formal occasion that required prepared remarks and official acknowledgement. She was, in her way, doing what Xin Mao did with ledgers, creating a continuous record in a medium that could be received without resistance. Wei Liang had been thinking about this for 3 months and had not said it to her because there was no need to say it. She knew what she was doing. This was the last marking. The work was not over, but this stage was. This was the last marking. He had not said anything about the previous ones. He had understood what she was doing and had found value in it even when she was saying it about a meal that was, in fact, porridge. Deng laughed, and his laugh was the full chest laugh of an elderly man who had been holding something with careful attention for 18 months and had permission to set it down. He clapped Xin Mao on the shoulder, which was not something Deng normally did. He was precise and economical in his physical interactions. Xin Mao looked surprised, and then not surprised. Ganhua stood at the cave's entrance, looking out toward the domain's boundary, where the 6th Legion's camp would be already disassembling. He had been watching the camp for 6 weeks through the formation's detection layer. He had known every patrol pattern, every shift change, every command meeting by the general's signature. He would not need to know those things anymore. Good, he said to the view. Just the one word, to himself, but everyone heard it. Dao Curson, standing at the meeting's edge with the proper visitor's position he maintained even now, said nothing. He had read the document and knew what it contained and had understood for 4 weeks that this outcome was likely. He looked at the founding members with the expression of someone who had studied a situation extensively and was now watching what the real thing looked like from the inside. Ru Yingji looked at Wei Liang. She had been looking at him since Xin Mao read the final paragraph, and he had been aware of her looking without meeting her eyes. Now he met them. She gave a very small nod, not agreement with anything specific, but recognition, the gesture of someone saying, "Here we are, where we were trying to get to." He returned it. Lin Bao, who had been attending morning meetings for a month now as part of her formal training, looked at Wei Liang. "Is it over?" she asked. He thought about how to answer this accurately. "The first part," he said. "The part where we had to survive and demonstrate that we deserve to exist. That part is over." "What comes next?" she asked. "The part where we exist and do what we're here for," he said. She considered this. The answer was complete in itself, but it also implied a question she had not asked yet, which was, what are we here for? She was 12. She had time to find out. She seemed to understand this, because she did not ask the next question. She saved it. She nodded, satisfied with the answer she had received. She went to her morning session position at the tertiary anchor, because the formation still needed its morning maintenance check whether the court's recognition had arrived or not. She had been doing the maintenance check every morning since Wei Liang taught her how. She would keep doing it. That was the answer to the question she had not asked. Wei Liang watched her go and understood that he was looking at the sect's future. Not the only future. There would be others, other students, other members of the community who would find their way to the array path in their own time. But Lin Bao was the first, which made her presence at the tertiary anchor on this morning, doing her ordinary maintenance check on the day the recognition arrived, exactly the right thing to be looking at. Chapter 36. 3 weeks after the recognition, on a morning when the first winter snow had arrived on the mountain's upper heights and the formation's substrate monitoring showed the seasonal shift in substrate chi conductivity that Wei Liang had been tracking since the autumn's beginning, Ru Yingji came to the formation chamber with the second volume and a question she had been holding for 2 days. "I want to talk about what the formation is for," she said. "Not technically, in the sense my great-grandfather meant when he called it the good work." Wei Liang set down the maintenance documentation. "Tell me what he meant," he said. She opened the second volume to the final chapter, the chapter her great-grandfather had written last, dated 3 years before the latest technical derivation, which meant it had been written when the technical work was complete, and he was thinking about what the complete work meant rather than how it functioned. The chapter was shorter than the technical chapters, written in a different register. Not the measured precision of derivation, but the reflective language of someone accounting to themselves. She read aloud. "The thousand-vane sovereign array is a shelter. This is its founding principle and its defining purpose. Not a weapon, though it has the capacity of one. Not a demonstration of power, though it demonstrates power by its existence. The formation is a shelter, and what this means in practice is that the formation master's first obligation is always to the sheltering, to the people inside, to the conditions that make life inside possible, to the relationships and practices that make shelter mean more than physical safety. The good work is not the formation's activation. The good work is what happens because the formation is active, the farming and the healing and the teaching and the children growing up without the specific fear that comes from being unprotected in a hostile world. That is what the formation is for. She closed the volume. He wrote that when he was in his late 60s, she said. After 40 years of studying a formation, he could never operate. He wrote it for whoever came after. She paused for a moment. I have been thinking about what he meant by the specific fear that comes from being unprotected in a hostile world. He was writing theoretically. He had lived his entire adult life inside a functioning formation. He studied what the formation was for, but he experienced it from inside. The shelter was always present. Unlike the people who came here after the massacre, Wei Liang said. Yes, the 362 people currently inside this formation, most of them know what that fear is. They lived it before they came here. The formation's protection is not theoretical for them. She held the volume. I wonder if he would have written that passage differently if he had met them. If he had read Bao Shulan's clinical records and understood what the fear looks like in bodies. He would have written it more precisely, Wei Liang said. The precision would have made it harder to read. She considered this. Yes, she said. Some truths are easier to receive in theoretical language. Wei Liang looked at the tablet in his hands. The formation ran through the mountain around him, through the substrate of the stone and the soil, and the embedded anchor network, 7 layers complete, sovereign function operational. Through the formation's awareness, he could feel 362 people, the morning's census, each one a distinct and specific presence. Lin Bao at the tertiary anchor, already at her morning practice. Bao Shulan's clinic, where 3 people were waiting for the morning's appointments. Deng's construction team, beginning their second winter day on the 4th terrace's longhouse. The kitchen's cook fires already lit. The formation's detection layer reading all of it continuously. He ran through each signature in turn, not the routine maintenance check, but something more deliberate. The specific attention of someone taking an inventory of what they are responsible for. Each one was a person with a name and a history. He had keyed 362 of them himself, which meant he had held each one's cultivation signature in direct contact with his own extended consciousness long enough to establish a stable key. He had not thought of it in those terms when he was doing it. He had been doing it as a security measure. Looking at it now, through his great-grandfather's question about what the shelter was for, he understood that the keying was not just technical. The formation recognized each person. They were inside its awareness, specifically and individually. The good work, he said. Yes, Ruingji said. What does it look like for this sect, specifically right now? He thought about this carefully, because the question deserved careful thought. Lin Bao learning the array path, he said. The clinic being able to treat what it treats. The community having a spring planting plan and enough seeds. The 36 families in the southeast district whose crops failed, the provisions Shun Mao arranged reached them, and 3 of those families have since come to the mountain. The second volume in the archive, organized and accessible. He paused. The legal archives documentation in the Imperial Court's evidentiary record. Hung Cho writing an accurate technical analysis rather than the analysis he was paid to write. The general choosing to hold rather than advance because the evidence he saw told him to. He looked at her. The formation's recognition creating a precedent for how domain-level formations in this empire are governed. That is something that will matter for generations beyond us. She held his gaze. That is a lot for a 20-year-old, she said. Not criticism, something else. Something like, I see the scope of what you carry, and I am noting it. I am not doing it alone, he said. No, she said. You are not. She looked at the tablet and at the formation chamber walls and at the particular quality of light in the room, which changed with the seasons as the mountain snow cover altered the ambient reflection. She looked at all of it, and then she looked at him. There is something I want to say, and I am not certain of the right way to say it. He waited. She was precise. When she was uncertain of the right way to say something, she found it if he gave her time. My great-grandfather spent 40 years studying a formation he never operated, she said. I spent 3 years running from Gushin's enforcement actions before I was arrested. I came to this mountain because Bao Shulan found me, and Wei Liang rescued me, and both of them were building something I wanted to be part of. She paused. I am part of it. This is the thing I am part of. She paused again. That is what I wanted to say. He did not say anything, because there was nothing to say that would improve on what she had said. He looked at her, and she looked back, and the formation hummed around them with the settled authority of something built correctly by people who meant what they were building. The winter light was specific and cold through the chamber's upper aperture, and the mountain snow cover was faintly audible in the formation's substrate resonance as a change in the detection layer's ambient frequency, a sound he had learned to hear over 20 months of listening. "The good work," she said again. "Smaller, more private, the way a person says something that is also a commitment." "Yes," he said. The mountain's drumming rose with the winter wind, deep and certain and sustained. The formation's voice and the mountain's voice together, resonating in the stone and the cold air and the long particular light of a winter morning on a mountain that was, formally and permanently, and in the language of the institution that had tried to destroy it, recognized as standing. The good work continued. It would continue tomorrow, and the day after, and in whatever circumstances came after that. The first master had built for that continuity without knowing what form it would take. Wei Liang would do the same. They all would. That was what the good work was. Chapter 37. The first full spring of the sect's recognized existence arrived on the mountain in the way that springs arrived at high elevation, slowly, with reversals, the cold returning for days at a time before the thaw resumed, the snow retreating up the slopes in irregular pulses rather than the single steady withdrawal that the lower valleys experienced. Wei Liang tracked each change in the formation's substrate readings, the stone's resonance deepening as melt water worked through the anchor bed, the soil's chi conductivity rising unevenly as the frost retreated, the way the Layer 2 detection layer registered the mountain waking up. He had been monitoring this at the Hollow Drum Peak site for 2 full winters now. He knew the mountain's seasonal rhythm well enough to anticipate shifts rather than simply react to them. This was a specific kind of knowledge that formation maintenance produced over time, not the dramatic insight of a breakthrough, but the accumulated understanding of a practitioner who had been in one place long enough to understand what that place did at every time of year. He found it satisfying in the same way that a craftsperson finds satisfaction in knowing their material. Lin Bao had been asking about the spring shift for 2 weeks. "The anchors feel different," she said, at their morning session in the late second month. "Not the same kind of different as in winter. The heaviness is gone, but there is something more active, like the stone is awake. The substrate chi conductivity is increasing as the melt water raises the water table," Wei Liang said. "The anchors sit in more conductive substrate, which means their field range extends slightly and their resonance depth increases. The formation's effective coverage expands by approximately 4% in the spring period. What you are feeling as more active is the formation responding to the improved conductivity. The chi flow through the anchor network increases slightly, which is perceptible as higher ambient energy at the anchor surfaces." She absorbed this. "Does that affect the suppression layer?" Layer 3's effective boundary moves outward by about 100 meters on the southern and eastern faces, the aspects with the most direct solar exposure and therefore the earliest spring thaw. The northern face maintains closer to winter parameters until the 6th month. He looked at her. "Why do you ask about suppression specifically?" She thought about her answer before giving it. "Because suppression is the layer that people outside the formation encounter first. It is the edge that matters for people who are coming toward us and do not know where the boundary is. If the boundary moves outward, people who have learned where the suppression starts from winter experience would not know their usual landmark has changed. They might step into it without meaning to and not understand what they were feeling." He had not considered it from that angle. She was thinking about the suppression layer's operational implications for people approaching from outside, not the formation's internal mechanics, which was the technical question he had been prepared to answer, but the human experience of encountering the boundary from the wrong side of it. This was a more sophisticated application of the technical knowledge than he had expected at this stage of her training. "You are right," he said. "When the spring boundary shift occurs, Xin Mao's intake team needs to be notified of the new effective perimeter. The painted boundary markers need to be moved to reflect the seasonal change." He paused. "And anyone who guides arrivals toward the mountain needs to know that the threshold they learned in winter has shifted." "Should I tell Ganhua?" she asked. "Tell Xin Mao," Wei Liang said. "He will route it to whoever needs to know." He looked at her. "How did you know to ask about the operational implications rather than just the technical ones?" "Because you always think about what happens next," she said. She was direct about this, not performing humility or fishing for a response. "You don't just describe how things work. You describe what the way they work means for what needs to be done. I have been trying to do the same thing. I am not sure I am getting it right yet, but I am trying." He noted this in his training log that evening. Student is beginning to integrate technical observation with operational reasoning. The integration usually developed in formal training students over 2 to 3 years of sustained work. She had been in formal training for 5 months. He did not tell her the comparison because a student who learns they are developing ahead of expected pace sometimes adjusts their effort level downward, which he was not willing to allow. The pace was good precisely because she was not aware of it. He adjusted the curriculum instead. The spring was also when the first external interest in the Sect's cultivation program arrived. It came as a letter, delivered via the Provincial Administrative Bureau's standard correspondence routing, addressed to the formation master of the Shattered Pines Sect. The letter was from a mother in the regional capital whose 17-year-old son had tested positive for formation sensitivity on the provincial cultivation registry and who had been told, by the registry's assessment officer, that the Shattered Pines Sect was the only recognized array path institution in the region. The letter was careful in tone, not demanding, not transactional, but asking a genuine question: whether the Sect accepted students, what the arrangement would involve, whether her son's lack of prior training was a disqualifying factor. Shen Mao brought the letter to Wei Liang's morning review with the quiet quality he used when he considered something both significant and non-urgent. She is asking whether the Sect accepts external students, he said. The student in question has no prior cultivation training. What does the registration certificate say about our student intake policy? Wei Liang asked. Shen Mao produced the relevant document with the efficiency of someone who had anticipated this question and prepared for it. The registration authorizes us to accept students for array path cultivation. It does not limit intake to residents of the mountain community. He paused. We have not had to define the intake policy before now. We have Lin Bao, who was identified from within the community. This is the first external inquiry. Wei Liang held the letter for a moment. He thought about what the Sect was, about Ru Ingji's great-grandfather's notes on the formation's first-generation character, when it had sheltered both cultivators and non-cultivators under the same roof. He thought about what a 17-year-old with formation sensitivity and no prior training needed, which was not just instruction but context, the framework within which cultivation made sense, the understanding of why the array path existed and what it was for. That was harder to provide than technique and harder to assess from a letter. Right back, he said to Shen Mao. Yes, we accept external students. The intake process involves a 2-week residence visit, during which the student and the Sect both assess the fit. It is not guaranteed acceptance on either side. We want to know whether what we can offer is what the student needs, and they need to know whether this is the right commitment for them to make. He thought for a moment. Ask about the student's circumstances, whether residence here is practical, whether the family has financial constraints that would affect the arrangement. We need to understand the full picture before we can respond accurately. Shen Mao wrote this down. That is more careful than a simple yes or no. A simple yes or no would be answering a question I do not yet have enough information to answer, Wei Liang said. This is the response that gets us the information we need to answer correctly. He went back to his maintenance checks. He thought about the letter for the rest of the morning, about what it meant that a mother in the regional capital had learned about the Sect through the provincial registry and had written to ask about student intake, and had done so in a tone that suggested she was treating the Sect as a real institution rather than a provisional arrangement. The Imperial Registry's listing was working in the way Shen Mao had intended when he filed for it. The Sect existed in the formal record in a way that made it findable by people who needed it. He thought about Lin Bao at the tertiary anchor, asking about boundary markers. He thought about Luo Shurchen arriving from the Imperial Formation Academy in 3 months. He thought about the list of 17 improvements to the formation's architecture, organized by priority and difficulty, that he worked through each evening after the day's other work was done. The Sect was becoming something he had not fully anticipated when he was 17 and digging through ash. He had been building toward this, had always been building toward this, but the specific character of what was emerging was larger and more connected to the wider world than the initial vision had been. He was not sure how he felt about this. He worked through the feeling the same way he worked through difficult formation problems, systematically, without rushing the conclusion. Chapter 38 Gu Xin's trial proceedings began in the 4th month of the recognized year, conducted by a special tribunal of 3 imperial judges in the provincial capital. The proceedings had been formally initiated by the court's recognition order and had been in preparation since the final report arrived in the winter. Now the preparation had become the active proceeding, and the proceeding required witnesses. Shen Mao attended as the Sect's designated factual witness. He had been preparing for this role for 3 months, not preparing his personal recollections, but preparing the archive record in a form that could be entered into the tribunal's proceedings as organized evidence. The testimony documentation was a formal, structured version of what he had been building since the first month on the mountain, a sequential, cross-referenced account of everything that had happened, with every claim tied to a source document that could be produced for examination. The preparation had required him to revisit parts of the archive record he had not looked at in months. The early period, when everything had been built under the specific pressure of concealment and the knowledge that discovery would be catastrophic. He had looked at those early documents with the emotional distance of time, and also without it. Some of the records carried what they had cost to create. He read them and organized them, and did not say anything about what the reading was like. Bao Shulan attended as the medical expert witness. Her role was more specific than Shen Mao's. She was there to present the clinical record's evidence of material harm, the pattern in the documentation that showed what Gu Shan's administration had produced in the bodies of people who had lived under it. She had spent 14 years documenting exactly this kind of harm in her medical practice before she fled. She knew what the documentation showed. She had always known. Now it had a formal venue. Wei Liang did not attend. His presence in the provincial capital would have required imperial accommodation and security arrangements that were not warranted by the legal need. The documentation record was comprehensive enough to establish the factual basis without his direct appearance. More practically, leaving the formation's primary practitioner position 68 kilometers from the formation's operational center, with the formation in a period of formal but still new recognition, was not something he was willing to do without a more pressing reason. He was aware, through the formation's detection layer, of every step of Shen Mao and Bao Shulan's departure. Their signatures moving down the mountain path, through the boundary, out the detection range, and into the blank where the formation's awareness ended. He kept his attention at the boundary for a moment after their signatures disappeared, which he recognized as unnecessary, and did anyway. He had been tracking these two people through the formation's awareness for most of 2 years. Their absence from the detection layer's monitoring was a specific gap that the rest of the formation's operation did not fill. He ran the morning maintenance check with the specific attention he reserved for periods when key members of the founding team were away from the mountain. Not because the formation required additional monitoring. It did not. It was stable. But because maintaining the complete maintenance routine in the absence of the others was a form of continuity. The mountain's work did not pause because Shen Mao and Bao Shulan were in the provincial capital. Their absence was the reason the maintenance felt more deliberate rather than less. He conducted Lin Bao's session. She had been doing the extension work for a week now at the new curriculum pace, and she was demonstrating exactly the increased depth he had been looking for. The foundation was solid, the coherence of her attention holds was improving. The specific character of her engagement with the anchor was developing the quality he associated with a student close to threshold. He adjusted the session plan mid-session when she demonstrated something unexpected. She could now perceive the anchor's field in 2 simultaneous modes, the surface energy reading and the structural pattern reading, without switching between them. He had not seen this in a student before threshold. He noted it in the training log in specific detail. He worked with Tang Wei's, who had been on the mountain for 2 weeks and was in the early stage of the sensitivity assessment curriculum. Tang Wei's asked careful questions about the assessment's purpose, not what he was supposed to do, but why the assessment was structured the way it was and what it was designed to reveal. Wei Liang answered in full. A student who understood the assessment's design was a student who could cooperate with it honestly rather than attempting to perform for it. He reviewed the quarterly documentation with Dao Curson. He did the things that needed doing and noted the absence of the 2 signatures and waited. The tribunal lasted 11 days. Shen Mao sent 3 compressed message courier reports during the proceedings. The first arrived on the 3rd day. Testimony on the massacre received. Tribunal has requested the original documentation of Gu Shun's internal communications directing the operation. Second arrived on the 7th day, cross-examination completed. The tribunal's lead judge has been asking questions about the timeline of the formation's construction that required referencing the archive in detail. Questions that, Shen Mao noted, seemed designed to establish the contrast between what was claimed about the sect and what the sect actually was and did. He added a note. The questions were hard questions, well designed. The judge was doing the work properly. Third report arrived on the 9th day. Summation arguments presented. Tribunal in deliberation. Expected verdict within 3 days. The 4th report arrived on the 5th day of deliberation, 2 days after the expected timeline. Shen Mao's message was 4 words, conviction on all counts. Wei Liang was at the formation chamber when Dao Curson brought the report up the path from the boundary post. He read it standing beside the maintenance desk, with the tablet in his other hand. The formation hummed through the walls around him, the same steady resonance it had been producing for 20 months, unchanged by any legal proceeding, unchanged by any verdict. Outside, the spring afternoon was at its warmest hour, the mountain's upper slopes showing the first green of the season's growth. He thought about the night of the massacre, not the whole of it. He had thought about the whole of it many times and had arrived at the same conclusions, and revisiting those conclusions was not useful. He thought about a specific detail. The moment he had understood what had happened, standing at the edge of the ruins while the ash was still settling, looking at the place where 43 people had been and where there was now only evidence. He had been 17. He had been alone. He had stood there until understanding was complete, which had taken longer than he had expected, because he had kept looking for some sign that what had happened was not what it appeared to be, and there had been no such sign. And then he had started digging. He set the report on the maintenance desk. He picked up his calibration notes and continued the check. In the evening, Ru Yingji came to the formation chamber for their archive review session. He told her. He described the verdict in the same factual terms Shen Mao had used. She stood in the chamber's entrance after he finished, not moving. She was not a person who rushed past important information. She held it. Then she crossed the room and sat beside him on the work stone, close enough that he was aware of the specific warmth of her presence without needing to look. She held the second volume in her lap. Neither of them spoke for a long time. The formation ran its evening cycle, the detection layer's frequency shifting with the day's final light. Each of the 378 signatures in the monitoring present and specific. My great-grandfather would have wanted to know this, she said eventually. I think he did know, Wei Liang said. Not the specific outcome. He couldn't have known that. But he built a formation that would be standing when something like this happened. He built it for exactly this. The outcome where the people who destroyed the sect are held accountable in the language the Empire uses for accountability. He planned for the sect to survive long enough for that to be possible. That is a generous reading, she said. It is also accurate, he said. The formation's teaching sequences include instructions for the legal documentation of formation destruction events. That is not an instruction set you include unless you believe that documentation will eventually be used. He believed the formation would survive and that its survival would matter to a legal process. He was right. He paused. He was right about everything he designed this formation to do. The shelter, the documentation, the survival of the core stone. He built a formation for every contingency he could identify, and he identified them all. She looked at the second volume. Her great-grandfather had written in it 3 years before his death, when the theoretical derivation was complete, and he was thinking about what the complete work meant. He had hidden it in a mended cover and left it for whoever came after. He had believed someone would come after. Good, she said. It was a small word, but it was the right word. She said it again, very quietly. Good. Chapter 39. Shen Mao and Bao Shulan returned together on the 14th day, 2 days before the anticipated sentencing. The return was later than their original schedule because the tribunal's deliberation had extended and the additional testimony requirements had realigned their return timelines. They came up the mountain path in the early afternoon, Shen Mao carrying the documentation case with the careful hold of someone managing irreplaceable materials, Bao Shulan carrying 2 reference texts that she had spent the morning acquiring at the provincial capital's scholarly market before the departure. Wei Liang felt their signatures come back into the detection layer's range from the East Road, and the gap in the formation's coverage that had been present for 11 days was filled. He completed the maintenance note he was in the middle of and went to meet them at the 4th terrace. They gave their reports in the morning meeting, which was called within 20 minutes of their arrival. Shen Mao first, on the tribunal proceedings. Then Bao Shulan, on the medical evidence testimony and its reception. They spoke with the quality of people who had been carrying information for days and were relieved to be giving it to the people it belonged with. Shen Mao's summary was thorough. The primary counts covered the massacre directly, criminal conspiracy resulting in 43 deaths, fraudulent use of imperial legal instruments across 18 months, systematic abuse of administrative authority in constructing and operating the campaign against the sect. Secondary counts covered the specific acts during the campaign. The fraudulent petition that had invoked the formation control mandate, the operational direction of military personnel outside legitimate parameters, the private contract violence coordinated with the campaign's official operations. All convictions were unanimous, Shen Mao said. The 3 judges deliberated for 5 days, which was longer than expected. The record office told me the extended deliberation was due to the secondary counts, not because there was doubt about the evidence, but because they were constructing the sentencing recommendations and wanted to be precise about each count's weight. When does sentencing happen? Ru Yingji asked. 2 days after our return from the capital, Shen Mao said. We will receive formal notification through the standard channel. Bao Shulan's report covered the medical evidence testimony from a different angle. She had presented the clinical documentation in the tribunal's expert witness format, organized by presentation pattern, cross-referenced by case. With the statistical summary, she had prepared for exactly this purpose. The tribunal's lead judge had asked her 12 specific questions about individual cases. For each one, she had the case record in hand. He asked specifically about the 32 cases of enforcement-related injury, she said. Whether those individuals were currently receiving care and whether their injuries had been documented to the standard required for compensation proceedings. She paused. They are, and they have been, from the first month. I told him yes to both questions without hesitation. He made a note. Compensation proceedings, Wei Liang said. The tribunal has formally opened a supplemental process, Shen Mao said, for individuals who suffered documented material harm from Gushin's operations. It is separate from the criminal sentencing. It will take longer, 6 months to a year, and it requires individual testimony from affected parties. But the medical records Bao Shulan has been keeping since the second month are the evidentiary foundation. The cases are already documented to the required standard. He produced a communication from the proceeding administrator. A traveling hearing can be here in the third month of summer. The morning meeting ran long, following each part of both reports to its practical implications for the community. The compensation proceeding generated the most discussion, not about whether to pursue it, but about how to inform the affected community members, how to support them through the testimony process, what the practical requirements looked like in terms of time and documentation. Bao Shulan answered the medical documentation questions. Shen Mao answered the procedural ones. Wei Liang asked questions about the practical details, the specific testimony format, the duration of the individual sessions, whether family members could be present during testimony, whether the proceedings record was accessible to the claimants after the hearing. Shen Mao had the answers because Shen Mao had spent 3 days in the provincial capital asking exactly these questions of the proceeding administrator and had the answers organized in the documentation case he had carried up the mountain. Ganhua asked the question the others had been working toward. Some of the people who came from Gushin's territories came here because they were afraid of exactly this kind of process. Official proceedings, testimony, their names and documents that could be read by people with authority. He looked at Bao Shulan. How do we tell them about this without making them afraid? Bao Shulan had been expecting this question. By telling them that the formation is still running, she said. That is the context that makes everything else make sense for this community. The compensation proceeding is in the same category as the recognition. It is the outside world acknowledging what happened to them, in the outside world's language. But they are inside the formation while it happens. They are not going to the official proceeding without the shelter they came here for. She paused. The proceeding comes to us. The traveling hearing means they do not leave the domain to testify. Officer Mei Fenghua will be on our mountain. Ru Yingji said. That matters more than the process details. Yes, Bao Shulan said. Lead with that. Deng, who rarely spoke in morning meetings, but always listened, said, how many of the people who came from Gushin's territories have family who are still in his territories? Family who couldn't leave. The question shifted the room. Shen Mao checked his intake records. Of the 112 current residents with documented history in Gushin's administrative zone, 43 had close family members still in the region. These were people who had come to the mountain and who now knew that the man who had been administering that region was convicted, but whose family members were still living where that administration had operated and where the administrative structure that replaced Gushin's was still being sorted out. We need to know what is happening in that region now, Ganhua said. For their families. Dao Kersen would know, Shen Mao said. Wei Liang made a note. He would ask Dao Kersen. At the end of the meeting, he said, tell the community about the compensation proceeding at the next open session. Not with any pressure to participate. Tell them what it is, what it offers, what it requires, and that the decision is entirely theirs. Some people will want to participate and some will not, and both are legitimate. He looked at Bao Shulan. Lead with what you said about the formation. Then the practical details. Shen Mao will handle the structured part, Bao Shulan said. He is better at organized information presentation than anyone here. I will handle the personal conversations afterward, the ones who need to talk it through with someone who is not official. Shen Mao looked at her with the mild surprise he used when someone said something he had been going to say himself. Yes, he said. That is the right division. The open session happened 2 days later. 47 people attended, a larger number than most open sessions, which confirmed that word had circulated in advance. Shen Mao presented the compensation proceeding structure in the organized, accessible way he had developed for community information sessions. What the proceeding was, what participating required, what non-participation meant, what timeline was involved, and who to speak with for more information. He did not advocate for participation. He described the proceeding as an available option and the decision as belonging to each person. After the formal presentation, Bao Shulan stayed in the session room, while Shen Mao returned to the records office. For the next 2 hours, people came to her with questions that were not procedural but personal, whether it would reopen things they had been managing, whether the official record of their harm would be accessible to anyone who wanted to look at it, whether there was any risk that participation would affect their status on the mountain. She answered each question honestly, and for the questions about risk, she brought in Shun Mao by courier message twice to clarify specific legal protections. By the end of the day, 29 people had indicated preliminary interest in participating. 9 had specifically declined. The remainder were thinking about it. This was, Bao Shulan told Wei Liang at the evening meal, a better distribution than she had expected. She had anticipated more reluctance, more fear, and found instead that people were primarily looking for information and clarity rather than needing to be persuaded either way. They trust the mountain, she said. They came to the mountain because they needed somewhere to trust. They have been here long enough to know it is trustworthy. Now when a process is offered on the mountain rather than at an external official institution, they approach it differently than they would have approached it before they came here. Wei Liang thought about this. The formation is doing something the first master designed it to do, he said. The shelter creates conditions that make other good things possible. Yes, Bao Shulan said. That is what shelter is for. Chapter 40. The summer brought the compensation proceedings traveling hearing and, with it, the first time many of the community's members had encountered a formal legal process that was explicitly designed to hear what they had experienced rather than to assess what they had done. Officer Mei Fenghua arrived in the 3rd month of summer as scheduled, with 3 assistants and a documentation team. She was efficient and careful in equal measure. She understood that she was working with people who had significant reasons to be cautious about official proceedings, and she structured her process accordingly. She arrived a day early to meet with Shun Mao and understand the community's organization and the specific nature of the harm documentation before she met anyone directly. Shun Mao briefed her for 2 hours. He showed her the archive structure, the medical records index, the logistics of accessing specific case documentation during testimony sessions. He answered her procedural questions with the precision of someone who had spent 18 months building the very archive she was asking about. Your records are exceptional, Officer Mei Fenghua said at the end of the briefing. The healer who created them is exceptional, Shun Mao said. He was not modest on Bao Shulan's behalf. He was accurate. She understood from the beginning that these records might serve a purpose beyond patient care, and she kept them accordingly. How did she know? Officer Mei Fenghua asked. Shun Mao thought about this. Because she is a physician who spent 14 years practicing in Gushin's territory before she fled, he said. She had 14 years of experience knowing what the official record was not capturing. When she had the opportunity to build a record that captured it, she built it the right way. The sessions ran for 8 days. 38 individuals gave testimony, some in brief sessions of 40 minutes, some in longer sessions that covered complex histories in careful detail. Officer Mei Fenghua conducted each session with the specific professional quality of someone who had done this work many times and had developed the capacity to hear difficult testimony without the quality of her attention changing. The testimony was heard rather than extracted. Wei Liang did not attend the sessions. He maintained a specific policy about the formation's awareness during the hearing period. The detection layer's monitoring confirmed that individuals were entering and leaving the hearing building, nothing more. He did not listen through the formation to what was said inside. He ran maintenance checks. He trained Lin Bao and Tang Wei's. He worked with Luo Shichen, the formation archaeologist from the Imperial Academy, on the architectural documentation of the Layer 4 binding node network. He worked with Ru Yingji on the 17th improvement item from his development list. He did the day's work. The hearing sessions were audible at a general level through the formation's detection layer. Not the words, which required a deliberate listening he did not perform, but the fact of specific people entering and leaving the hearing building at specific times, sitting with Officer Mei Fenghua for specific durations, and emerging with the signatures of people who have been doing something difficult. He noticed the duration patterns. Some sessions were 40 minutes, some were 2 hours. He noticed that 2 individuals came back for second sessions, people who had more to say than the first session could hold, or who needed to approach their testimony in stages. He did not track which individuals these were. He tracked only the aggregate, the number of sessions, the pattern of attendance, the gradual decrease in signatures waiting outside the building as the hearing progressed through its schedule. He did this not out of surveillance interest, but because understanding the shape of the proceeding was relevant to the support that the community would need afterward. Bao Shulan was managing the post-session care. She had asked Wei Liang to let her know when the hearing traffic patterns suggested particular stress on particular days so she could staff the clinic accordingly. He provided this information and nothing more. The sessions on the 5th and 6th days had the highest traffic, the longest sessions, and the most individuals returning for second appointments. He passed this to Bao Shulan at the morning review on day 5, and she adjusted the clinic's afternoon schedule accordingly. She said nothing about what the sessions contained. She managed what she managed, and Wei Liang managed what he managed, and between them the community was supported through the process without anyone being required to know more than their function required. Luo Shichun, who had been in residence on the mountain for 2 months, observed the proceeding with the specific attentiveness of a formation archaeologist watching a community operate under institutional stress. She was not studying the proceeding itself, it was outside her research focus. She was observing how the formation's community responded to it, which was a live example of the formation's shelter function operating in a complex situation. She told Ru Yingji about this observation at their archive session, and Ru Yingji passed it to Wei Liang. She says the formation creates what she calls institutional confidence. Ru Yingji said, people who would not trust an official proceeding in an external context trust it here because they trust the formation, and the formation includes the proceeding in its scope of protection. The shelter extends, in their perception, to the proceeding itself. Wei Liang thought about this. The first master described the shelter's function in physical terms, he said. Protection from physical threats. Luo Shichun is describing a social extension of the same function. Yes, Ru Yingji said. He could not have anticipated this specific case, but he designed the formation to shelter whatever the community needed sheltering from. The design was general enough to include this. Wei Liang looked at the tablet. The formation ran through the mountain, through the building where 38 people were giving testimony about what had been done to them, through the clinical records Bao Shulan was using to support the post-session care. The shelter was doing what shelters do, creating conditions that made difficult things possible. On the 4th day, Ganhua came to find him at the secondary anchor. Ganhua did not usually seek him out during the middle of a work morning. He came with the specific quality of someone who had been debating with himself for days and had resolved the debate. I want to give testimony, Ganhua said. Wei Liang set down his maintenance notes. He looked at Ganhua steadily. You are not on the preliminary list. I know. Ganhua did not deflect or explain in advance. He met Wei Liang's eyes. I was inside Gushin's operation. I received the order the night of the massacre. I was positioned on the perimeter. I chose not to follow the order, which is why I am alive and why I am here rather than somewhere else. He was quiet for a moment. I am not in the compensation category. I was not the one who was harmed. But I was there, and what I saw and chose is evidence. It should be in the record. Why now? Wei Liang asked. Not challenging. He wanted to understand. Ganhua thought about this. Because the record is open now, he said. Before the tribunal, before the recognition, I had no place to put it. It was a thing I knew that had nowhere to go except into the way I made decisions afterward. He paused. It has been almost 2 years. I have done the work of building something alongside you rather than running from something I was part of. I want to close the record on what I was part of. Tell Shin Mao, Wei Liang said. Ask him to contact Officer Mei Fenghua about an additional testimony from a witness with first-hand evidence of the massacre from inside the operation. Ganhua nodded. He stayed for another moment without moving. I have been on this mountain for almost 2 years, he said. I have been here because I believe this was the right thing to be building. Not because I had nowhere else to go. I want that in the record also, not as self-justification, but because it is true. Tell Shin Mao, Wei Liang said, more quietly. The testimony should be yours and Shin Mao's to manage, not mine to interpret for you. Ganhua gave testimony on the 6th day. His session ran 4 hours. Shin Mao sat in at Ganhua's request. Officer Mei Fenghua told Shin Mao afterward that it was the most complete first-hand account of the massacre from inside the operation that the proceeding had received, and that it would significantly strengthen the evidentiary record for the related proceedings. Ganhua came to the evening meal that night and ate quietly, sitting between Deng and Bao Shulan. They did not press him with questions. The meal was ordinary. The ordinary meal was what was needed. Chapter 41 The summer also brought Luo Shichun, the doctoral candidate from the Imperial Formation Academy, who arrived in the 4th month with a letter of introduction, a very large document case, and the specific quality of nervous excitement that Wei Liang associated with practitioners who had been studying something extensively from documentation and were about to encounter the actual thing. Her field was formation archaeology, the systematic study of ancestral formations through historical documentation, material analysis, and, when possible, direct observation. The Shattered Pine Sect's 7-layer array was, her supervisor's letter noted with academic precision, the only complete multi-layer ancestral formation in the empire that was both fully operational and legally accessible for scholarly research. Every other surviving ancestral formation of comparable complexity was either not fully operational, located in jurisdictions that did not permit scholarly access, or documented to a level that made their current state uncertain. Wei Liang brought the letter to the morning meeting. Ru Yingji read it with an attention that he had learned to recognize as her processing significant information rather than just reading it. She is not investigating, Ru Yingji said. She wants to understand the formation as an object of historical and architectural scholarship. Yes, Wei Liang said. My great-grandfather would have wanted this, Ru Yingji said. She said it with the certainty she reserved for things she had thought about carefully. He spent 40 years doing formation archaeology on this specific structure, studying it from documentation because he had no access to it in operation. He would have wanted a trained formation archaeologist to have access to it running. He would have considered it a failure of the scholarly tradition to keep this formation closed to the kind of systematic study it represents. What does her presence require from us? Wei Liang asked. Ru Yingji had clearly been thinking about this since she started reading. Access protocols, what she can observe, what she can document, what requires explicit permission, a framework that distinguishes between passive observation, active analysis, and documentation that could be reproduced outside this context. She paused. The second volume is a separate question. It is private research, not institutional record, and I need to think carefully about whether her scholarly access extends to it. I am inclined toward yes, with specific conditions, but I want to think about it for a day before deciding. That seems like the right way to approach it, Wei Liang said. I want to be involved in her research sessions, Ru Yingji said. Not as her supervisor, as a working collaborator. She has systematic archaeological methodology that I do not have. I have access to this formation that no formation archaeologist has ever had. We should work together. Luo Shurchen arrived in the second week of the month and was installed in the guest section with the hospitality Shun Mao managed efficiently. She was careful in her early days on the mountain, spending the first full week doing passive observation at the formation's ambient field before requesting any kind of closer access. This was good scholarly instinct, establishing baseline observations before introducing variables that might contaminate the baseline. Her first substantive research session with Ru Yingji ran from the late morning through the dinner hour, and Ru Yingji came to the evening meal with the specific energized quality she had when she had been doing work that fully engaged her intellectual capacity. She has read everything that exists in published form about ancestral array architecture of the sovereign function type, Ru Yingji said, which is a very small literature, but she has read it completely and deeply. Her questions assume a level of prior knowledge that means the session can start from a high baseline rather than building up from fundamentals. What did you discuss? Wei Liang asked. The philosophical framework that the thousand-vein sovereign array represents, Ru Yingji said. The specific synthesis of shelter function and territorial sovereignty that distinguishes this design from contemporary formation architecture. She has a theoretical model of why ancestral formations were built the way they were that is sophisticated and largely correct, and she is now testing it against a case where she has access to both the archive record and the live formation. She paused. She asked about the second volume. What did you tell her? That I was considering it, Ru Yingji said, and that I would decide in a day or two. She had been considering it. She told Wei Liang in the formation chamber that evening, since the session had confirmed her assessment of Luo Shurchen's caliber. The question was not whether Luo Shurchen would use the material responsibly. She was confident she would. The question was whether the second volume's status as unpublished private research should be maintained as a matter of principle, or whether scholarly access was the kind of case the principle was meant to permit. Her great-grandfather had written the second volume to be read by whoever came after. He had hidden it for protection, not for permanent exclusion. A formation archaeologist at the Imperial Formation Academy, studying precisely the kind of work the second volume contained, with a scholarly ethics framework that matched the conditions Ru Yingji would impose. This was not a case for exclusion. This was exactly the kind of person and purpose the volume should eventually reach. 2 days later, she gave Luo Shurchen access to the second volume, with conditions. She would be present for all sessions where the second volume was referenced. The documentation Luo Shurchen produced would be reviewed before submission to any external scholarly record, and any citation of the second volume would include an acknowledgement of its status as private research not yet prepared for formal publication. The conditions were clear and specific, and Ru Yingji stated them without apology. Luo Shurchen agreed to all three without negotiation. She said, "These are the right conditions. I would have proposed them myself." Lin Bao, hearing this reported at the evening meal, asked, why did she agree to everything without arguing? Because the conditions are reasonable, Ru Yingji said. But scholars usually negotiate, Lin Bao said. She had apparently been thinking about this since the report. My mother told me that people who want things usually push back on conditions even when the conditions are fair, to establish that they have some power in the arrangement. Some do, Ru Yingji said. Luo Shurchen apparently calculated that pushing back on reasonable conditions would jeopardize access she values more than any flexibility she might gain from negotiation. She paused. Or she agreed because she is genuinely committed to the scholarly ethics involved and the conditions reflect those ethics accurately. Both can be true. Which one? Lin Bao asked. Probably both, Ru Yingji said. Most good decisions are overdetermined. Lin Bao considered this and filed it. Ru Yingji noticed the filing and thought that Lin Bao's habit of collecting these moments, the specific instances where someone made a decision well and for multiple reasons simultaneously, was a kind of education and practical reasoning that would serve her better than any single lesson. She was learning how good people made good choices by watching good people make them. Wei Liang, who had been listening to the exchange at the other end of the table, said nothing. He was thinking about the 17 improvement items on his list and which one he and Ru Yingji would work through this evening. He was also thinking, peripherally, that the dinner table had become a place where real teaching happened in the intervals between bites, and that this was probably exactly what the first master had intended when he built the formation to shelter a community rather than just a cultivation lineage. Luo Shurchen's research on the formation had been progressing for 3 months. She had moved beyond the surface-level architectural documentation and was now working through the historical sequence analysis, tracing how each layer's design reflected the specific conditions and priorities of the period when it was installed. This was the most original part of her research. The published literature on the thousand-vein sovereign array covered the general features, but no previous scholar had had access to both the archive record of the construction history and the live formation operating according to that history's design. She had found, in the archive records, documentation of 3 significant modifications to the formation's design made in the second generation, modifications that were not in any published account, and that changed the interpretation of several architectural choices that scholars had previously treated as original design features. One of the modifications concerned the Layer 3 suppression layers coverage architecture, which had been redesigned in the second generation to address a specific operational problem documented in the first master's successor's records. The original suppression pattern had created a predictable gap in coverage during certain wind conditions on the mountain's northeast face. The second generation fix was elegant, a modified anchor spacing on the northeast exposure that eliminated the gap without requiring additional anchor materials. Wei Liang had not known about this modification. The teaching sequences did not document the formation's modification history, only the design as it currently existed. Learning that specific features of the current design were second-generation modifications rather than original features changed his understanding of the formation in small but important ways. It meant the formation was already the product of iterative improvement, that the first master had built something meant to be worked on and refined by practitioners who came after. He expected to be continued, Wei Liang said to Ru Yingji when Luo Shurchen showed them the modification records. He did not build it as a complete thing. He built it as a living practice. Yes, Ru Yingji said. She looked at the second volume. He wrote the same thing. I think I understood it as philosophical. Now I understand it as technical. She paused. He was describing the practice from the inside. Chapter 42. In the 5th month, Lin Bao advanced to the second cultivation rank. The advancement happened during a morning session at the primary anchor, on a clear day when the summer's warmth had finally reached the mountain's upper terraces and the formation's substrate resonance had the specific brightened character that high solar exposure produced in the anchor bed's crystalline components. Wei Liang had been monitoring the signs of approaching threshold for 3 weeks, the deepening stability in her foundation work, the way her extension exercise had been producing longer and more coherent holds, the specific shift in her attention's quality during the sessions when she was reading the anchor rather than simply feeling it. He had slowed the curriculum for the past 3 sessions, not telling her why. He was building depth in the current rank's foundation before allowing the threshold to be crossed. A practitioner who advanced before the foundation was fully stable would have technical capability without the structural support that made that capability sustainable. He had seen this pattern documented in the formation's teaching sequences, and he had also seen it, empirically, in his own advancement history, the places in his own cultivation where he had pushed through thresholds before the foundation was fully ready and had needed to go back and reinforce from below. He was not going to let the same thing happen with Lin Bao if he could prevent it. On the morning of the advancement, she was sitting at the primary anchor with the extension exercise running. He was behind her at the maintenance desk, running a calibration check on the Layer 3 suppression parameters, work that required his attention on the formation's substrate rather than on Lin Bao specifically, which meant he was tracking her signature in the ambient field as a background awareness rather than direct observation. He felt the advancement before she showed any external sign. The formation registered at first, the specific shift in a practitioner's chi signature when the foundation training crosses a rank threshold and the natural cultivation rank establishes its new level. Her signature in the ambient field changed character. The loose exploratory quality of foundation training replaced by something with its own coherence, its own organizing principle, its own internal structure. The formation noticed her differently, the way a room notices the difference between a visitor feeling for the door in the dark and a resident who knows exactly where the door is. He completed the calibration note he was in the middle of before looking at her. This took 40 seconds. She was sitting with her eyes open, which was unusual. The extension exercise was normally done eyes closed. She was looking at the primary anchor with the expression of someone who has been expecting something and has just received it differently than expected. Not wrong, just more. It changed, she said. I can see it. What do you see? He asked. He kept his voice at the level it was during sessions, attentive but not eager. The structure, she said. She was choosing her words slowly, which meant she was reporting accurately rather than reaching for impressive language. Not just that it is there or how strong it is. I can see the way it is organized. The anchor connects to the network through, there are lines. No, not lines. Relationships. I can see the relationships between this anchor and the others. The way chi moves between them. It has a direction and a logic. She paused. I was feeling the current before. Now I can see the riverbed. He confirmed it. Pattern Weaver is the second rank of array path cultivation. You are now perceiving formation patterns, the structural organization of chi flow, rather than just formation presence and intensity. This is the rank at which practitioners can begin to read formation design rather than simply feel formation effects. He looked at her. The image you used, current and riverbed, is accurate. The riverbed does not change with the current's moment-to-moment flow. Understanding the riverbed is what allows a practitioner to predict and shape the current. The riverbed is the formation's architecture. The current is its operation. At this rank you are beginning to understand the architecture. She was quiet for a moment, still looking at the anchor. Then, how much of the formation can I read now? Parts you have been in sustained contact with, he said. This anchor, and the connections from it to the nearest 3 nodes. Those you will be able to read clearly within a few weeks of practice at this rank. The rest of the formation's architecture will come with more exposure, months, years. The full formation is a life's work to read completely. Is that good or bad? She asked. She asked with genuine inquiry, not rhetoric. She actually wanted his assessment of the ratio. It is the nature of the work, he said. A craftsperson who can finish their craft in a day is not working with a craft worth doing. The formation has depth that exceeds what any practitioner could exhaust in a lifetime. That is a quality, not a problem. It means the work you are beginning is genuinely inexhaustible. He paused. Your great-grandfather, the first master, built something that has not been fully read by anyone. Not in the generations when the sect was operating, not in the gap, not in the 20 months I have been operating it. I understand it better than anyone alive. I have not exhausted what it contains. She held this. You look forward to the parts you haven't found yet, she said. Yes, he said. Every practitioner who has worked with this formation has. Tang Wei's had been observing from the session's perimeter. He attended some of Lin Bao's more advanced sessions by mutual agreement, finding value in observing work that was ahead of his current stage. He had been quiet during the session, watching with his usual precise attention. His own sensitivity extended toward the formation field around the anchor to register what he could of what Lin Bao's advancement produced in the ambient field. Does it feel different from how it felt before? He asked Lin Bao, when Wei Liang indicated the session was concluded. She thought about this. Yes, she said. Before, the formation was something I could feel, like warmth or pressure, something there that had qualities I could describe but not understand. She looked at Tang Wei's. Now it is something I can read. The difference is, before, I knew something was there. Now I know what it is and what it does. Tang Wei's nodded, filing this into the model he had been building. He had been constructing a detailed internal account of what the threshold experiences felt like, built from Lin Bao's descriptions and his own advancing sensitivity, so that when his own advancement arrived he would recognize it rather than miss it. He was thorough in this the way he was thorough in everything, systematic, patient, using Lin Bao's progress as a reference without competing with it. The warmth or pressure, he said. Does it still feel like that after? No, she said. It is. The warm thing is still there. But the warm thing is now inside a larger thing that has shape. The warmth is part of the pattern. She looked at the anchor. I can describe it differently tomorrow when I have had more time with it. Tell me tomorrow, Tang Wei said. Wei Liang noted the exchange in the training log. Both students were becoming resources for each other, a specific sign of a healthy training environment, where the teacher is not the only source of understanding and the students develop the habit of learning from and with each other as well as from instruction. This was exactly what he had been hoping to build. It was working. He stayed at the maintenance desk after they had left the anchor space, running a post-advancement calibration on the primary anchor's responsiveness parameters. An advancement always required a recalibration. The formation adapted its reading of a practitioner's signature when that practitioner's rank changed, and the transition period required explicit maintenance attention to ensure the adaptation was clean and the formation's tracking of the new signature was accurate. Lin Bao's advancement recalibration was the second he had run. The first had been his own, 20 months ago, when he had moved from foundation building toward the first formal rank establishment. A recalibration he had performed without documentation in the teaching sequences, working from first principles and careful observation, cross-checking against the formation's substrate readings until the numbers stabilized. He had done it alone, at night, in a formation that was not yet fully operational, without any second opinion to verify his work. This recalibration he did in a formation that was running cleanly at all 7 layers, with 2 students who had both observed the session, with a maintenance log that documented every parameter, in a recognized institution whose existence was recorded in the Imperial Registry. The contrast was not lost on him. He ran the calibration with the same careful attention he would have given it in any circumstances. The quality of the work was the constant, regardless of the conditions, but he was aware of how far the conditions had changed. He completed the calibration, confirmed the parameters, and closed the log. Outside, he could hear Lin Bao and Tang Wei's continuing their conversation somewhere on the terrace path, the low exchange of 2 people who have found that they understand each other's language. He went back to the maintenance work. Tomorrow he would begin the curriculum adjustment for Lin Bao's pattern weaver training. Formation reading exercises designed for the new rank, structured exposure to the connections beyond the primary anchor, the first introduction to reading formation design rather than formation presence. A different kind of work than foundation training. More demanding in some ways, more rewarding in others. He had been preparing for it for 3 weeks, since it became clear that the advancement was approaching. He was ready. Chapter 43. Tang Wei's mother came to visit in the 6th month. She arrived in the way that family visits arrived, not through any formal process, but simply by appearing at the boundary post in the early morning, announcing herself to Shun Mao's intake officer, and asking to see her son. She was a small, precise woman with the specific quality of someone who makes paper for a living. Careful with materials, attentive to texture and weight, patient with processes that take time. She had come alone, without the older sister who had handled the practical negotiations of the original intake arrangement. This visit was not logistical. Tang Wei's met her at the boundary and brought her up the mountain path. Wei Liang observed their approach through the detection layer and noted that her signature had a resonance quality similar to her son's, the same measured internal rhythm, the same attentive stillness and movement. Family signatures often rhymed. He had noticed this in the formation's monitoring over 20 months of observing hundreds of people. Chi characters of close relatives carried recognizable patterns even when the individuals were very different in temperament. Tang Wei's had his mother's patience. She spent the morning with her son, a long walk through the mountain's upper terraces, visiting the places he had described in his quarterly letters. The letters were precise and specific. She told him later. She had known from them what the mountain looked like, what the daily schedule was, what the work involved. She had come to verify that the picture they painted was accurate. Wei Liang did not formally meet her until the afternoon, when Tang Wei's brought her to the formation chamber's entrance. My mother wanted to meet the Sect master, Tang Wei said. He said this with the formal courtesy he had been developing since his arrival, and also with the slightly rueful quality of a son who has accepted that his parent is going to conduct an independent assessment. Tang Wei's mother stood at the chamber's entrance with the attentive quality of someone reading the room before she spoke. She looked at the tablet. She looked at the formation chamber's walls, where the substrate resonance was most concentrated. She looked at the specific quality of the ambient field in this room, which was perceptible to an untrained person as a slight alteration in the air's density, a feeling of something present that was not weight or pressure, but was real. My son tells me this is the most important room in the formation, she said. The core stone is in this room, Wei Liang said. The formation's primary consciousness operates from here. The most essential maintenance work is done here. In that sense, yes. She looked at the tablet for a moment. It sat on the maintenance desk, the obsidian stone, palm-sized, plain in appearance. She was a person who worked with materials, and she could see that the object on the desk was not what it appeared to be at first contact. How old were you when you found it? 17, he said. She was quiet. She was computing something. A comparison between her son at 17, who had been careful and precise and perhaps lonely in the way of young people who find their intelligence outpaces their social context, and the person in front of her, who had been 17 and alone in ash. He is 17 now, she said. When he came here, he was exactly the age you were when this started. She looked at him. I want to know what kind of person runs this. Not the legal documents or the court recognition. What kind of person decides to do something like this? He considered this question with the honesty it deserved. Someone who found a thing that needed doing and did it, he said. I had no qualifications for it. I had the formations teaching sequences and 17 months of work building something from scratch, and then more work after that. The qualifications developed in the doing. He paused. What I can tell you concretely is what I have built. The formation is stable. The community is stable and has been recognized by the imperial court. Your son is receiving the best training I can give him. He is a careful and intelligent student who is developing well. He met her eyes. I cannot give you an abstract account of my character that would be more meaningful than those outcomes. The outcomes are what I have. She considered this for a long moment. She was weighing it against what she had seen on the mountain. The organized community, the maintained formation, the specific quality of her son's focused contentment in this place. Outcomes are what matter, she said finally. Not promises. Yes, he said. I agree. She looked at the tablet one more time. She looked at Tang Wei's, who had been standing at the entrance during this exchange with the particular patience of a 17-year-old whose parent is assessing an important adult and who has decided that the right response is to let the assessment proceed without interference. He is happy here, she said. Not quite to Wei Liang, an observation she was making and verifying. He finds the work meaningful, Wei Liang said, which is not the same as happy, but is more durable than happy. People who find meaningful work are content in a way that does not depend on circumstances being good. She looked at him with the expression of someone who has received an answer that was more precise than expected. Yes, she said. That is exactly right. She stayed for 3 days. She walked the terraces, spoke with Bao Shulan about the clinic's operations, sat through one morning meeting, had an extended conversation with Shun Mao about the community's organizational structure. She was gathering information the same way her son gathered information, by observation and careful questioning rather than by announcement. On her second afternoon, she sat in on the morning formation session Wei Liang conducted with Tang Wei's. She did not enter the anchor space itself, but observed from the chamber's entrance, which gave her a clear view of her son at work. Tang Wei's conducted the session with the precise attentiveness Wei Liang had come to rely on. The holds were steady. The extension exercises produced the specific clean resonance that indicated a student whose technique was becoming habitual rather than effortful, and the questions he asked after the session's working portion were exactly the right questions, the ones that indicated he understood both what he had done and why. Afterward, she found Wei Liang in the maintenance alcove reviewing the morning's calibration notes. May I ask a question? She said. It was the same courtesy Tang Wei's used, the family habit of asking before entering someone's attention rather than assuming it was available. Yes, Wei Liang said. When he first arrived, she said, what did you see? He thought about this with honest attention. A student who knew how to wait, he said. Many students who arrive with prior cultivation exposure have to unlearn urgency, the idea that advancement is something you pursue aggressively. Your son did not have prior exposure, but he had already developed the quality of waiting. He could sit with a process without trying to force it forward. That is a rare quality, and it is the most important one for this kind of cultivation. She was quiet for a moment. He learned to wait from watching papermaking, she said. You cannot hurry the drying. You learn to work with the materials, or you ruin them. That transfer happens, Wei Liang said. People who have been trained well in one patient craft bring that training with them. It is harder to teach the waiting than to teach the technique. Your son arrived with the harder part already understood. She absorbed this. She looked at the formation notes on Wei Liang's desk without touching them, aware of what they were, respectful of their function. He writes about this work as if it is the most important thing he has ever done, she said. For him it may be, Wei Liang said. The formation is genuinely rare. There is not another institution in this region that teaches array path cultivation, and there may not be more than a few in the empire. What he is learning here, he could not learn elsewhere within a reasonable distance. The work is also, separately from its rarity, meaningful work, maintaining something that shelters people, that has sheltered people for generations, and that is worth continuing. Some students respond to that quality strongly. Tang Wei's responds to things that are worth doing, she said. He always has. When he was young, he could not be interested in things that did not seem to him worth the effort. I used to think it was stubbornness. She paused. Now I think he was right to be that way. Wei Liang considered this. Tell him I said that his discernment about what is worth doing is a cultivator's most important skill, he said. Most practitioners develop it eventually, if they continue. He arrived with it. She left on the fourth morning and told Tang Wei's, at the boundary, that she would come back in the spring. Tang Wei's nodded with the quiet satisfaction of someone whose two important worlds have been introduced and have approved of each other. He returned to his sessions with the slightly lighter quality of someone whose external concerns have been addressed and who can return their full attention to the work. Wei Liang wrote in the training log that evening, family contact successful. The pattern with family visits was that students either became distracted in the days following, caught in a renewed awareness of the life they had left behind, or became more settled, the family relationship no longer an open question pulling at their attention. Tang Wei's was the latter. The visit had resolved something. The work ahead had his full attention again. Chapter 44. The autumn brought three things in rapid succession. Gu Shen's formal sentencing, the first governance council election, and the second formal notice from the imperial court regarding the precedent the formation's recognition had established. The sentencing arrived first, through Shun Mao's correspondence with the tribunal's record office. 30 years in the provincial institutional facility, cultivation seal maintained as a condition of the arrangement. Chao Ding, 18 years, administrative rank stripped. Nai Ruwei, 3 years restricted duty assignment. The leniency a direct result of Hung Chao's technical analysis and the documentation of his cooperation with the review committee. Shun Mao read the sentences at a morning meeting in the same methodical voice he used for all official records. The room was quieter than usual, not the silence of people paying careful attention to news, but the silence of people receiving something they had been waiting a long time to receive and were not certain how to hold. Deng spoke first. He did not usually speak at morning meetings unless the topic required his specific expertise. He spoke now from the specific position of someone who had been there at the beginning, who had cut the stone for the first anchors with his own hands, who had been a craftsperson doing his craft, while 43 people were being killed by a man who was now going to spend 30 years in a room without his cultivation. 30 years, he said. He said only the number, and then nothing else for a moment, looking at the table. He will have time to think about what he chose. Yes, Shen Mao said. The room was quiet again for a moment. Ru Yingji was looking at the table with the expression of someone working through a complex calculation that was not mathematical. Her great-grandfather had studied this formation for 40 years. He had died without seeing it operate at full capacity, without seeing the community it was built to shelter, without knowing whether any of his work would survive. He had died with Gushin's expansion still in progress and his research hidden in a mended cover. Now, 22 months after Wei Liang had found the core stone in the ash, the man responsible for 43 deaths and the destruction of everything her great-grandfather had spent his life studying was going to spend 30 years confined in an institutional facility with his cultivation sealed. She did not say any of this aloud. She held it. Ganhua said, Nai Ruwei, 3 years. I expected more. Hung Chao's analysis was persuasive about his position in the chain, Shun Mao said. He received orders and carried them out. He did not design the campaign. He did demonstrate restraint in specific incidents. The general's assessment of his conduct during the 6th Legion's deployment was favorable and was in the tribunal's record. He paused. The tribunal distinguished between the architects of the harm and the people who executed it under institutional pressure. Ganhua was quiet. He had been in the same category once, someone who had received orders and been asked to choose. He had chosen differently. The tribunal's analysis of Nai Ruwei's position was not the same as his own situation, but the distinction the tribunal was drawing was one he understood from the inside. That is a correct distinction, Ganhua said, even if the result is difficult to feel. Yes, Wei Liang said. Both things can be true. Bao Shulan asked about the compensation proceeding timeline. Would Officer Mei Fenghua's findings reach the sentencing record? Shen Mao confirmed they would, filed as supplemental evidentiary material that would affect Chao Ding's specific sentencing recommendations for the secondary harm counts. Ganhua's testimony was also in the record, formally, as the proceedings against the individuals who had carried out the massacre's operational planning continued through the secondary proceedings Shun Mao was tracking. The Governance Council election was the second major event of the autumn. The council structure had been formalized in the spring, with the 2-track system and the administrative track seat, and now the community's first formal election was happening. Shen Mao had managed the election process with the methodical thoroughness he brought to all procedural matters. Clear eligibility criteria, a nomination period, a 2-week discussion period, and a single day of voting by mark on a paper ballot collected by a neutral countertaker. The results were straightforward in some ways. Bao Shulan was elected to one of the two community track seats by near unanimous margin. She had been running the clinic, organizing the health education program, and managing the compensation preceding testimony support for 22 months. The community knew who she was and what she did. The second community seat went to a farmer named Xie Baowen, who had been managing the community's agricultural coordination for 8 months and who had developed a reputation for being completely fair in the allocation of shared labor obligations. For the administrative track seat, Shen Mao was nominated by everyone and declined 4 times before accepting once, on the condition that the seat's role was explicitly defined as coordination rather than oversight, since he was already the person coordinating everything anyway. Wei Liang held the cultivation practitioner seat himself, which was not an election but a structural position. The formation operator was always the cultivation track seat, as the Sect master was the senior practitioner. Lin Bao would not be eligible for that seat for years, and Tang Wei's was even further from it. For now, the seat was his. The third event was the court notice. It arrived through Dao Kerson's correspondence channel, an official communication from the Imperial Formation Oversight Bureau informing the Sect that the operational guidelines framework developed during the recognition process had been adopted as a template for 3 other domain-level formation cases currently under review, and that the Bureau was formally requesting permission to use the Shattered Pine Sect's guidelines document as a model framework for future registrations. Dao Kerson brought the notice to Wei Liang in person, which was unusual. He typically delivered official correspondence through Shen Mao's record system. He brought this one personally because, he said, he thought Wei Liang should read it before the morning meeting rather than in the meeting. Wei Liang read it standing in the formation chamber. They want to use our guidelines as a template, he said. Yes, Dao Kerson said. They are developing a standardized framework for domain-level formation governance, and ours is the most operationally complete and technically accurate framework they have seen. The 4 weeks we spent developing it apparently produced something the Bureau has been trying to produce for years without success. Because they were writing from the oversight side, Wei Liang said, not from the practitioner side, which is exactly what the Bureau's response to the template adoption noted, Dao Kerson said. He had a slight quality of personal satisfaction about this. He had been the liaison officer during the guidelines development, and he had, with Wei Liang, produced the framework that was now being adopted. He was not drawing attention to his own contribution, but he was noting the outcome with appropriate satisfaction. The notice asks for permission. It's yours to give or withhold. Give it, Wei Liang said. If the framework helps other formations be governed well, it should be used. Dao Kerson made a note. Then, the Bureau also asked about the possibility of a consultation role. If other formation cases are being governed under this framework and specific questions arise about how to apply it, would you be available to provide guidance? Wei Liang thought about this. I am available to answer specific technical questions about the formation's actual operation, he said. I am not available as a general consultant for formations I do not know. The framework was developed from the specific parameters of this formation. Applying it to different formations requires understanding how those formations differ from this one, and I do not have that knowledge. That is a clear boundary, Dao Kerson said. Yes, Wei Liang said. Put it in the response exactly that way. He paused. Hung Cho would be a better resource for case-specific consultation. He has the investigative background that allows him to assess formation parameters he has not built. Suggest him. Dao Kerson made another note. He had a quality Wei Liang had come to value over the past year. He was not afraid of referrals. He did not treat Wei Liang's boundaries as problems to negotiate around. He accepted them and found solutions within them. It was a trait that made the liaison function work, which was perhaps why the Bureau had selected him for a role that required it. The Governance Council election concluded with its results later that same week. Bao Shulan was elected by near unanimous margin, which surprised no one. The council had 5 seats and 4 people in them, which left 1 community track seat in contention. The election for that seat produced 3 rounds before Xie Baowen, the agricultural coordinator, prevailed by a narrow margin over a woman named Wu Fei, who had been the community's primary childcare organizer since the 4th month. Wei Liang added Wu Fei's name to his notes on community leadership. The election had identified 2 capable people for 1 seat. The Sect's governance structure would continue to grow and develop as the community did, and the people capable of contributing to it would continue to emerge. Chapter 45. In the 10th month of the recognized year, Hung Cho returned to the mountain. He came without advance letter, which meant he had made the decision to come quickly or had decided that the question he was bringing was better addressed in person than by correspondence. Wei Liang felt his signature approach from the western road in the early morning. The familiar bright, measured character of an experienced practitioner moving with professional economy. He He recognized it from the detection layer's monitoring before he could see the road. He walked down to the boundary post and was there when Hung Cho arrived. Hung Cho dismounted and looked at Wei Liang with the specific quality of someone who has been thinking through a complex problem and has arrived at the conversation he needs to have. The second-generation masking design, he said. I have been working through the divergences Ru Yingji identified in our correspondence. I believe I understand 4 of them. The 5th is the critical one, and I cannot work it through without seeing the live formation. Come up, Wei Liang said. The walk up the mountain path this time was different from both previous visits. The first visit, Hung Cho had been mapping the formation through a craftsman's questions, establishing the facts of how it had been accomplished. The second visit, he had been building scholarly understanding with Ru Yingji, comprehending the theoretical framework well enough to represent it accurately in his analysis. This visit, he was working on a design problem, which required a different kind of engagement. The 5th divergence, he said as they walked. The first-generation masking's edge profile. The way the concealment layer meets the unmasked exterior field. Your great-grandmother, he caught himself. Ru Yingji's great-grandfather describes this as a gradient transition, which is the theoretically optimal approach. What I observed during my investigation was something more abrupt at certain angles and conditions. I want to understand whether the abruptness is a construction limitation or a design choice. Design choice, Wei Liang said. A gradient transition requires continuous recalibration as the substrate conditions change, temperature, moisture, seasonal qi conductivity shifts. The first-generation implementation chose an abrupt profile because it was more stable under variable conditions. The gradient produces a lower detectability signature but requires more active maintenance. So the second-generation improvement is implementing a gradient with automated recalibration, Hung Cho said. That is item number 4 on the improvement list, Wei Liang said. Yes. They reached the mountain's upper terraces and went directly to the archives section, where Ru Yingji was already at work with Luo Shichun on the architectural documentation project. Hung Cho and Ru Yingji acknowledged each other with the specific quality of scholars who have been in productive correspondence for months and are now in the same room for the first time since the correspondence began. The familiar but new quality of people who know each other's minds through writing and are recalibrating for the physical reality. The working session ran through the afternoon. Hung Cho presented the 5 divergences he had identified in his reconstruction of the first-generation masking technique. Ru Yingji confirmed or corrected each one against her knowledge of the actual implementation. Wei Liang provided the construction decisions behind each divergence, why the implementation had chosen as it had, and what the trade-offs were. Luo Shichun participated primarily as an observer, but contributed twice with specific observations from the formation archaeology perspective, cases from historical documentation where similar masking decisions had been made, and what the documented outcomes had been. Her contributions were the specific value she brought that neither Hung Cho nor Ru Yingji had access to on their own. The systematic record of what other formations had done in comparable situations, which was exactly the empirical comparison base that first principles derivation needed to be tested against. At the end of the session, Hung Cho looked at the people in the room, Ru Yingji, Wei Liang, Luo Shichun, and said, there are 4 people in this room with 4 different kinds of expertise that are all necessary for the design problem we are working on. This is not a coincidence. It is the formation attracting the people it needs, Ru Yingji said. She said it not superstitiously, but practically. The formation's recognition had made it accessible, and its accessibility was drawing the specific kinds of expertise that its ongoing development required. The formation's reputation, Luo Shichun said. In the Academy's record system, this site has become the reference case for operational ancestral formations. Every researcher interested in this area knows about it. The people who are here have come because there is nowhere else to be for this kind of work. Wei Liang had not thought of it in those terms. He set the thought aside for later and returned to the work. The 5th divergence, he said. Let us start there. The 5th divergence took the afternoon to work through. The edge profile problem was more complex than Hung Cho's preliminary model had suggested, not in the theoretical framework, which Ru Yingji's derivation had addressed correctly, but in the implementation details. The specific transition mechanics required understanding how the concealment layer's qi structure interacted with the substrate's natural qi conductivity gradient at the formation's boundary, which was a 3-way interaction between the formation's architecture, the mountain's geology, and the seasonal environmental conditions. Luo Shichun contributed historical documentation on 3 ancestral formations that had attempted similar edge profile implementations. All 3 had experienced the same failure mode in the early years of operation. The gradient profile worked correctly in stable seasonal conditions, but drifted toward abruptness in transitional periods, the weeks in spring and autumn when the substrate conditions were changing rapidly. The gradient could not recalibrate faster than the substrate was changing, and the result was an edge profile that alternated between gradient and abrupt in unpredictable ways during the transition weeks. The first-generation implementation avoided this by using an abrupt profile consistently, Wei Liang said, looking at the historical documentation. A consistently abrupt profile is less detectable than a gradient that sometimes fails and produces a mixed signature. The second-generation improvement needs automatic recalibration that is faster than the substrate transition speed, Hung Cho said, which requires predicting where the substrate is going rather than measuring where it is. The formation's substrate monitoring layer already tracks seasonal transitions, Ru Yingji said. I can derive a predictive model from the 2-year monitoring record. The monitoring data has enough seasonal coverage to build a predictive calibration function. She looked at Wei Liang. Can the Layer 1 architecture accept a predictive calibration input? He thought about this. It was a significant architectural question. The Layer 1 implementation had been designed with reactive calibration, not predictive. Adding a predictive input would require modifying the calibration loops architecture. Yes, he said. It would require a structural modification to the Layer 1 calibration loop. That is item 4.5 on the improvement list. She made a note. Hung Cho made a note. The working session had produced not just the solution to the fifth divergence, but a new item on the improvement list, an architecturally elegant evolution of the masking design that would address the failure mode 3 historical formations had experienced. When this is implemented, Hung Cho said, looking at his notes, this formation will have a concealment layer that no investigator using current methodology could reliably detect. He said this with the specific quality of a professional noting an objective fact about his own field. I want to note that I consider that a good outcome. An honest shelter should be as hidden as possible when it needs to be. We agree, Wei Liang said. They ate dinner together on the mountain that evening, all 4 of them at the same table as the rest of the community. The dinner table had become a place where the sect's different kinds of work met and talked to each other, and this evening's conversation ranged from the masking design to the second volume's historical context to Tang Wei's progress with the extension exercise. Luo Shurchen described an ancestral formation site she had visited the previous year where the local community had no idea what they were living near, a formation so old and so degraded that its original function was completely lost. No one had been maintaining it for 200 years, she said. The anchors were still technically functional at minimal capacity, but there was no practitioner who knew what they were or what they did. What happened to it? Lin Bao asked. She had been listening across the table. It is still there, Luo Shurchen said. Slowly degrading. It will be inert within a generation, probably. Lin Bao was quiet for a moment. Then she said, that is why maintenance matters. Everyone at the table was quiet for a moment. It was the right observation, stated simply and without drama, by a 12-year-old who had been doing morning maintenance sessions at the tertiary anchor for over a year. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is exactly why. Chapter 46. The winter of the Sect's second recognized year arrived differently than the previous winters. The previous winters had been winters of concealment and then of provisional status, winters in which the specific quality of uncertainty ran beneath every other activity, informing the way people worked and spoke and planned. This winter was the first one in which the community had settled into itself. Not complacently. The work was not done and would not be done, but with the specific quality of people who had found the ground under their feet and were no longer checking at each step to see whether it held. Wei Liang noticed this in the detection layer's monitoring. He had been reading the community's aggregate signatures through the formation's awareness for 2 years, and the character of those signatures had a quality that was not technical but was real. The aggregate of a community at ease is different from the aggregate of a community under pressure. Both were present in the formation's monitoring in the same form. Individual chi signatures, each one a person's specific cultivation character, but the pattern of how they moved through the domain, how they grouped and dispersed during the day, had changed. The winter before, people had clustered in the indoor spaces and moved in the careful patterns of people conserving resources and managing uncertainty. This winter, they were using the mountain. Lin Bao had been studying the formation's seasonal behavior for a full cycle now. She was at the pattern weaver rank, which meant she could read the anchor signatures with increasing clarity and the winter substrate's specific character, the deeper resonance, the reduced conductivity, the way the formation's operational parameters shifted in cold, dry weather, was her second full cycle of this experience. She was developing the longitudinal knowledge that formation practitioners called mountain sense, The understanding of a specific formation at a specific location across enough time to know what was normal, what was unusual, and what required attention. The Layer 2 coverage shifts toward shorter range in the cold, she told Wei Liang, at a morning session in the deep winter. But the resolution improves. I can feel individual signatures more distinctly in winter than in summer. He had known this. The physics of it. The reason why cold, dry substrate produced sharper formation resolution at shorter range, while warm, wet substrate produced longer range at lower resolution. He had documented it in his maintenance records in the first winter. She had arrived at the same observation through direct experience, 18 months after he had. Yes, he said. What does that tell you about the optimal season for maintenance calibration? She thought about this. Winter, she said. Because the improved resolution means I can see the anchor's current state more precisely. Calibration should happen when I can see most clearly what I am calibrating toward. That is correct, he said. The winter maintenance schedule focuses on the detailed calibration work. The summer schedule focuses on the coverage expansion monitoring and the boundary adjustments. He looked at her. You have now observed both seasons. Write me a summary of the seasonal maintenance logic by the end of this week. Not what I have told you. What you have observed and reasoned out yourself. She wrote the summary, and it was, with 3 minor corrections, accurate. He filed the corrections with explanations and returned the summary to her without a grade or evaluation. Practitioners learn maintenance by doing it, not by being assessed on it. She would know the seasonal logic was right when the maintenance she performed based on it produced the results it should. Tang Wei's was approaching his first-rank threshold. Wei Liang had been tracking the signs for 6 weeks. The same accumulation of foundation stability he had tracked in Lin Bao before her advancement, playing out in Tang Wei's different natural rhythm. Where Lin Bao's advancement had been fast and internally driven, Tang Wei's was slower and more deliberate, building from outside in. He was developing understanding first and feeling the energetic shift follow the understanding, rather than feeling the shift and then finding the words for it. He would advance within the next month, Wei Liang assessed. He did not tell Tang Wei's this. Tang Wei's was not the kind of student who would benefit from knowing the threshold was close. He would approach it too carefully, which would slow it. Tang Wei's needed to continue working at his current pace and let the advancement happen when it happened. He conducted their sessions with this understanding running in the background and adjusted the curriculum slightly, not to slow or accelerate, but to ensure that the specific foundational element where Tang Wei's was weakest was fully addressed before the threshold arrived. The weakest element was the sustained extension hold, which Tang Wei's tended to release slightly early. He added 3 additional exercises targeting exactly this, presented as variety in the curriculum rather than remediation. Tang Wei's responded well to variety. He was curious about new techniques in a way that Lin Bao was more goal-oriented about. He wanted to understand the new approach for its own sake, which meant the exercises produced both the technical improvement Wei Liang was targeting and the additional conceptual depth that would support the advancement when it came. The winter sessions with both students had developed their own rhythms. Lin Bao came in the morning, always before the rest of the mountain was fully awake, and worked until the sessions end with the intensity of someone who considered the time before breakfast a resource not to be wasted. Tang Wei's came in the afternoon. After spending the morning reviewing the theoretical materials Ru Yingji had been making available to the students, she had been quietly building a curriculum for the cultivation track that drew on the second volume's pedagogical framework, organizing the theory in a sequence that would support the practical work rather than running parallel to it without connecting. The 3 of them occasionally had joint sessions, particularly when the material being covered had both a practical component that Lin Bao could demonstrate and a theoretical component that Tang Wei's could elaborate. These sessions were, Wei Liang found, more productive for both students than equivalent time spent separately. Lin Bao's more advanced practical work gave Tang Wei's a concrete target for his own development, and Tang Wei's more systematic theoretical approach gave Lin Bao a framework for what her intuitive practice was actually doing. He had not planned the joint sessions as a pedagogical strategy. He had simply noticed the opportunity when it appeared and taken it. He noted this in the training log. The best teaching happens when the teacher recognizes what the students are ready for rather than imposing a predetermined structure. The structure was a guide. The students' actual development was the reality. The winter work was good work. It was not dramatic. It did not resolve large problems or establish new capabilities. It was the sustained attention of people doing the right things carefully, day after day, in the way that formations were maintained and students were taught and communities became more themselves over time. Wei Liang had come to understand this kind of work, the unheroic continuity of it, as the most important thing the sect did. Anyone could manage a crisis. The question was whether you could build something that lasted after the crisis was over, something that continued to grow stronger and more itself as the months accumulated. He walked the mountain most evenings, before the maintenance check and after the archive session with Ruingji. He walked the anchor network in a specific sequence that covered all 7 layers primary nodes over the course of a full week, checking each one with the direct physical contact that supplemented the formation's own continuous monitoring. This was not strictly necessary. The monitoring was accurate and comprehensive. He did it because the formation responded to a practitioner's direct attention in ways that the ambient monitoring did not capture. The specific sensory quality of each anchor's current state, the subtle variations in substrate resonance that fell below the monitoring's threshold, the particular character of the mountain on a given evening at a given temperature with a given quality of wind in the upper heights. He was learning the mountain. He had been learning it for 2 years. He expected to continue learning it for the rest of his life. The formation hummed through the winter mountain. Each anchor was in its place, doing its work. 391 signatures in the detection layer's awareness. A new building going up on the 5th terrace, where Deng's construction crew had been working since the autumn and was now completing the roof structure before the deep cold arrived. Bao Shulan's clinic running its winter schedule with 2 additional practitioners and a quarterly medical exchange with the provincial capital's hospital. Shen Mao's records office managing the quarterly documentation review for Dao Kursin and simultaneously conducting the compensation proceedings follow-up correspondence. Luo Shichun in the archive section, working through the 2nd volume's architectural analysis with the systematic patience of a scholar who knows she has found the primary source of her field and intends to do it full justice. This was the sect. This was what it was. Chapter 47. In the 2nd month of the new year, Tang Wei's advanced to the 1st rank. It happened at the secondary anchor, during an afternoon session. He had been working the sustained extension hold, which Wei Liang had been quietly focused on for the past month, and on this afternoon the hold reached its duration target for the first time. 45 seconds of stable, coherent extension. The formation's ambient field reading his presence with the specific resonance quality that indicated a practitioner in genuine contact with the formation rather than simply extending their sensitivity toward it. Wei Liang felt the advancement in the formation's substrate monitoring before Tang Wei's recognized it. The shift was subtler than Lin Bao's had been. Less a sharp transition, more a deepening that had been building over weeks and finally crossed a threshold. The formation registered it as a change in the quality of his presence in the ambient field. The loose exploratory character of an observer became the organized coherence of a practitioner who had found his natural cultivation resonance. Wei Liang waited. He had learned from Lin Bao's advancement to give the student time to notice what had changed before naming it. Tang Wei's was quiet for a longer time than Lin Bao had been. This was consistent with his style. Where Lin Bao noticed and spoke quickly, Tang Wei's noticed and processed before he spoke. 3 minutes passed. Then, the anchor is different, he said. He said it with the careful precision of someone making a calibrated observation rather than a feeling. The field pattern, I can see the organization, the nodes and the connections. It is structured. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is the 1st rank. Pattern Weaver perceives formation structure. What you are seeing is the anchor's field pattern, the specific organization of chi flow that the anchor maintains. Every formation node has a pattern. Every formation has an architecture made of those patterns. Tang Wei's looked at the anchor. He was doing what he always did with new information, building the model systematically rather than accepting the first impression. How much of the formation can I see from here? This anchor and its direct connections, Wei Liang said. The network extends in 7 directions from this node. You can trace the connections by following the flow pattern. Do you see them? Tang Wei's was quiet. Then, 5 of them. 2 are indistinct. The 2 northern connections. They run through a denser section of bedrock, which mutes the flow signature for inexperienced readers. You will see them clearly in a few weeks. He paused. Do not try to force it. The eye develops with practice, not effort. Tang Wei's nodded. He filed this. He looked at the anchor for another long moment. Then, Lin Bao said it was like the difference between hearing a language and understanding it. For me it is more like. He paused, choosing carefully. Before, I was calculating where the anchor was from its effects on the surrounding field. Now I can see it directly. The inference is replaced by perception. That is accurate, Wei Liang said. Different practitioners describe the threshold differently. The diversity in descriptions is useful. It helps me teach the next student by offering multiple ways of approaching what the experience is like. He looked at Tang Wei's. You described it more precisely than most. It was a genuine observation, not flattery. Tang Wei's received it with the same even attention he gave everything, noted it, and went back to looking at the anchor. He spent the next 20 minutes simply looking at the anchor's pattern, not trying to extend or interpret or do anything with what he was seeing, just looking. Wei Liang, who had settled into the maintenance review at the far end of the anchor space to give him room, watched from the peripheral awareness and noted that Tang Wei's had an instinct for what learning required that many students had to be explicitly taught. The value of staying with an experience long enough to know it fully before trying to act on it. What do you see after 20 minutes? Wei Liang asked. Tang Wei's was quiet for a moment, organizing what he had been absorbing. The pattern is not static, he said. I thought it would be. The structure, the organization, fixed. But it is not fixed. It is stable, but it moves. There is a cycling in the flow, about every 25 heartbeats. The formation's operational cycle. He had found it on his first day at the rank, within 20 minutes of advancement, with no prompting or direction. Yes, Wei Liang said. That cycling is the anchor's operational cycle, the formation's equivalent of breathing, a continuous adjustment to the substrate conditions. The cycle is approximately 20 to 25 heartbeats at current parameters. He looked at Tang Wei's. You identified the same feature Bao Shulan asked about on your first day of assessment. Tang Wei's processed this. It breathes, he said. She described it as breathing. Yes. She could feel the cycling without seeing it, Tang Wei's said. I could see the cycling without initially identifying what it was. We arrived at the same observation from different entry points. Formation sensitivity takes different forms in different practitioners, Wei Liang said. This is one of the reasons of formation benefits from multiple practitioners at different skill levels. Each level of perception registers different things, and the combination is more complete than any single level alone. Tang Wei's absorbed this. He looked at the anchor for another moment, then met Wei Liang's eyes with the specific quality he used when he was about to ask a carefully formulated question. Tomorrow, he said, can we work on the two northern connections? Yes, Wei Liang said. Tomorrow we start there. Tang Wei's returned to looking at the anchor. Wei Liang watched him for a moment with the quiet attention he gave to students at threshold moments. Not interfering, just present, available if something needed to be said. Tang Wei's face had the specific expression of someone cataloging a new experience before it faded. The methodical quality of a person who had learned not to trust the freshness of first impressions to last. You were watching me for the advancement, Tang Wei's said. It was not an accusation, it was an observation. I felt it in the substrate monitoring before you recognized it, Wei Liang said. Yes. How long before? Perhaps 40 seconds before you spoke. Tang Wei's processed this. Does it always show in the substrate first? Almost always, Wei Liang said. Advancements produce a formation-level response before the practitioner's conscious awareness catches up. The formation is reading your chi signature continuously. You are not. He paused. In time, you will learn to read your own signature through the formation's feedback the way a practitioner who has spent years with an anchor learns to read their own state from how the anchor responds to them. It is a specific skill. It takes sustained practice. What does my signature look like? Tang Wei's asked. He asked it the way he asked most questions, with complete seriousness, no embarrassment about the question's directness. Wei Liang considered how to describe it accurately. Consistent, he said. Even. A very small variance range, day to day. Most practitioners' signatures shift more with mood, physical state, degree of effort. Yours does not shift much. The formation reads you as dependable. He paused. That is not a diminishment. A formation that has to adapt constantly to a practitioner's changing signature spends maintenance resources on that adaptation. A practitioner whose signature is consistent reduces the formation's load. This is a practical virtue, not just a personal one. Tang Wei's absorbed this with the even attention he gave everything. He did not respond immediately, which Wei Liang had learned meant he was filing the information carefully before acknowledging it. Is that why you did not give me feedback about the timing of the advancement? He asked. Because the signature's consistency meant you were not concerned about whether it happened before the foundation was fully ready? The perception was accurate. Wei Liang had slowed Lin Bao's advancement to allow foundation deepening, because her progression had been energetic and there was a risk of advancement before the structural support was fully in place. With Tang Wei's, he had felt no such concern. The consistency of his signature was itself evidence of a foundation that was building at a sustainable rate, not racing ahead of its structural support. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is exactly why. Tang Wei's looked at the anchor one final time before standing. He had the quality of someone completing a task, not hurrying away from it, but also not extending the stay beyond what the task required. Then tomorrow, he said, the northern connections. Tomorrow, Wei Liang confirmed. He noted in the training log that evening, Tang Wei's advances to pattern weaver Second month, second year. Foundation solid. Advancement timing clean. Student identified the operational cycle within 20 minutes of rank establishment. Identified the connection between consistent signature character and reduced formation maintenance load, unprompted. Both students now at pattern weaver rank. The formation is being read at depth by 2 practitioners for the first time in the years since the destruction. He paused at that last sentence and read it back. Then he continued the maintenance notes. Chapter 48. By the middle of the Sect's second recognized year, the formation's improvement list had grown to 23 items, and the work on those items had become its own kind of daily life alongside the training, the maintenance, and the community governance. The improvement work was different from the original construction. The construction had been driven by crisis. Every decision made under the specific pressure of concealment and scarcity and the knowledge that failure would be catastrophic. The improvement work was driven by excellence, the sustained effort to make a functioning thing better in ways that mattered, under conditions that allowed for careful thought and iteration. Wei Liang spent 2 to 3 evenings per week on the improvement list, working methodically through each item in priority order. The masking technique refinement, item 4, had been the most active work for the past 3 months, with Heng Chao's adversarial analysis providing the testing framework and Ru Yingji's theoretical derivation providing the framework for what the improvement should achieve. The design was close to complete. The implementation would take several weeks of careful anchor modification. Ru Yingji came to the improvement sessions regularly, not because he needed her for every item, but because the work had developed into a genuine collaborative practice. She brought the second volume's theoretical framework. He brought the live formations feedback. They had learned to work together with the specific efficiency of people who have been doing demanding work in the same direction for long enough to have developed shorthand for the intermediate steps. On a cold, clear evening in the second month, they were working through item 11, a refinement to the layer 5 offensive node network's activation timing that would reduce the lag between threat assessment and defensive response, when Ru Yingji put down her notes and said, "There is something I want to ask you." He waited. She was precise about when she spoke directly about something other than the work. "When you began this," she said, "when you found the core stone and started the construction, what were you thinking about? Not tactically, not the specific problems to solve. In the larger sense, what was the purpose, in your own mind, at 17? He thought about this carefully, because she was asking a genuine question and deserved a genuine answer. "Survival at first," he said. "The formation offered survival, and I needed survival. For the first 3 months, that was the complete thought." He paused. Then something shifted. "I understood, from the teaching sequences, what the formation was supposed to be, what it had been for 43 people before it was destroyed. And I understood that surviving was not the same as continuing what had been destroyed. Survival was the condition for the other thing, not the thing itself." "What was the thing itself?" "Rebuilding it," he said. "The Shattered Pines Sect. Not the name, not the status. The formation as a shelter and the community it sheltered and the cultivation work it sustained. The massacre had ended the sect. I wanted to continue it. You were 17 and alone in the ruins of something 43 people had built over several generations," she said. "Yes," he said. The scale did not seem like a reason not to try. It seemed like a reason that someone needed to. She looked at him for a moment. "My great-grandfather, in his notes on the formation's history, wrote about the quality he looked for in the practitioners who studied under him," she said. "He called it the willingness to see what is required and begin it. He said it was rarer than talent." She paused. He did not have a student who had that quality in the last 20 years of his life, by his own account. He died without passing it on. "He passed it on through the formation," Wei Liang said. "The teaching sequences describe exactly how to begin. He built the beginning into the core stone." She was quiet for a long time. "Yes," she said. "He did." They were quiet for a moment together, not with the awkwardness of 2 people who have run out of words, but with the specific quality of 2 people who have arrived at a natural resting place in a conversation that has been going on, in one form or another, for nearly 2 years. Wei Liang set down the improvement notes and looked at the formation chamber around them. The walls where the substrate resonance ran deepest, the maintenance desk, the tablet sitting at its center, the quality of the winter light through the chamber's upper aperture. He had spent 20 months in this room. He knew every variation in its resonance character at every time of day and every season. He knew what it sounded like when the wind came from the northeast, and what it sounded like when the temperature dropped below freezing, and what it sounded like in the early morning when the community's overnight stillness was giving way to the beginning of the day. He thought about Ru Yingji and what the past 20 months of working alongside her had produced in him, and what the past few months of the improvement list's evening sessions had produced in the specific quality of being in the same room with her. He was 20 years old. He had been building something for 20 months with no time for anything that was not the building. The building was now built, in its fundamental structure. The work continued, but the crisis was over. He looked at her. She was looking at the second volume in her hands, in the way she looked at it sometimes, not reading, just holding, maintaining the physical connection to something that was both her great-grandfather's work and her own. Her great-grandfather had spent 40 years studying a formation he never operated. She had arrived at this formation in the 22nd month of its reconstruction and had become essential to it. "There is something else I want to say," she said, not looking up. "I know," he said. He had been aware of it for months. The specific quality of their evenings together, the way the conversations moved between the work and the other things without either of them naming the other things. She looked up then, and the expression she used when she was going to say something she had worked out carefully was the same expression she used when she had resolved a theoretical problem. "Good," she said. "I will say it when I am ready." "I will be here," he said. The winter outside moved through the mountain with the specific character of this mountain's winter, the deep resonance in the stone, the formation's ambient field shifting with the cold, the 391 signatures of the community present and specific in the monitoring layer. Ruingji looked at the notes in her hands, and then at Wei Liang, with the expression she used when she was going to say something she had been working toward for a while. "I am glad you are the one who found it," she said. "That is what I wanted to say." He held her gaze. "I am glad you are here," he said. "That is what I want to say." The formation ran through the mountain around them, certain and sustained, and outside the chamber the winter held the mountain in its cold, clear darkness. And the work would continue in the morning, and whatever the morning brought after that would be met with the same sustained attention that had built everything they were sitting inside. He picked up the improvement notes again. Item 11, the Layer 5 activation timing refinement, would take 2 more weeks of calibration work before implementation. Item 12 was the substrate depth monitoring enhancement, which Luo Shurchen had provided technical reference materials for during the autumn visit. Item 13 was the anchor connection hardening on the northern face, the nodes most exposed to the seasonal freeze-thaw stress. 23 items. The list was not depleting. New items joined it as the formation's operational range expanded and as the practitioners working with it identified refinements worth pursuing. This was, Wei Liang had come to understand, the nature of the work, not a finite project with an end state, but a sustained practice of maintenance and improvement without a natural termination. You did not finish a formation. You worked it. Ruingji returned her attention to the improvement notes. Item 12, she said. Luo Shurchen's materials, I read through them. There is a section on depth monitoring that applies directly. Do you want to work through it tonight or come back to it? Tonight, he said. She found the relevant section and began to explain. Her voice had the precise quality it always had when working through technical material. Clear, structured, attentive to the sequence of steps. He listened and asked the questions that the material prompted. They worked through it for another hour, until the candle on the maintenance desk had burned low and the winter outside the chamber was fully dark. When she left, she said good night in the way she always said good night, concise, direct, without elaboration. But at the door she paused and turned back with the expression she used when she was adding something she had decided was worth adding. I meant it, she said. What I said. I know, he said. She left. He sat for a moment in the empty chamber, in the formation's winter resonance, in the knowledge that the morning would bring the work and the morning after that and the morning after that, and that each of them would be met. Then he turned back to the improvement list and wrote down the next 3 steps for item 12, while they were still precise in his mind. Chapter 49 Spring arrived early in the 3rd recognized year of the Shattered Pine Sect, 2 weeks ahead of the seasonal average that Wei Liang had now tracked across 3 full cycles. The formation registered the shift in the same way it always did, the substrate chi conductivity rising unevenly from the southern aspects, the anchor bed's resonance brightening as meltwater worked through the crystalline components of the mountain's deeper stone, the Layer 2 detection layer extending its effective range as the soil above it warmed and became more conductive. Linbao noticed before she was told. The spring shift started early this year, she said, at the morning session on the 3rd day of the 2nd month. I can see the Layer 2 boundary moving. Yes, Wei Liang said. When did you notice it? Yesterday afternoon, she said. The connection to node 14, the resonance depth changed. More active than the winter baseline. I came back this morning to verify that it was not a local fluctuation. She paused. It is not a local fluctuation. No, he said. The substrate water table began rising 4 days ago. The spring shift is confirmed. He looked at her. At the pattern weaver rank. You now have enough exposure to the anchor network to track seasonal boundary changes directly. In past years, you would need me to tell you. From this year onward, you will be able to read the spring shift on your own. He made a note in the maintenance log. Add it to your monitoring schedule. Check the Layer 2 boundary weekly from the 2nd month through the 4th. Note the position and extension of each outward-facing node. She wrote this in her own training notes with the efficiency she had developed: concise, precise, no unnecessary additions. In the 8 months since her advancement to pattern weaver, her note-taking had become as organized as her formation reading. Each entry structured, each observation located in the formation's architecture rather than described in purely subjective terms. Tang Wei's was reading the northern node connections when Wei Liang returned his attention to that side of the anchor space. He had been working the north-facing connections for 2 months now, learning the bedrock-muted signatures with the patient exposure that Wei Liang had told him was the only way to develop that particular perceptual skill. The patience was characteristic. He did not complain about the work taking time. He simply did the work. The 2 northern connections are clearer this week, Tang Wei said, without looking up. The spring shift reduces the bedrock's qi damping effect slightly, Wei Liang said. For about 6 weeks in the early spring, the northern connections are more legible than at any other time of year. This is the optimal period for learning to read them. He paused. You should spend as much time as you can on those connections over the next 3 weeks, while the reading is cleanest. Every afternoon session, Tang Wei said. Every afternoon session, Wei Liang confirmed. He went to the maintenance desk and opened the substrate monitoring report for the week. The spring shift parameters were within expected range. The anchor network's response was stable. The Layer 2 extension was tracking correctly against the 3 previous years' baseline data. The formation was reading this spring the way it had read the previous 2, with the minor variations that year-to-year weather differences produced, nothing outside the operational normal. He thought about what it meant to have 3 years of baseline data on a formation's seasonal behavior. In the gap years, no one had been tracking. The formation had run its seasonal cycles in silence, unobserved, without a practitioner to read its shifts or respond to its variations. Now the data existed. The knowledge existed. If the formation ever faced another gap, the next practitioner who found it would have not just the teaching sequences, but 23 months of operational logs and 3 full years of seasonal monitoring data to work from. The rebuilding, if it ever had to happen again, would be less solitary than it had been for him. The thought was one he returned to sometimes. Not with anxiety. He did not anticipate another gap, but with the specific awareness that the formation's history included 38 years of silence, and that his responsibility was to make a future gap, if it came, less devastating than the last one had been. He was adding to what the core stone held, not just the teaching sequences that the original masters had encoded, but the operational knowledge that 3 years of continuous monitoring had produced. That knowledge was in the logs and would survive even if the practitioner did not. This was, he had come to believe, the most important thing a practitioner could do for the formation's long-term continuity: make the knowledge explicit and durable. The formation's teaching sequences had survived 38 years because they had been encoded in a medium that did not require a practitioner to transmit them. The operational logs would survive in the cabinet that Shun Mao maintained and in the Imperial Archive entry that would be submitted this year. Explicit knowledge outlasted the people who held it. He filed the substrate report and began the day's maintenance work. The day's primary task was the Layer 3 suppression boundary recalibration that early spring always required. The boundary markers on the mountain's southern and eastern aspects needed to be moved outward to reflect the formation's seasonal expansion, and the visual indicators along the access path needed to be updated so that visitors arriving from the valley would know the new effective perimeter. He had done this recalibration twice before, and it had become a systematic process. Measure the current boundary position against the monitored baseline, calculate the outward shift, physically mark the new positions, update the maintenance log. Lin Bao accompanied him for the first 2 hours of the boundary walk. She had suggested the accompaniment herself, which told him that she had understood the spring shift's operational implications and wanted practical experience with the recalibration rather than just the theoretical description. He explained each step as they worked, not because she needed extensive explanation at this stage, but because the practice of articulating the process while doing it was part of the training. The northern face will not need recalibration until the 4th month, she said, reading the monitoring parameters as they moved. Correct, he said. The northern face thaws 6 weeks behind the southern. When we do the northern recalibration, it will be smaller. The northern expansion is about 60% of the southern. So the formation is asymmetric in spring, she said. All seasons, he said. The formation's effective boundary is never a perfect sphere. It follows the mountain's own asymmetries. The aspects with more solar exposure expand more in spring. The north-facing slopes hold the winter contraction longer. Understanding the formation means understanding the mountain. They are not separable. She was quiet for a moment, absorbing this and connecting it to the spatial perception work she had been developing since Meng Qiu's arrival had given her a new vocabulary for thinking about the formation's geometry. Meng Qiu would want to document the spring boundary shift progression, she said, as a dataset. She already asked, Wei Liang said. She is adding it to the spatial survey. Lin Bao received this with the slight expression that indicated she had come to the same conclusion independently and was filing the confirmation. She thinks quickly, she said. She has been thinking about formations for 6 years, he said. She has a large framework. She thinks quickly within it because the framework is well developed. He looked at the next boundary marker, which is one reason training is more than technique. You are not just learning to do things. You are building the framework within which the doing makes sense. They completed the southern and eastern boundary markers before midday. The formation registered the recalibration cleanly. The monitoring layer showed the updated boundary positions confirming what the physical markers indicated, the Layer 3 suppression responding to the new calibration parameters within the expected adjustment time. Outside, the spring was working its way up the mountain in the slow, irregular fashion of high-elevation springs, and the formation registered every increment of its arrival. Chapter 50. The third student arrived in the 4th month. Her name was Meng Qiu, and she was 22 years old, and she had come from the regional capital where she had been working as a cartographic surveyor for the provincial government for 4 years since aging out of the provincial cultivation registry's standard intake window. She had been listed on the registry for 6 years, formation sensitivity confirmed at 16, but the array path institutions in the empire's major centers that she had applied to had not admitted her, citing distance and limited enrollment capacity. She had continued surveying while checking the provincial registry's listings annually for new institutions. She was the mother's letter, Wei Liang reflected, in a different form. A person who had been waiting in the formal registry for an institution to appear. She arrived with surveying instruments in her pack and formation sensitivity of a kind Wei Liang had not seen before in the 2 students he had trained. Lin Bao's sensitivity was deep and intuitive. She felt formations as presences, as warmth and structure, responding to what was there before she could articulate why she was responding. Tang Wei's sensitivity was precise and analytical. He perceived formations as patterns to be read, structured information that rewarded systematic attention. Meng Qiu's sensitivity was spatial. She felt formations the way she felt terrain, as three-dimensional structure, as volume and relationship, the formation as a spatial object occupying the mountain rather than simply as chi phenomena occurring within it. She recognized this about herself before Wei Liang identified it, which told him something about her 4 years of surveying work. She had been paying attention to how she perceived the world and had developed language for her perceptual style. The formation is not just in the mountain, she said, on her 2nd day of residence assessment. It is the mountain, or it is organized the way the mountain is organized. The anchor points correspond to geological features. The node connections run along the rock face fracture lines. The layer boundaries align with the elevation contours. She paused. Is this deliberate? Did the original master design it to follow the mountain's geometry? The original placement was adaptive, Wei Liang said. The founding master worked with the mountain's existing structure rather than imposing a separate geometry on it. The formation uses the mountain as its substrate, the stone, the fracture lines, the water table, the elevation changes, as the material through which the formation structure runs. It was designed to be inseparable from the terrain. She was quiet for a moment. A formation that is inseparable from the terrain cannot be moved, she said. No, he said. It cannot. She looked at the mountain around them with the expression of someone who has received an answer that confirmed what they had suspected, but were not sure they had the language to ask about. That is why it survived, she said. You cannot dismantle what you cannot separate from the thing it is built into. He had never articulated it that way. He held the formulation for a moment. It was accurate. A different angle on the formation's resilience. The structural reason why the massacre had not been able to fully destroy it. They had killed the practitioners. They had not been able to kill the formation because the formation and the mountain were not distinguishable things. Yes, he said. That is exactly why it survived. He sent Shun Mao the intake acceptance notice at the end of the 2-week residence period. Meng Qiu's spatial formation perception would produce a kind of practitioner the formation had not had before. Someone who could read the formation's structural relationship to the mountain's terrain in ways that Wei Liang himself working at higher ranks with different perceptual training, could not read as directly. The formations archive would benefit from her perspective. Tang Wei's welcomed her to the student group with the formal courtesy he had been developing for 2 years, and Lin Bao welcomed her with the directness she had developed for slightly longer. And by the end of the first week, Meng Xiu had a place in the morning sessions and an assigned anchor space and a training schedule that Wei Liang had built specifically around spatial perception's developmental path. The training schedule for spatial perception required specific design because the teaching sequence's standard curriculum was built around the intuitive and analytical sensitivity types, the types that had been most common in the sect's historical training record. Spatial perception was rare enough that the teaching sequences mentioned it in one section without providing dedicated exercise sequences. He had to design those himself, working from the spatial perception section's theoretical principles and from his observations of what Meng Qiu perceived and how she processed what she perceived. He spent 3 evenings on the curriculum design before her formal training began. The exercises he arrived at were built around the surveying practice she already knew. He had identified that spatial perception students would benefit from formal practice at perceiving formation geometry against physical terrain, and that surveying instruments, adapted for chi field work, could provide the precision feedback that would allow her to calibrate her spatial perception against measurable reality. The adaptation required one of old Carver Deng's specialized instrument-making skills and a half-day of design consultation with Meng Qiu herself about what she needed to perceive and how she currently perceived it. She found the curriculum design process itself useful. "You are asking me to describe my perception in enough detail to design exercises for it," she said during the consultation. "That description is making me more precise about what I am actually perceiving." "That is part of the goal," he said. 3 students. The sect had 3 students in formal training. He had been one student, once, with only the formation and the teaching sequences for teachers. He wrote in the maintenance log that evening, "3rd student intake complete. Formation awareness holds 3 practitioners in active monitoring. The sect is larger than it was." He left the entry there and went to check the evening substrate readings. The intake of the 3rd student had produced a change in the training schedule structure that Wei Liang had needed to think about carefully. 3 students meant 3 simultaneous development paths, 3 different perceptual styles, 3 different sets of needs at different stages of the same progression. The morning sessions he had been running with Lin Bao and Tang Wei's together, which worked because their styles were complementary in ways that made joint sessions useful for both, could not include Meng Qiu on the same terms. Her spatial perception required different session design, different exercises, different framing. He spent 2 evenings restructuring the weekly schedule. The solution was layered. A joint morning session 3 times per week where all 3 students worked in the anchor space simultaneously, developing their ability to read the formation in proximity to other practitioners' active awareness, and individual afternoon sessions where each student received training designed specifically for their perceptual style and current development stage. Lin Bao, when he described the new structure, asked, "Is working alongside other active practitioners something that needs to be trained specifically?" "Yes," he said. "When multiple practitioners are present in a formation simultaneously, their combined awareness creates interference patterns in the formation's ambient field. A practitioner who has only ever worked alone has to learn to read the formation through that interference. It is harder. Some practitioners find it genuinely disorienting at first." He looked at her. "You and Tang Wei's have been working together for 8 months. You have already adapted to each other's presence. Meng Qiu will need time to adapt to both of you. Should we tell her that?" Lin Bao asked. "Yes," he said. "She would prefer to know." He had been right about that. Meng Qiu told on her first joint session that the interference patterns were normal and expected, and that they would reduce as she adapted, had said, "Good," with the specific quality of someone who has been told something that explains what they were already experiencing and had not yet had language for. She adapted faster than most students did, which was consistent with the rapid observation and processing that her surveying background had cultivated. By the end of the 2nd week, the 3 students had a working joint session practice. By the end of the 3rd, Meng Qiu had noted that the interference patterns from the other students' awareness were themselves informative, that by reading the perturbations another practitioner's active awareness created in the formation's ambient field, she could infer something about the location and quality of that practitioner's attention. Wei Liang had noted this in the training log with the specific attention he gave to observations that came from students and extended beyond the training he had explicitly provided. Teaching the formation, he had found, was a process of establishing a direction and then following where the students led. Chapter 51. Luo Shurchen returned in the 5th month for his 2nd visit, this time with a colleague. a woman named Fan Xiaodao from the Imperial Formation Archives Cartographic Division, who studied the spatial organization of historical formations and who had, Luo Shurchen explained in his letter announcing the visit, been following the Shattered Pine Sect's re-establishment with considerable professional interest. Fan Xiaodao was in her early 40s, compact and efficient in her movements. With the specific quality of a scholar who spends as much time in the field as in the archive, she looked at things before she looked at documentation, formed her own observations first, then checked them against the record. She introduced herself simply and shook Wei Liang's hand with the directness of someone who does not have time for elaborate social ritual. Luo tells me you have a fully operational 7-layer 1,000-vein sovereign array, she said. I do, Wei Liang said. And the original master's operational records. We have partial records, primarily the formation design documents, the teaching sequences, and a set of maintenance logs from the sect's middle period. The early period records were destroyed in the massacre. My own logs cover 23 months of current operation. She looked at him. 23 months of operational logs on a 1,000-vein sovereign array. That is, she paused, choosing her word. Unprecedented in my professional experience. The formation has been operating continuously, he said. The logs are continuous. She turned to look at the mountain. The 5th month had brought the formation's peak spring conditions. The Layer 2 boundary at its maximum spring extension, the substrate conductivity at its seasonal high. The anchor network's qi circulation running at the highest velocity Wei Liang had measured in 3 years of monitoring. The formation was, in Bao Shulan's phrase, fully awake. I want to do a complete spatial survey, Fan Xiaodao said. Full mapping of the anchor network geometry against the mountain's geological structure, cross-referenced with the historical design documents and your current operational logs. She looked at Wei Liang. 3 weeks, minimum. I would want to document every node position and connection geometry at this operational state. We have a student with formation spatial sensitivity who assists with site work, Wei Liang said. He was thinking of Meng Qiu, who had been part of the sect for 4 weeks, and whose surveying background made her exactly the practical resource Fan Xiaodao would need. She also has a surveying background. I would want her involved. Fan Xiaodao raised an eyebrow. You have a student with spatial formation sensitivity and a surveying background. She arrived last month, he said. Fan Xiaodao looked at Luo Shurchen. Luo Shurchen had the expression of someone who has been telling a colleague that a place is remarkable and is now watching the colleague discover that this was an understatement. 3 weeks, Wei Liang confirmed. The summer is the best operational season for full survey work. The substrate conductivity is at peak. The anchor signatures are strongest. The formation's geometry is most fully expressed. If you want to document the formation at its best, the 4th and 5th months are the window. The survey began on the 3rd day after their arrival, when Fan Xiaodao had reviewed the historical documents and Meng Qiu had been introduced to the project's scope and had offered, with the direct precision Wei Liang had come to expect from her, 3 observations about the survey methodology that Fan Xiaodao had not considered and which, she acknowledged, significantly improved the approach. Wei Liang observed the collaboration from the maintenance work he continued throughout the survey period. There was something specifically satisfying about watching a formation archive scholar and a 22-year-old student with 4 weeks of formal cultivation training discover that their perceptual styles were complementary. Fan Xiaodao's historical and theoretical framework meeting Meng Qiu's spatial perception and surveying precision and producing a documentation quality that neither could have achieved alone. He noted this in the training log. Meng Qiu's practical skills were already contributing to the formation's documented record. Student training was producing knowledge that would outlast the training itself. Luo Shurchen spent his visit divided between the survey and his own continuing work on the formation's theoretical classification. He had, in the years since his first visit, begun drafting a paper on the 1,000-vein sovereign array's place in the broader taxonomy of defensive formation systems, an academic project that required both the historical records Wei Liang had made available and the operational data that the 3 years of maintenance logs represented. He reviewed the logs each evening in the archive alcove that Shun Mao had made available, making his own notes in the careful handwriting of a scholar who was building an argument from primary sources. On the survey's 8th day, he came to Wei Liang with a question about the formation's Layer 7 design. The Sovereign Layers Activation Protocol, he said, uses a master practitioner foundation draw that is not documented in the standard array path theoretical literature. It is referenced in the 2nd volume, but without the mathematical derivation. Did you derive the protocol from the teaching sequences, or did the 2nd volume provide the framework? The teaching sequences provided the protocol directly, Wei Liang said. The Corestone's encoding includes the activation sequence in sufficient detail to execute it without external derivation. The second volume's reference section appears to describe the same protocol without the operational specifics, as if the theoretical framework was known to the archive, but the implementation was retained only in the formation's own teaching sequences. Luo Shichun was quiet for a moment. That is consistent with how the founding master worked, he said. He published the theoretical framework and kept the operational implementations in the formation itself. The knowledge was not meant to be separable from the formation that embodied it. Wei Liang found this illuminating. The formation is not just documentation of the knowledge, he said. It is the knowledge itself. Yes, Luo Shichun said. That is the correct way to understand it. The survey itself ran for 27 days, 4 days longer than Feng Xiaodao's original estimate, because the scope had grown as they worked. Each day's field data revealed new aspects of the formation's geometric relationship to the mountain that warranted documentation. Meng Xiao was in the field every morning, surveying instruments in hand, working the anchor network's physical positions against the geological survey maps she had brought from her years at the provincial cartographic office. Feng Xiaodao reviewed each day's data in the evenings, cross-referencing against the historical design documents and the operational logs, writing the analytical notes that would become the framework for the formal documentation. On the 18th day, Meng Xiao found something. She came to Wei Liang with the precision she always used when she had a finding she was confident in. "There is an anchor I did not know about," she said. She spread the survey map on the maintenance desk. "Here, on the northeastern face, below the third terrace, at the base of the granite outcropping. The geological survey shows a fracture line running through that point that is exactly aligned with the formation's primary geometry. But there is no anchor listed in your maintenance schedule at that location." Wei Liang looked at the map. He looked at the maintenance schedule. He looked at the Section 2 design documents from the historical records. Then he went, with Meng Xiao, to the location she had identified. The anchor was there. It was small, barely larger than a fist, and set deep into the fracture line so that its exposed face was flush with the rock surface. It was not on his maintenance schedule because he had not known it existed. The formation's teaching sequences had described the anchor network in functional terms, not as a complete geometric inventory. He had been maintaining all the anchors he knew about. This one he had not known about. "How long has it been unattended?" Feng Xiaodao asked that evening, when they reported the finding. "I do not know when the last maintenance work was done on it," Wei Liang said. "It has been receiving the formation's ambient qi flow. Any anchor within the formation boundary does, but targeted calibration, no. Not in the 3 years I have been maintaining the formation." He spent 2 days on the anchor's assessment and recalibration. It was in better condition than he had feared. The ambient flow had been sufficient to prevent critical degradation, and the anchor's design was robust, but it had been operating outside its optimal parameters for an unknown period, which explained a subtle asymmetry in the Layer 3 boundary that he had noted in the monitoring data and had attributed to geological variation. The asymmetry had been caused by this anchor's uncalibrated state. After the recalibration, the asymmetry resolved. He added the anchor to the maintenance schedule. He thanked Meng Xiao with the specific directness he used for genuine thanks. She received it with the efficiency she brought to everything and went back to the survey. The archive entry, when it was eventually published, would note this discovery in its own section. The spatial survey had identified a previously undocumented formation component and directly improved the formation's operational quality. This was, Feng Xiaodao wrote in her notes, precisely the kind of outcome that justified the survey's scope. Chapter 52. In the 6th month, Wei Liang was asked to present at the Regional Formation Conference in the provincial capital. The invitation came from the Provincial Cultivation Authority, a formal letter with the authority's seal, addressed to the sect master of the Shattered Pine sect, requesting a presentation on the operational reconstruction of a historically significant formation array following a 38-year interruption. The conference brought together practitioners and administrators from formation institutions across the region, and the provincial authority considered the Shattered Pine sect's reconstruction a case study with significant implications for how the region handled its cultivation heritage. Shen Mao brought him the letter with the specific expression he used when something was both appropriate and complicated. "They want 30 minutes, he said. "Opening day. You would be the first presentation." "Opening day," Wei Liang repeated. "Your reconstruction is why they want it first. The provincial authority wants the conference to begin with the demonstration that formation heritage can be recovered." Shen Mao paused. "They are also, I should tell you, expecting a large attendance. The court recognition and the tribunal outcome have made this formation more prominent than you may have anticipated. There is genuine interest in what you did." Wei Liang sat with this for a moment. He had presented formation maintenance reports to Hung Cho and formation history to Dao Kersen and formation technical design to Luo Shurchen. He had never presented to an audience of practitioners he had not previously met, on a stage the provincial authority had arranged. He was 20 years old. Many of the people in that audience would have been practicing for longer than he had been alive. I can help prepare the presentation materials, Shen Mao said. The documentation is comprehensive. The formation logs speak for themselves. The logs do speak for themselves, Wei Liang said. He picked up a maintenance note and put it down again. 30 minutes. 30 minutes, Shen Mao confirmed. And time for questions. How many questions? The authority budgeted 15 minutes. Given the expected interest, it may be more. Wei Liang looked at the maintenance desk, at the stack of logs from 23 months of operation, at the formation survey documents that Fan Xiaodao and Meng Xiu had completed 2 weeks earlier. He thought about the formation and what it had cost to rebuild it, and what it would cost not to describe that accurately. There were practitioners and administrators across the region who were responsible for formation heritage in their jurisdictions, who made decisions about which formations received resources and attention and which were allowed to continue degrading. If the Shattered Pine Sect's reconstruction could inform any of those decisions, the 30 minutes had value beyond the conference. I will go, he said, and I will bring the full operational log set. If they want to know how this was done, they should have access to the actual record, not just a 30-minute summary of it. He spent the next 2 weeks preparing the presentation with Shen Mao's help and Ru Yingji's technical review. She went through every claim he intended to make and checked it against the formation's documented parameters, flagging 2 places where he had understated the difficulty and 1 place where his framing obscured rather than clarified the innovation. Her edits were precise and without sentiment. The presentation was better for them. During the preparation, he also asked Fan Xiaodao, who was in her final week of the spatial survey before returning to the archive, to review the presentation's description of the formation's geometric architecture against the survey findings. She reviewed it in an afternoon and added a diagram. The diagram clarified, in a single image, what the description had taken 3 paragraphs to convey. He kept the description and added the diagram. He asked Lin Bao, the night before he left, to review the presentation section on the community's governance structure. She was the longest-serving student, had been present through the Governance Council's establishment and development, and had a practitioner-level view of how the community functioned that he did not always have from the formation chamber. She read the section and said, "You described the council as advisory. It is executive. The council makes the decisions. You confirm alignment. That is executive, not advisory." He rewrote the section that evening. She had been right. The phrasing had been understating the council's actual authority in a way that, in a formal presentation context, would have misrepresented the governance reality. A formation authority's observer hearing advisory council would have a different picture of the community's institutional capacity than a formation authority's observer hearing executive council with Sect master confirmation for formation affecting matters. The second description was accurate. The first was not. This was one reason he trusted Lin Bao's review. She had no investment in making the presentation sound good. She had an investment in it being accurate. On the morning he departed for the provincial capital, Lin Bao and Tang Wei's and Meng Qiu were at the morning session as usual. They did not make a ceremony of his departure. He left the maintenance rotation in Shen Mao's hands and the student schedule in Lin Bao's, with the specific confidence that a practitioner develops after 3 years of building a community that can function independently for 3 days. The road to the provincial capital was long. He used the travel time to review the presentation notes. The presentation was divided into 4 sections: the formation's historical background and the circumstances of its destruction, the reconstruction approach and the specific decisions made during the initial period, the community's development and the governance structure that had emerged alongside it, and the formation's current operational status and ongoing development work. He had timed the 4 sections across 3 practice runs, and they came to 28 minutes, leaving 2 minutes for the opening and closing that the conference's presentation format required. He had resisted Shen Mao's suggestion to use more of the time. Shen Mao had thought 35 minutes was appropriate given the complexity of the subject. He had declined. 30 minutes was what had been requested, and the discipline of staying within a stated limit was itself a form of respect for the audience's time. If the presentation left questions unanswered, the questions would come in the Q&A, which was where the most useful exchange would happen anyway. He had asked Shen Mao, before leaving, to arrange a governance meeting for the week of his return. The quarterly review had been scheduled for that period anyway, and Wei Liang wanted to ensure that no administrative decisions waited so long that they backed up into the period of his absence. The Governance Council had been operating with increasing autonomy over the past year. The quarterly review was now, more than anything, an information-sharing session. The council told Wei Liang what decisions they had made. He confirmed alignment with the formation's operational needs, and any items that required formation-level input were addressed. He was proud of this development in a specific way that had nothing to do with his own role in it. He had helped establish the governance structure, but the structure was running itself. The council had its own expertise, its own internal deliberations, its own decision-making confidence. Old Carver Deng on the craft committee, Bao Shulan on the clinic and health matters, Gan Ho on security and boundary affairs. Several newer members who had been on the mountain for 2 years and had developed institutional knowledge he did not have, the specific knowledge of people who knew their neighbors and their needs and the mountain's social topography in ways that a sect master who spent most of his time in the formation chamber could not have. This was correct. A sect master who had to be consulted on every decision was a bottleneck. A sect master who had built good institutional capacity was something more useful, the technical foundation that everything else rested on, present when needed, not required when not needed. He reviewed the presentation notes until the road bent toward the valley and the mountain behind him dropped below the horizon. Then he put the notes away and looked at the landscape, which was at that point in the late summer when the fields were past their peak and moving toward harvest. A different kind of fullness than spring's exuberant beginning, the particular completeness of things that have run their course and are ready to yield. Chapter 53. The Regional Formation Conference was held in the provincial capital's administrative compound, in a hall large enough for 200 practitioners and the staff who supported them. Wei Liang arrived the evening before and was given a residence room in the compound's guest quarters, where he spent an hour reviewing the presentation structure before allowing himself to sleep. In the morning, before the conference opened, he walked through the administrative compound's garden where the formation conference's attendees gathered in the pre-session hour. He identified practitioners by the specific quality of their ambient signatures, the way long-term cultivation work shaped a person's presence in the chi field, producing a character that experienced observers could read. He was not the most experienced observer in the garden. Most of the people around him had been practicing longer than he had been alive. He was not intimidated. He was observing. The conference opened with the provincial authority's senior administrator, who gave a brief address on the region's formation heritage and the challenges of maintaining historical arrays under the constraints of population dispersal and institutional continuity. It was an accurate summary of problems Wei Liang had encountered directly. He listened with attention, noting where the administrator's framing illuminated something useful and where it missed the practitioner-level reality. Then his name was called. He walked to the presentation space with the specific quality of attention he brought to maintenance work, focused, unhurried, aware of what the moment required. He set the log documentation on the display table. He looked at the audience, 200 people, some of them the most experienced formation practitioners in the region, and he told them exactly what had happened. He told them about finding the core stone in the ruins of the Shattered Pine Sect when he was 17 years old and alone. He told them about the 24 months of foundation work, the incremental layer activations, the concealment operation that had made survival possible, the community that had grown in the formation's shelter. He told them about the Layer 7 activation and the sealing of the corrupted practitioner who had been attempting to take the formation by force. He told them about the court recognition and the tribunal's outcome. He did not perform modesty. He did not minimize what the reconstruction had required. He described it accurately, with the specific precision that accurate description of difficult work requires. The questions ran for 40 minutes. A senior practitioner from the Western region asked about the Layer 7 activation protocol, specifically, how Wei Liang had managed the activation without a full practitioner complement. He explained the 1,000-vein sovereign array's specific design, the way the formation compensated for reduced practitioner support by drawing more deeply from the master practitioner's own foundation, a design characteristic that had made it possible for a single practitioner to hold the final activation if the foundation was sufficiently developed. A formation administrator from the northern prefectures asked about the concealment operation, how he had prevented discovery during the most vulnerable operational period. He described the masking protocol, the layered approach to obscuring the formation's signature, the collaboration with Hung Chao's adversarial testing that had confirmed the protocol's effectiveness. A young woman near the back, approximately his own age, which made her notable in an audience this senior, asked the question no one else had asked. What do you think the most important decision was? The one thing, if you had decided differently, that would have prevented the reconstruction from succeeding? He thought about it honestly. Staying, he said. I was 17 and alone in the ruins of a destroyed sect, and I could have left. Every reasonable analysis of the situation said the formation was too far degraded to recover, The resources were insufficient, the risks were too high. Staying was not the rational choice. It was simply the choice I could live with. He paused. Everything else followed from that decision. If I had left, nothing that came after would have been possible. The young woman, near the back, had waited after the formal question period. She found him when the hall was clearing, the other practitioners collecting their documentation and organizing into the conference's networking gatherings. She was perhaps 20, with the specific quality of someone who has been studying formation work independently because the right institution has not been available to her. I am from the Eastern Province, she said. We have a partially operational formation, third generation, never fully activated, the original practitioners all gone. My family has maintained it as best we could for 40 years. She looked at him with the directness of someone asking a real question. Is what you did replicable? If I found the right approach, could I do what you did? He thought about this honestly. If the formation has teaching sequences in its core stone, and if you have the foundation work and the patience, and if you are willing to stay with it regardless of how long it takes, yes, he said. I cannot tell you it will work without knowing the formation's specific state. But the approach is not unique to this formation. The core stone is what teaches. The practitioner has to be the one who learns from it. She looked at him for a moment. How long? For me, 3 years to full activation. The first year was the hardest. He paused. The hardest part is not the technique. It is not leaving. If you can stay, the formation will teach you everything it needs you to know. He returned to the mountain 3 days later. The conference had gone well. He had described the work accurately. That was what had been required of him. He walked up the mountain path in the early morning and found Lin Bao already at the primary anchor. She looked at him with the directness she had been developing since the beginning. How was it, she asked. The questions were better than the presentation, he said. That means the presentation worked. She returned to her morning reading. He went to the maintenance desk. The formation was as he had left it, the 3 students' signatures present and distinct in the ambient monitoring layer, the community's 400 signatures mapped against the mountain's geology. He ran the morning calibration and began the day's work. He was glad to be back. On the morning of his return, the Governance Council held its regular quarterly meeting, which he attended as he always did, present, engaged, but not running the session. The council chair that quarter was one of the newer members, a woman named Fan Lijia who had been on the mountain for 18 months and had come from a background in provincial trade administration. She ran the meeting with the efficiency of someone who had organized complex logistics for years and had simply translated that skill into community governance. The meeting covered the clinic's resource request for expanded storage space, the status of the terrace clearing project on the eastern slope, and a proposal from Old Carver Deng's craft committee to establish a formal apprenticeship program for craft skills within the community. The proposal had been developed over 3 months and was presented with full documentation, projected resource requirements, and a draft roster of potential apprentices who had expressed interest. Wei Liang listened and confirmed the formation-level implications of each proposal. The storage space expansion required rerouting a minor anchor connection, which he approved. The terrace clearing was already underway and required no formation-level intervention. The apprenticeship program had no formation-level implications and was therefore entirely within the council's independent authority to approve. Fan Lijia asked, at the end, if there was anything from the conference that warranted the council's awareness. He described the 3 main questions from the post-presentation Q&A and their answers. The council received this with the specific quality of people who are proud of the institution they are part of and are satisfied to hear that the external world is recognizing what they already know. He was more glad to be back than he had expected. 3 days in the provincial capital had shown him what the formation's absence felt like in a way that his years on the mountain had made him forget. The slight flatness in the ambient chi field that a person cultivated within a high-quality formation came to read as normal, the slight sense of being less well located in the world's chi structure. The mountain was where his cultivation had developed. The mountain was where his awareness was calibrated. Outside it, he was functional. Inside it, he was precisely himself. He noted this in the training log as an observation about the relationship between a practitioner and the formation they maintained for long periods. The formation became calibrated to the practitioner, and the practitioner became calibrated to the formation. They developed together. Being separated produced a measurable quality of misalignment. He would teach this to the students when they had been here long enough to feel it themselves. Chapter 54. The Masking Technique Refinement. Item 4 on the improvement list reached implementation readiness in the 7th month. It had been in development for 6 months. 3 months of theoretical work with Ru Ingji deriving the improved masking protocol from the 2nd volume's advanced theory, 1 month of Hung Chao's adversarial analysis identifying the weaknesses the new protocol was intended to address, and 2 months of implementation planning working through the specific anchor modifications the new protocol required. The design was clean. The approach had been vetted from 3 directions. The implementation was the final step. Wei Liang spent 1 week on the implementation, working at the anchor level with the careful precision that formation modification required. Masking worked by manipulating the formation's surface signature, the chi patterns that an external observer, whether a person or a detection formation, would perceive when reading the mountain from outside the formation's own detection boundary. Changing the masking meant changing the signature the formation presented to that outside reading, which meant modifying the specific anchor connections that generated the surface signature without disrupting the operational anchors they connected to. He worked anchor by anchor, making each modification during the formation's low-activity hours, the late night and early morning, when the community's ambient chi generation was at its lowest and the formation's operational load was reduced. Each modification was small. The cumulative effect was the change in the surface signature that the new protocol specified. On the 7th day, he ran the full formation survey against the new masking parameters and compared the result to Hung Chao's adversarial test framework. The 5 divergence points Hung Chao had identified in the original protocol were all addressed. The surface signature read as ambient mountain geology with a specific character that made it uninteresting to a systematic external scan. The formation was, by every metric in the test framework, more effectively concealed than it had been before. He sent Hung Chao a report. Hung Chao's reply arrived 2 weeks later. The report had been reviewed by the Imperial Array Inspectorate's Adversarial Testing Division, and the new masking protocol had been noted in the Formation Registry as meeting the highest standard of concealment practice for operational formations. It was the first entry of that designation in the registry in 11 years. Ru Yingji read the registry notation with the expression she used when she had worked hard at something and received confirmation that the work had been done correctly. 11 years, she said. It is the formal record of what the protocol achieved, Wei Liang said. The protocol works. The record reflects the fact. She looked at the registry document for a moment longer. Then she said it with the other formation documentation, the imperial recognition, the tribunal outcome report, the conference presentation materials, in the cabinet that had been built for the Sect's formal record. The cabinet had been empty when Wei Liang arrived on the mountain. He had built it himself, 23 months ago, in a moment of deliberate preparation, the act of a practitioner who expected to have documentation worth filing. It was now nearly full. He looked at it for a moment after Ru Yingji left. The empty cabinet had been an act of faith in his own work. The full cabinet was the evidence that the faith had been justified. He found he could not look at it without thinking about the 43 people who had built the formation in the first place, who had never had the chance to see it fully defended and documented and recognized, and also without thinking that what had been done in the past 3 years was in some real sense a continuation of what they had done. Not the same, not restored to the exact form it had taken before, but continuous with it in the ways that mattered. He also thought about the binding layer reconfiguration that he had just completed, item 5 on the improvement list. The reconfiguration's practical test had been run in the empty secondary anchor space, producing the asymmetric binding zone that the revised protocol specified. The zone had held its geometry for the full test duration without parameter drift. He thought about Gu Shan, sealed beneath the mountain's root anchor. The sealing was still holding. He monitored it in the formation's daily check, a specific parameter set added to the maintenance schedule after the Layer 7 activation. The binding zone that held Gu Shan was one of the symmetric spherical zones produced by the original protocol. He had considered whether to convert it to the new asymmetric format, and had decided against it. The existing zone was stable. Converting it would require a period of transitional instability, and a stable prison for a corrupted practitioner was not the place to conduct improvement experiments. He would leave Gu Shan's zone as it was. He also thought about Hung Chao's notation. The man who had arrived on the mountain as an Imperial Array Inspectorate officer assigned to evaluate a possibly illegal formation had become, over 3 years and several visits, and one significant collaborative project, something that Wei Liang would describe, if he were filing the appropriate documentation category, as a professional ally. Not a friend, precisely, because their relationship had always been mediated by the Inspectorate's institutional role, but a practitioner who had dealt with the Shattered Pine Sect with genuine rigor and genuine fairness, and who had contributed, through his adversarial testing methodology, directly to the formation's improvement. The registry notation had not been required. Hung Chao had submitted the testing division's formal assessment because the masking protocol genuinely merited the designation and because accurate formal records of formation quality were, in Hung Chao's professional framework, their own kind of correctness. He had sent the reply with the characteristic dryness of a man who did not elaborate. Certified per testing division review. Formation registry updated. Protocol meets the standard. Wei Liang had written back. Thank you for the rigorous assessment over 3 years. It improved the work. Hung Cho had replied. That is what the testing division is for. The exchange was complete. The record was accurate. This was, Wei Liang had come to understand, what good professional relationships looked like. Each party doing what they were responsible for doing, honestly and well, over a sufficient period that the accumulated work produced something neither could have produced alone. He closed the cabinet. The improvement list still had 19 items. Item 5 needed to be started. Item 5 was the Layer 4 binding node reconfiguration, a refinement to the binding layer's activation geometry that Ru Yingji had identified from the second volume's theoretical framework as suboptimal in the original design. The binding layer was the formations tool for holding specific practitioners or entities within a defined zone, the layer that had held Gu Shun in the sealed space beneath the mountain's root anchor. It worked, but the original geometry produced binding zones that were uniform spheres when the theoretical optimal was an asymmetric zone shaped to the formation's specific terrain interaction. The reconfiguration would not change the binding layer's basic function. It would change the precision with which the binding zone could be shaped, from a blunt instrument to a precise one. In a future confrontation, the difference could be significant. He had been working through the reconfiguration design for 2 months, but implementation required the specific conditions that high summer operation produced: the substrate conductivity at peak, the formation's operational energy at its maximum, the slack in the chi flow sufficient to allow modification work without disrupting service quality. The 7th month was the window. He began on the first day of the 7th month, with the same methodical approach he had used for the masking protocol. Anchor by anchor, modification by modification. Each change made in the formation's low activity hours and verified against the previous day's calibration before the next change was made. On the 14th day, the reconfiguration was complete. He ran the binding layers test protocol, a controlled activation that produced a binding field in the empty secondary anchor space, and compared the zone geometry to the theoretical target. The match was within acceptable parameters. The binding layer could now produce zones of any shape within the anchor network's reach, not just spheres. He noted this in the maintenance log and filed the reconfiguration documentation in the cabinet. The cabinet was now full. Chapter 55. In the 8th month of the 3rd recognized year, Dao Kersen submitted her formal report to the Imperial Court's cultivation oversight body, completing the post-recognition review process that had begun 18 months earlier. The report was comprehensive. Wei Liang received a copy, a courtesy from Dao Kersen that he had not expected but should have, given the quality of professionalism she had demonstrated throughout the review. He read it in the formation chamber on a warm summer evening, with the formation's summer resonance running at peak. The report documented everything: the formation's operational status across 4 inspection visits, the community's governance structure and population composition, the cultivation training program's 3 students and their progression, the tribunal's outcome, the improvements made during the review period, and the masking protocol's Imperial Array Inspectorate certification. It was accurate. Every claim in it matched the actual record. The report's conclusion recommended permanent recognition of the Shattered Pine Sect as an established formation institution with full cultivation authority under Imperial law. It noted 3 areas of ongoing development that would warrant continued periodic review, standard language for any institution under 5 years of operation. And it closed with a sentence that Dao Kersen had clearly written carefully. The reconstruction of the Shattered Pine Sect represents the most thorough recovery of a historically significant formation array recorded in the Imperial Formation Registry, achieved under conditions of exceptional difficulty by a practitioner of exceptional capability. The institution is recommended for full recognition without reservation. Wei Liang read the final sentence twice. He was not sure what he felt exactly. The report described his work accurately. An accurate description of good work was what good work deserved. But there was something about seeing it in formal language in an imperial document that made the past 3 years more real in a specific way than the experience of living them had made them. He sent a note of thanks to Dao Kersen. Her reply was brief and professional. The report reflected what she had observed. Good work made good documentation straightforward. Lin Bao found him still in the formation chamber an hour later. She had come for the evening maintenance check, her first solo maintenance responsibility, which Wei Liang had assigned her 2 months earlier as her pattern weaver training progressed toward the technical competencies that operational maintenance required. "Is that the Imperial report?" she asked. "Yes," he said, and handed it to her. She read the conclusion. Exceptional capability, she said. She said it in the measured way she said most things, not impressed, exactly, but acknowledging the significance. The report is accurate, he said. I know it is accurate, she said. I have been here for 2 years. I know what you did. She handed the report back. She looked at him with the directness she had been developing since the beginning, which had become something cleaner than mere bluntness in the past year. Are you satisfied? It was the right question. He sat with it honestly. I am satisfied that the work was done correctly, he said. I am satisfied that the sect is stable and recognized and continuing. I am satisfied that the formation is healthy and defended and documented. He paused. Satisfied is not the right word for all of it, though. There are 43 people who should be here to see this and are not. She was quiet for a moment. The formation remembers them, she said. You said once that the core stone holds the imprint of every practitioner who has ever worked with it. 43 people over 3 generations. Yes, he said. Then they are here, she said. In the way that matters for a formation. He looked at the tablet on the maintenance desk. The obsidian stone, palm-sized, plain in appearance. He had spent 3 years in this chamber with that object at its center, learning everything the formation could teach him. He thought she was right. Yes, he said. In the way that matters for a formation. She went to the substrate monitoring station and began the evening maintenance check with the careful efficiency she had been building for 2 years. He watched her work for a moment. The young woman who had been identified by the formation itself, who had grown from a resident's perceptive child to a competent practitioner in the space of 2 years of sustained training, and felt something that was not quite satisfaction and not quite pride, but was adjacent to both. The sect had a practitioner who could run the evening maintenance independently. That was specific and real and not something he had been certain of 3 years ago that he would ever achieve. She completed the check in 12 minutes. He had timed the evening maintenance check at 18 to 22 minutes in his own first year of doing it. The difference between a practitioner who was still learning where to look and a practitioner who knew the formation well enough to move efficiently between the checks that needed attention and the checks that were confirmatory. 12 minutes, he said. She looked up. You were timing it. I time all the formal checks, he said. The duration is a diagnostic indicator. A check that takes significantly longer than baseline indicates an anomaly being investigated. A check that takes significantly shorter indicates either an anomaly being skipped or skill improvement. In your case, skill improvement. She absorbed this. What is your current time for the evening check? 8 minutes, he said. But I have been doing it for 3 years, and I have perceptual access to the full network simultaneously, which reduces the time I spend moving between stations. He looked at her. 12 minutes at your current rank and training stage is excellent. It will continue to decrease as your pattern weaver reading deepens. She held this assessment the way she held all information she considered accurate, with the specific quality of someone who has filed it correctly and will act on it consistently. In the morning, she said, I want to ask you about the northern sector anomaly I saw last week. The conductivity reading that was slightly elevated. I thought about it overnight, and I have a question. Tomorrow morning, he said. She nodded and finished the last entry in the maintenance log. He sat with the Imperial report in his hands and the formation running around him and felt, specifically and clearly, that he was where he was supposed to be and the work was the work he was supposed to be doing. He watched her complete the substrate monitoring check, the specific sequence that he had shown her 6 months ago and that she had internalized until it was automatic, each step done in the right order with the right attention and verified against the previous day's baseline before the next step was begun. She noted an anomaly in the northern sector's conductivity reading, a small variation, within normal range but slightly above the week's average, and without prompting ran the diagnostic check that the maintenance protocol specified for conductivity variations above the daily average by more than 2%. The diagnostic showed a normal response to the temperature drop that had begun that evening. No action required. Normal variation from tonight's temperature decrease, she said. Yes, he said. She recorded this in the log and completed the remaining checks. She was thorough without being slow, the efficiency of someone who has done a task enough times to know where to direct attention and where the checking is confirmatory rather than investigative. Can I ask you something? She said, when the last entry was recorded. Yes, he said. The report says exceptional capability, she said. But the Dow Kerson's report is a formal document written for an imperial audience. It is describing you to people who did not see the work. She looked at him. When I describe what you did to someone who asks, my mother, people in the community, I do not use words like exceptional. I say, he was 17 and he did not leave, and he learned what needed to be done and did it. Is that different? He thought about this. It is the same thing described from a different position, he said. The formal document is describing the outcome for people who need to evaluate it against a standard. Your description is describing the practice for people who need to understand it as a human reality. Both are accurate. The audience determines which is more useful. She received this with the quiet quality she brought to ideas that satisfied her. I thought so, she said. I wanted to check. She left him to the evening's improvement work. He sat in the formation chamber for a moment before beginning. In the full summer resonance, in the specific completeness of a day that had given him both the imperial report and Lin Bao's description of the work, and felt the two accounts of the same 3 years sitting alongside each other with perfect compatibility. Chapter 56. Ru Yingji said it in the 9th month. She said it on a clear morning in the formation chamber, not in the evening during the improvement work sessions, which was not where Wei Liang had expected it. He was running the morning calibration, which he did at the same time every day, with the same sequence of checks, and she had arrived earlier than her usual schedule, and had sat at the edge of the anchor space with the second volume in her hands and the specific quality of someone who has decided that the right time is now. He finished the calibration note he was writing. He looked at her. She met his gaze with the expression she used when she had resolved a problem she had been working on. I want to stay, she said. Not the archives assignment. Not the review support role. Permanently. I want to live here and work here and continue the second volume research in proximity to the formation it is about. She paused. I want that because of the work. And I want it for other reasons. She held his gaze. I am saying both things together because I am not willing to say only one of them. He looked at her for a long moment. He thought about 23 months of working alongside each other, and what that working had produced in him, and what the specific quality of her presence in the formation chamber on winter evenings over an improvement list had meant to him in ways he had not named, but had not ignored either. I want you to stay, he said. For the same reasons. She looked at him with the expression that was her equivalent of relief, which was to say, almost no expression, just a slight reduction in the careful quality she maintained. Then that is settled, she said. That is settled, he said. She opened the second volume to the place she had been reading. He returned to the calibration. Outside, the formation ran through the mountain with the specific summer character of this mountain's formation, the substrate conductivity at seasonal peak, the anchor network's chi circulation at its maximum velocity, the 7 layers operating at their highest efficiency. The community's 413 signatures were present in the monitoring layer. The morning had the quality of mornings that are ordinary and, in being ordinary, are exactly right. He did not put it in the training log. Some things belong to the maintenance record, and some things belong to the life around the maintenance record, and this was the latter. He finished the calibration. He began the substrate monitoring report. Ru Yingji worked through the second volume's 7th section, which contained the theoretical basis for the formation depth monitoring enhancement that was item 12 on the improvement list. At some point she would look up with a question about the implementation parameters, and he would answer it, and they would spend 20 minutes working through a specific aspect of the formation's architecture together, and then she would return to her reading, and he would return to his work. He found he was looking forward to the question. By midday, he had completed the substrate monitoring report and moved on to the quarterly node calibration review, a longer task that required working through each anchor in sequence and comparing its current resonance parameters against the baseline and the previous quarter's values. He had done this review alone for the first 2 years, the task taking him a full day of careful methodical checking. Now he did it with Ru Yingji cross-referencing the historical parameter records while he worked the anchor network, calling out each anchor's historical baseline as he moved to it, so that he could verify the current reading against 2 datasets, the recent operational history and the formation's long-term design parameters, simultaneously. The efficiency gain was significant. What had taken a full day now took a morning. He thought about what the collaboration had produced over 23 months, not just the masking protocol and the improvement list and the formal record, but this, the specific working efficiency of 2 people who had been doing demanding work in the same direction long enough that they had built shorthand for the intermediate steps and could hold each other's work in mind while pursuing their own. This was a different kind of collaboration than anything he had experienced in his 3 years of largely solitary work before her arrival. He had been competent alone. He was more capable with her. He noted this in the margin of the quarterly review notes, not as a professional observation, but as a personal one. Then he put the notes away and went back to the anchor calibration. Ru Yingji looked up from her reading twice during the afternoon. Once to note that the secondary node cluster's historical parameters showed a consistent pattern of slight elevation in the summer months that his recent operational logs also showed, which was informative about the formation's seasonal behavior at the anchor level, and once to ask whether the formation's design documents specified a preferred anchor monitoring frequency. He answered both questions. She returned to her reading both times without needing extended discussion. They worked in the morning's warm light until the formation chamber's afternoon shadow crossed the maintenance desk, and the day's ordinary work was done. She looked up at 11. The question was about the depth monitoring's interface with the Layer 3 detection layer, a theoretical connection she had found in the second volume that the implementation design did not account for. Section 7, third subsection, she said. The depth monitoring feeds into the detection layer's lateral sensitivity range. If you implement the depth monitoring enhancement without adjusting the detection layer's calibration, the detection layer will receive more substrate data than its current calibration can integrate. You will get artifacts in the detection layer's readings. He looked at the implementation design. She was right. He had not caught this. The detection layer calibration needs to be updated in tandem with the depth monitoring implementation, he said. Yes, she said, which adds approximately a week to the implementation timeline. She was direct about this, not apologetic, not softening the practical implication. But if it is not done correctly, you will have degraded detection layer performance after the improvement, which is worse than not implementing the depth monitoring at all. You are right, he said. We add the week. She returned to her reading. He revised the implementation plan. The question she had asked was exactly the right question, asked at exactly the right point in the project, a finding that would have been very expensive to discover after implementation rather than before. She had not been looking for this. She had been reading the section on depth monitoring theory and had noticed the connection to the detection layer because she had internalized enough of the formation's architecture to see the relationships between components. This was what it meant to have a formation scholar. Not just someone who could read the historical theory and verify the technical claims, but someone who had absorbed the formation's architecture deeply enough to see what he, working from the practitioner's side of the knowledge, sometimes missed. He wrote in the improvement log, implementation timeline extended by 7 days, theoretical integration requirement identified by formation scholar review. Finding prevented post-implementation degradation to Layer 2 detection performance. This was the correct outcome. The detection layer calibration update, when he returned to it 3 days later, was the most intricate work he had done on the formation since the Layer 7 activation. The depth monitoring system interfaced with the detection layer through 3 specific anchor connections whose calibration parameters had to be adjusted in sequence, not simultaneously, because simultaneous adjustment would have produced a period of degraded detection performance while all 3 connections were in transitional states. Sequential adjustment meant 3 separate calibration sessions over 3 days, each building on the previous one's confirmed parameters. He worked through the 3 sessions with the careful precision that the task required, verifying each day's calibration against the parameters Ru Ingji had derived from the theoretical framework. The second session produced a reading that was 3% outside the target range on the northern sector monitoring. He paused, checked the derivation, found that the deviation was within the tolerance specified in the theoretical framework for the northern sector's specific anchor geometry, and continued. On the 4th day, he ran the full system test, the depth monitoring in active integration with the adjusted detection layer. The system produced clean readings with no artifacts. The formation now monitored substrate conditions at depth while maintaining the detection layer's full sensitivity. 2 improvement list items resolved in 1 integrated implementation. He sent a summary to Ru Ingji. She read it and wrote back 3 words. The derivation worked. Yes, he replied. The derivation worked. Chapter 57. The formal record of Ru Ingji's permanent appointment as the Shattered Pine Sect's formation scholar was filed with the provincial administration in the 10th month, on the same day that the sect's annual enrollment report documented 3 students in active training and a 4th, a 16-year-old boy from the farming community on the mountain's eastern slope whose formation sensitivity had been identified by Meng Qiu during a routine walking survey. In the intake assessment period, Shen Mao filed both documents with the efficiency he brought to all administrative work, and then reported to Wei Liang that the provincial administration's representative had noted, upon receiving them, that the sect's documentation record was among the most complete in the region. Among the most complete, Wei Liang said. The phrasing was understated, Shen Mao said. I believe they meant it was the most complete, but the habit of not ranking institutions against each other made the language indirect. He paused. The representative also asked if we would be willing to serve as a consultation resource for other formation institutions in the region that are struggling with documentation practices. Wei Liang looked at his maintenance log. The log was current to within 12 hours. Every parameter had been checked within the past day. The log reflected the formation's actual state accurately and continuously. Tell them yes, he said. We can describe our documentation approach. Whether it would transfer to their circumstances depends on their circumstances. Shen Mao wrote this down with the efficiency of someone who had already drafted the response and needed only the confirmation. There is also a second letter, he said. He produced it with the specific quality that meant it was something that mattered. From the Imperial Formation Registry's Historical Division. They want to formally list the Shattered Pine Sect's operational logs in the National Archive as a documented case of formation reconstruction from primary principles. They are asking for permission to include an excerpt in the archive's reference collection. Wei Liang looked at the letter. It had the Imperial Archive's official seal. Yes, he said. They can include whatever portion of the logs is useful to them. I want one condition. What condition? Shen Mao asked. That the documentation includes the formation's history prior to the reconstruction. The 43 practitioners who built and operated it over 3 generations before the destruction. The reconstruction is the continuation of their work. The archive entry should reflect that. Shen Mao noted this. I will include it in the response. He looked at Wei Liang. The Imperial Archive entry will make the sect's history permanently part of the national record. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is what it should be. He sat for a moment after Shen Mao left, thinking about the Imperial Archive letter. The archive's request was for a reconstruction case study, a documented example that other practitioners and administrators working with historical formations could use as a reference. He had never framed his own work in those terms, as a case study, a reference point for others. He had been doing the work that was in front of him. The work had accumulated into something that the Imperial record considered significant enough to document as an exemplar. He would need to write the case study narrative himself, not just submit the logs, but add the interpretive layer that the archive's reference format required. The what had happened and the how were in the logs. The archive also needed the why, the decision-making framework, the principles that had guided the reconstruction approach, the things that had worked and the things that had failed and the reasons for both. He had never written that account. He had been in it too continuously to see it from the outside while it was happening. Now it was 3 years past, and the distance existed. He spent the remainder of the day beginning the case study narrative. He wrote about finding the core stone. He wrote about the decision to stay. He wrote about the Layer 1 activation and what the teaching sequences had taught him and what he had had to learn on his own. He wrote carefully and precisely, the way he maintained logs, not for impression, not for legacy, but for accuracy. The account needed to be true in every particular if it was going to be useful to the practitioners and administrators who might read it. He wrote until the candle burned down. He was not finished. He would continue the next day and the day after that until the account was complete. He went back to the maintenance work. Shen Mao filed the responses. Outside, on the mountain, the 4 students and 1 student in assessment moved through their daily work with the specific quality of people who are part of something that has its own momentum now, something that does not depend on any one person's will to continue, because it has become the kind of institution that generates its own continuation. Wei Liang had been afraid of that kind of dependence, once, afraid that everything rested on him alone, that a single mistake or loss would end everything he was building. That fear had made him careful in useful ways and had also, in the early months, made him careful in ways that isolated him from help he could have used. The fear was mostly gone now, replaced by the specific confidence that comes not from certainty about the future, but from certainty about what had already been built. The formation was real. The community was real. The records were real. Whatever came next, those things had happened and could not unhappen. The 4th student, the 16-year-old from the Eastern Slope farming community, whose name was Bao Jiaming and who was, it turned out, Bao Shulan's nephew by her older brother's marriage, completed his intake assessment period in the 11th month and was accepted. He was not the analytical type of Tang Wei's or the intuitive type of Lin Bao or the spatial type of Meng Qiu. His formation sensitivity was tactile. He perceived formations as physical pressure and resistance, a sense of the qi field as a material he could push against and that pushed back. He was the first student Wei Liang had trained with this perceptual style, which was described in the teaching sequences as one of the least common formation sensitivity types and one of the most practically valuable. Tactile sensitivity produced practitioners with exceptional instincts for formation stress and structural integrity, able to sense places where a formation structure was under strain before the strain showed up in the monitoring data. Bao Shulan, when told that her nephew had this quality, said, "He has always been able to feel where the ground is not right before you can see it. He could find soft spots in fields that looked solid. I assumed it was ordinary observation. It is formation sensitivity," Wei Liang said. He is reading the qi structure beneath the soil surface. The solid ground and the soft spots have different qi densities. He feels the difference. Bao Shulan received this with the expression of someone who has a story that explains something they observed for years without fully understanding. His father thought he was making up an excuse to avoid working certain sections of the field, she said. He was not making it up, Wei Liang said. No, she said. He was not. Bao Jiaming took his first formation session with a specific combination of wariness and curiosity that characterized students who had been told their whole lives that what they perceived was unreliable. Wei Liang worked with this directly. On the first day, he asked Bao Jiaming to describe what he felt at the anchor without telling him what was supposed to be there. The description was accurate in the specific way that tactile sensitivity produced, not the visual structural accuracy of Tang Wei's account, not the intuitive qualitative accuracy of Lin Bao's first observations, but a physical description. The anchor pushed back more at its center, less at its edges, and the resistance was not uniform but had a grain to it, a directionality, as if the pressure came from somewhere specific rather than from everywhere at once. The directionality was the connection to the nearest node. He had perceived it on the first day. Wei Liang noted in the training log, fourth student accepted, unusual tactile sensitivity type, extremely promising for structural integrity work. Perceived anchor node connection direction on day 1 without prompting. The formal record of Ru Ingji's permanent appointment had been filed the same day as the enrollment report, and the provincial administration's confirmation arrived 3 weeks later. The confirmation was a single document, a standard recognition of a formation institution's scholarly staff appointment. But Shen Mao filed it in the cabinet alongside the imperial recognitions and the tribunal outcome and the masking protocol certification, with the same careful attention he gave to all the sect's formal records. Wei Liang looked at the cabinet one afternoon when he was passing through the archive alcove. It was organized by date and category, the way Shen Mao organized everything. The primary documents first, then the correspondence, then the supporting materials, each section clearly labeled and internally consistent. The cabinet that had been empty when he arrived had grown into a complete institutional record. He thought about what the cabinet would look like in 10 years. In 20, the archive entry for the Imperial Formation Registry would describe the reconstruction period, the first 3 years. The maintenance logs would describe the operational period, all the years after. Future practitioners working with the formation would be able to read not just the teaching sequences in the core stone, but the operational record in the cabinet, the documented history of what had been done and when and why and what it had produced. He had wanted to give the formation's future practitioners the best possible starting position. The cabinet was part of how he was doing that. Shen Mao found him looking at it. You are thinking about the archive entry, he said. He said it not as a question. I am thinking about what the cabinet looks like from the outside, Wei Liang said. Like 3 years of serious work, well documented, Shen Mao said. He was direct about this, not flattering, stating a fact. Which is what it is. Yes, Wei Liang said. That is what it is. Chapter 58. In the 11th month, Lin Bao asked when she would advance to the 3rd rank. She asked it the way she asked questions that mattered to her, directly, without hedging, in the middle of a maintenance session rather than waiting for an appropriate moment. Wei Liang appreciated this about her. She did not perform patience she did not feel. 3 to 4 months, he said. The pattern weaver rank has 2 phases, reading formation patterns and beginning to modify them. You have been reading accurately for 8 months. You are ready to begin the modification phase, which leads to array tender. He looked at her. I was planning to introduce the modification curriculum next month. She received this with the quality she brought to accurate information, absorbing it, filing it, not showing the relief or satisfaction that he suspected she felt. What does modification mean at the array tender level? She asked. At pattern weaver, you can read the architecture but not change it, he said. At array tender, you can make small modifications, adjust an anchor's resonance frequency, redirect a connection's flow rate, modify the boundary of a single layer's effective zone. Nothing structural, but the ability to make precise small changes is the foundation for everything above it. You are at array tender, she said. I am at formation architect, he said, which is 2 ranks above array tender. At formation architect, I can modify the formation's structural design, add or remove anchor connections, reconfigure layer relationships, design new protocol elements. What you will learn at array tender is the first stage of that capability. She was quiet for a moment, calibrating. When I reach formation architect, she said, will you teach me everything you know? It was the kind of question that only a student with absolute confidence in the teaching relationship would ask. He considered it honestly. I will teach you everything the formation can teach, he said. What I know is a subset of that. The formation has more knowledge than I have been able to absorb in 3 years of intensive study. Your learning path will diverge from mine. You will discover things I have not discovered and build knowledge I do not have. That is not a limitation. It is the value of multiple practitioners working with the same formation over time. She absorbed this. That is a good answer, she said. It is the accurate one, he said. She was quiet for a moment. The way she was quiet when she was working through an implication that had additional layers. When I am at Formation Architect, she said, I could maintain this formation independently. Yes, he said. At Formation Architect, a practitioner can maintain the 1,000-vein sovereign array at full operational standard without requiring a higher rank master. Below that rank, you can run maintenance, but not manage structural modifications or respond to major threats at the formation level. She looked at the anchor. How long to reach Formation Architect from where I am now? At your current pace, 4 to 6 years, he said. The gap between Array Tender and Formation Architect is substantial. It requires the ability to modify formation structure, not just operational parameters, which demands a fundamentally different relationship with the formation's architecture. Some practitioners take a decade. Some take less. 4 to 6 years, she repeated. She was filing this in the training timeline she maintained in her own notes. You were at Formation Architect when you activated Layer 7. How old were you? I am at Formation Architect now, he said. I was 19 when I activated Layer 7, and the activation was the event that confirmed the rank. It was not something I had fully achieved before the activation. The activation completed the achievement. He paused, which is why the activation required the full foundation draw. I was advancing through the final threshold in the same moment I was operating at that threshold. She considered this with the expression she used when she was thinking about risk and difficulty and what they required of a person. That is a very narrow margin, she said. Yes, he said. I would not recommend it as a training approach. She produced a brief expression that was, for Lin Bao, a smile. I will try to advance more gradually, she said. He introduced the modification curriculum the following week, the first exercise series designed to develop a practitioner's ability to intentionally affect a formation's operational parameters rather than simply observe them. Lin Bao approached the first exercises with the same patient precision she brought to everything, making no large errors and several small ones, learning from the small ones with the efficiency of a practitioner who had been building good error correction habits since the beginning of her training. Tang Wei's watched the first modification session from his usual observing position at the perimeter. He was still in the earlier phase of pattern weaver training, building his formation reading depth before the modification curriculum would be appropriate. He observed Lin Bao's first modifications with the specific quality he brought to all learning situations, not comparing his own timeline to hers, not drawing conclusions about the relative rate of advancement, simply filing the observation of what the modification work looked like, so that when his own time came, he would have a reference. Meng Xiao was working the northern anchor connections during the first modification session, developing the spatial mapping she had been building for 4 months. Her progress was steady and had produced a survey of the formation's geometric relationship to the mountain's geology that Fan Xiaodao had already cited in a preliminary academic paper. She was making the kind of contribution to the formation's documented knowledge that Wei Liang had hoped for when he accepted her intake application. Her specific perceptual gifts were producing information about the formation that his own perceptual training did not provide. 3 students at 3 different stages of the same development path, producing 3 different kinds of knowledge about the same formation. This was, Wei Liang thought, exactly what a sect should be. He also spent part of the 11th month reviewing the training schedule against the 4th student's intake. Bao Jiaming would join the morning sessions in the 12th month, once his foundation orientation was complete. His arrival would change the joint session dynamics again. 4 students meant 4 different perceptual approaches in the same anchor space simultaneously, which was a more complex interference pattern for each student to manage. He would need to restructure the morning session design to account for it. He spent 2 evenings working through the new design. The solution he arrived at was a rotating structure, 2 students in the anchor space at a time during the intensive working period, with the other 2 in the observation zone, then switching. This gave each student sustained work time without the full 4-way interference, while still building the multi-practitioner awareness that joint session practice was designed to develop. The rotation had the additional benefit of requiring the students to observe each other's work, which was itself a form of training, as Tang Wei's had demonstrated over 2 years of careful observation. Lin Bao, when he described the new structure to her, said, "Why didn't you do this from the beginning, with the 3-way sessions?" "Because 3-way sessions work at a manageable interference level," he said. 4-way sessions exceed what I want to require of students at the early training stage. The difference is not linear. He paused. Also, the problem did not exist until there were 4 students. She received this with the slight expression that indicated she had been asking a genuine question and had received a genuine answer. Next spring, if the enrollment report shows a fifth student in assessment, we should design the rotation before the intake is confirmed, she said. Yes, he said. We should. He noted this in the training program notes. Lin Bao was beginning to think ahead in the training program's design, not just her own development within it. This was the specific evolution that a practitioner who was moving toward teaching underwent, the shift from thinking about what you needed to learn to thinking about what the program needed to do. It happened earlier in some practitioners than others. He had been watching for it. It had arrived. Chapter 59. The third recognized year ended on the mountain in the way that recognized years ended in a working institution, not with ceremony, but with the simple continuity of work that did not pause because the calendar changed. On the last day of the year, Wei Liang ran the annual comprehensive maintenance survey that he had begun conducting at the end of each year since the formation's full activation. The survey was thorough, every anchor checked, every layer boundary measured, every connection tested, every substrate monitoring parameter compared against the year-beginning baseline. It took 2 full days. He had done the first one alone, in the formation's first recognized year, by lamplight in the middle of winter, working from first principles and the teaching sequences. Now he did it with Lin Bao running the Eastern Anchor Network checks, and Tang Wei's running the Northern Connections, and Meng Xiu conducting the spatial boundary survey that verified the formation's geometric correspondence with the mountain's geological structure. The 4 of them cross-checked results in the formation chamber on the survey's second evening. The formation was healthy in every measurable dimension. The improvements implemented over the year had produced measurable effects. The masking protocol refinement was functioning at its certified level. The Layer 5 activation timing was within the target range. The substrate depth monitoring had been enhanced with the new sensor array. The formation that Wei Liang surveyed at the end of the third year was substantially more capable and better defended than the formation at the end of the first year, which had been substantially more capable than the formation at the beginning of the reconstruction. The cross-check session took 3 hours. Wei Liang ran through each sector's parameters in sequence. The Eastern Anchor Network that Lin Bao had surveyed, the Northern Connections that Tang Wei's had surveyed, the spatial boundary verification that Meng Xiu had conducted, and compared each against the year-beginning baseline and the historical parameters from the second volume's operational records section. Lin Bao caught a discrepancy in the Eastern Sector's Layer 3 readings before he did. Node 7's boundary reading is 2% inside the baseline, she said, pointing to the survey data. That is within normal range, but it is below the spring extension that we measured in the 4th month. The fall survey should show partial contraction from summer peak, but 2% below baseline is below what the fall contraction model predicts. He looked at the reading. She was right. He checked Node 7's maintenance record. Node 7 received the anchor connection hardening work in the 8th month. Improvement list item 13. The hardening reduced the anchor's flexibility slightly, which produces a slightly smaller boundary range. The baseline will need to be updated to reflect the post-hardening parameters. He made a note. Good catch. She received this with the quality she brought to accurate work. No more satisfaction than the work warranted, no less. She returned to reviewing the next data row. He documented everything in the annual survey report, which went into the cabinet alongside the other formal records. When the students had left for the evening, Ru Yingji stayed. She was reading through the second volume's 8th section, which contained historical documentation of the formation's performance under the conditions that had existed in the generation before the massacre, the period when the formation had operated at its peak, with a full practitioner complement and established community of several hundred residents. She cross-referenced regularly between the historical documentation and Wei Liang's operational logs, tracking the parallels. The third year's performance metrics are matching the pre-destruction records, she said, not looking up from the page. Which records? The ones from the formation's 43rd to 45th year of operation, she said. The middle period. The formation was most stable in that period, not at its inception, not in its final years, but in the middle, when the practitioner complement was fully established and the community had grown to its sustainable size. She looked up. The substrate conductivity, the anchor network circulation velocity, the Layer 2 detection range, the Layer 5 activation response times. The third-year figures are within the historical range for the middle period. Wei Liang looked at the annual survey report and then at the historical records she was referencing. He compared the numbers. She was right. The formation's operational performance has recovered to the range it held during its most stable historical period, he said. Yes, she said. He held this for a long moment. The formation had been destroyed 38 years before he had found it. For 38 years it had run in partial operation, the community gone, the practitioner complement gone, the teaching sequences silent in the core stone. He had spent 3 years rebuilding it from the ruins. The annual survey report in his hand said that the rebuilding had produced a formation operating at the standard of its best historical period. What does the second volume say the formation is capable of at that level? He asked. She found the relevant passage. At the middle period operational standard, she read, the thousand-vein sovereign array achieves its designed purpose, a shelter formation capable of sustaining a practitioner community indefinitely, defending against threats up to the territory lord level, and providing the cultivation environment necessary to support practitioners advancing through the full array path progression. She looked at him. Indefinitely. Not for years. The design intent was permanent. The design intent was permanent, he said. He looked at the formation chamber, the walls, the desk, the tablet, the cabinet of records, the quality of the winter resonance in the stone. He thought about what he had been doing for 3 years, not restoring something that had existed before, but rebuilding what the formation had always been designed to be, under the conditions that had been available to him. The conditions had been, in the early months, very close to nothing. They were not nothing now. He thought about what the middle period operational standard had required in historical terms. A formation master at formation architect rank or above, a minimum of 3 supporting practitioners at pattern weaver rank or above, a community of 300 or more sustained residents, and 10 years of continuous operation without a significant structural disruption. He was at formation architect. Lin Bao was 4 months from array tender, which was below the historical threshold but approaching it. Tang Wei's and Meng Qiu were both pattern weaver, which was within it. The community had 419 members. The formation had been in continuous operation for 3 years. The minimum conditions for middle period performance were being met by parameters that had taken 3 years to build from nothing. This was not the same as the historical peak. The historical sect had operated for 43 years before the massacre, with multiple formation architect practitioners and a practitioner complement of 9 at its peak. 3 years was not 43 years. But the performance metrics said that the formation was not waiting for more years to perform at the standard it had been built to achieve. It was performing at that standard now. He sat with this for a long time. Then we continue, he said. She closed the second volume. Yes, she said. We continue. She looked at him across the maintenance desk with the specific quality she had when she wanted to say something else and was deciding whether the moment was right for it. He waited. She had never used silence to avoid saying difficult things. If she was quiet, she was choosing the right words, not avoiding the subject. The formation's performance matching the historical middle period means that whoever the next master is, she said, they will inherit something comparable to what your predecessors inherited. Not the destroyed thing. Not the rebuilding. The working institution. She paused. That matters in a different way than it might seem to. You did not just repair something. You gave whoever comes after you the same gift that the original builders gave the people who came after them. He looked at the tablet on the desk. The obsidian stone, which had held the teaching sequences for 43 years of a functioning sect and 38 years of a gap and 3 years of reconstruction. The stone that had been in this room when he had arrived and would be in this room after he was gone, continuing to hold the knowledge that the original masters had encoded into it. That is what it was designed for, he said. Yes, she said, but it still had to be done. Outside the chamber, the formation held the mountain, and the mountain held 419 people who were alive because of what had been built there, and the winter held everything in its clear cold darkness, and the work went on. Chapter 60. On the first morning of the 4th recognized year, Wei Liang climbed to the mountain's highest accessible point alone. He did this once a year, at the beginning of each new year. The first time, he had done it because he needed to assess the formation's upper boundary conditions from a vantage point above the primary anchor network. The second time, he had done it because the assessment was still useful and also because the view was something he had come to value. The third time, he had done it as a practice, a deliberate act of being at the highest point of the mountain he was responsible for at the beginning of each year, as a way of seeing what he had built in the fullest context available to him. The fourth time, he did it because the practice was now the practice. The mountain on a clear winter morning had the specific quality that winter mornings at high elevation have. The air carrying the formation's full resonance unfiltered by the warmer season noise that building community activity generated, the ambient field at its most transparent, every anchor's presence registering in the chi field with the clarity that cold and stillness produced. He could read the formation from this height as a complete architecture. All 7 layers, the full anchor network, the connections between them, the shape of the formation's coverage across the mountain slopes and the valley below. It was whole. It was, by every measurement he had taken in 3 years of continuous monitoring, more whole than it had been at any point since the destruction. The first generation's design was expressed in the formation's current operation, not as a historical artifact, not as a memorial to what had been, but as a functioning reality operating in the present at the standard it had been built to achieve. He held this thought in the winter air and the formation's resonance, and looked at the mountain below him. The community's signatures were beginning to register in the monitoring layer as people woke and moved through their morning routines. The specific variety of signatures that 419 people produced, each distinct, each placed in the mountain's geography with the precision of the Layer 2 detection layer's tracking. Old Carver Dang's signature near the workshop terrace, already moving with the purposeful quality of someone who begins work before the sun has fully risen. Bao Shulan's signature at the clinic, steady and particular. Xin Mao's signature near the administrative residence, the first administrative work already underway. Ganhua's signature moving up the patrol path on the mountain's northern face, doing what he did every morning. Lin Bao's signature at the primary anchor. She had been coming to the anchor before the formal morning session for the past 3 months, working the early morning on her own time. He had noted it in the training log without comment. The habit was developing without prompting. This was the sign that training had become practice. Tang Wei's signature in the secondary anchor space. He was there every morning now too, at the same time, with the consistency his signature had always expressed in every other dimension of his work. Meng Qiu's signature moving along the northern survey route. She walked the formation's boundary every clear morning, adding data points to the spatial survey that was becoming the most complete geometric documentation of 1,000-vein sovereign array's relationship to its mountain substrate that existed anywhere in the imperial record. Ru Yingji's signature in the formation chamber. She was there. She would still be there when he returned. He looked at the valley below the mountain's eastern slope. The valley had been the site of the original Sect's cultivation fields, the terraced land that 43 people had worked in the generations before the destruction. The terraces were visible from this height, the geometric marks of cultivation on the mountainside, grown over in the gap years, beginning to be cleared again by community members who had seen the value in the land and wanted to return it to use. The clearing had started without him asking for it. Someone had looked at the overgrown terraces and seen what they could be and begun the work of making them that. This was, he had come to understand, what a functioning community did. It generated its own projects, its own purposes, its own reasons to continue. The formation sheltered the community. The community did what communities do when they have enough shelter. They built more. He had been afraid, in the beginning, that he was building something too dependent on his own will to sustain itself, that when his attention moved, the whole structure would soften and settle back toward the ash it had emerged from. That fear had been useful in the early months, when his attention had been the only thing holding any of it together. It was not accurate now. What he had built had become something capable of sustaining itself. The formation was not Wei Liang's formation. It was the Shattered Pine Sect's formation, as it had always been designed to be, belonging to the practitioners who worked it and the community it sheltered and the lineage of work that had produced it over 3 generations. He belonged to it, as much as it belonged to him. He stood at the mountain's highest point for as long as the morning allowed, then turned and began the descent. The work was below. The work was where it always was, in the formation chamber, at the maintenance desk, in the anchor spaces where the 3 students were reading the formation with the perceptual gifts that were each their own, in the clinic and the governance meetings and the administrative correspondence and the improvement list that would never be fully complete because a living formation was never fully complete. The work was not finished. The work was not supposed to finish. He descended the mountain with the specific quality of attention he had brought to every task in 3 years of building something from nothing, present, unhurried, aware of what the moment required. The formation registered his movement down the path as it registered everything that moved within its boundary. Below, in the chamber, Ru Yingji was reading the 2nd volume's 8th section. Below that, on the morning's first light, Lin Bao was learning to modify the anchor she had spent 2 years reading. Somewhere in the geological study of the northern connections, Tang Wei's was building the patient depth that would, in time, make him exactly the kind of practitioner that this formation needed. Meng Qiu was walking the boundary, seeing the formation's shape in the mountain's shape. The Shattered Pine Sect was alive. It had been alive in the 43 people who had built it, and it had been alive in the years when he had been its only practitioner, and it was alive now in the community it sheltered and the students it trained and the formation it maintained and the records it kept. It would be alive in the practitioners who came after, the students who would train and advance and eventually teach their own students, the people who would add to the archive and the improvement list and the maintenance logs, the The continuation that a formation designed to last indefinitely was designed to support. The massacre had ended 43 lives. It had not ended the sect. He reached the primary anchor terrace and found Lin Bao finishing her pre-session work. She looked up at him with the direct quality she had always had, which was now, after 2 years of training, backed by real competence instead of just observation. "Good morning," she said. "Good morning," he said. "The formation looks different from the top," she said. "I went up once in the spring. You can see the whole boundary from there." "Yes," he said. "You can." She returned to the anchor. He went to the maintenance desk. Outside, the mountain's fourth recognized year was beginning in the way that years began in a working institution, not with ceremony, but with the simple fact of the work continuing. The formation held the mountain. The mountain held the community. The community held the work. The work held everything together in the way that good work always does, by being worth doing, by being done well, and by continuing. And so the Tao continues. If this journey moved you, leave a like and share your thoughts in the comments below. Subscribe and ring the bell. More stories await on the path ahead. Until next time, fellow cultivators.